Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents The Hard Kill by Alan Manning and Brian Manning. Narrated by Roger Wayne. Chapter 1. Great Falls, Montana. Day 1. 12:33 Mountain Time. Welcome to the jungle. Guns and Roses. Emily meant everything to him. She was his daughter, his whole world, and he would do anything to protect her. Frank Colt struggled to adjust to a normal life since he retired from the Army. Frank and Emily's mother, Jennifer, divorced not too long ago. The marriage didn't survive, but he and Jennifer wanted to make sure he would still be a part of their daughter's life. Frank and Emily planned to spend a week together during her summer break. Since she was 6, she had an independent streak, insistent on having to do things herself, like learning to tie her shoes or ride a bike. Now 12 years old, Frank was relieved to know that her independence didn't yet exclude wanting to spend time with her father. Some days he felt that relating to his daughter was a struggle, but the past 2 days had been wonderful, and he hoped the rest of the week would go as well. "Baby, lunch is ready," Frank said. "Dad," Emily started. It wasn't Daddy anymore, Frank noted.
"I'm not a baby. I'm 12.
Frank smiled, not wanting to tell her that he'll always see her as his baby, and put the plates on the table. They ate in a cozy kitchen in a small, comfortable house. The inside was warm and inviting, with bright colors and ample lighting from the windows. Not exactly what someone would expect when coming to Frank's home. He allowed Jennifer to decorate it after the divorce. She wouldn't allow him to merely exist in a drab house that contained the barest amount of functional furniture. He sat next to Emily, sharing a casual meal with his daughter. Frank was content. He looked at her, smiling, but something outside caught his eye. A shadow moved across the window. For a moment, Frank questioned if he saw something. "Please, God, not now," he thought, a flash of concern across his face.
"What's wrong?"
Emily asked. He put a smile on his face and said, "Nothing. Everything's good." His flashbacks and feelings of paranoia put stress on his marriage. Frank didn't cope too well, using anger as a defense and withdrawing from his family. He eventually sought help after the divorce and was handling everything much better. He wanted things to be perfect with Emily, but he worried about the negative behaviors returning. "It was nothing. You saw nothing," Frank told himself. He needed this week to work out. For her. He stole a chip from her plate, and she swatted at his hand, laughing. He laughed, but in his mind alarm bells were ringing. Something felt wrong. He heard a sound outside, very faint, like a boot scuffing the dirt. But he didn't hear it, did he? There was no sound. It wasn't at the kitchen door leading to his backyard. There wouldn't be someone out there trying to come in and hurt them. Why would there be? Emily's face was a mirror of the unease he felt and showed. Frank was a statue, his eyes unfocused. She reached for his arm, trying to comfort him, but he moved away. He slid out of his chair with the ease of a shadow and stepped to the counter, pulling a large chef's knife from the wooden block. She was afraid for her father now.
"Dad, are you—"
2 sudden booms sounded, near simultaneously, as 2 of the 3 door hinges exploded. The door smashed inward, and the frame splintered under the boot, kicking the entryway open. A man in unmarked olive-drab fatigues had moved through the entryway before the door fell to the ground, swinging a rifle, an M4 carbine, toward Emily. The barrel seemed to grow as she watched it point in her direction. The man never saw Frank, who stepped over the fallen door the moment it hit the floor. He grabbed the rifle by the barrel, lifting it into the air as he plunged the chef's knife deep into the man's stomach. The intruder screamed in shock and pain. Frank shouted to his daughter, "Run!" Another man, just outside the door, lifted the shotgun he used to blow the door hinges. Frank pulled the barrel of the M4 to one side, spinning the first man around to face the shotgun-wielding intruder. He wrapped one arm around the man's neck and grabbed the grip of the carbine. His human shield didn't put up a fight, more concerned with the knife Frank left plunged into his belly. Frank thumbed the selector of the rifle to fully automatic and fired one-handed, ripping a burst into the shotgunner outside. The deafening boom rattled the windows as the second intruder fell back into the dirt and crawled out of the line of fire. Emily fled toward the living room when she heard the front door smashing open. Another man in the same drab fatigues moved through the doorway. Emily froze in fear, but the burst fire from the kitchen caused the man in the living room to hesitate for a moment and jolted her back into action. Frank had to get his daughter to safety. He wrenched his human shield's head to one side, snapping the man's neck. He didn't have time to unsling the rifle, so he tossed the dead man aside before rushing to his daughter. Emily moved down the hall, and Frank crossed to the living room to follow. Shots rang out from the front door, and rounds crashed into the walls around him. One bullet punched into his thigh, almost knocking him over. Another hit him in the ribs and grazed across his back. Frank's vision tunneled into blackness for an instant before returning. He caught up to Emily and used his massive bulk to shield her as they ran toward the garage door. He glanced down at his thigh, and even though the pain was excruciating, he saw no blood, not even a hole in his jeans. They were using rubber bullets. They wanted him alive. Why? He opened the door into the garage and led his daughter to the black Ford F-350 parked inside. She opened the passenger door and jumped into the truck. Frank went to his tool shelves and opened a hidden compartment in the wall. He pulled out a Beretta M9 and 2 spare magazines. Pressing the slide of the weapon back slightly, Frank visually confirmed that there was a round in the chamber. He tucked the magazines into one of his back pockets and hopped into the driver's side. "Buckle up, baby. Keep your head down," he said. Emily was scared, tears welling up in her eyes. He tried his best to calm her with a smile. Frank usually kept the key inside the truck for emergency escape purposes. The irony that it was a behavior he did to ease his feelings of paranoia was not lost on him. He pressed the start button, and the powerful V8 diesel engine growled to life. The doorway connecting the house to the garage burst open as one man snapped his rifle up and began firing. Frank slammed the gear into reverse and stepped on the gas. Rubber riot rounds were slamming into the windshield, causing spiderweb cracks, as the F-350's wheels spun in place for a moment. They finally gained traction, and 3 tons of steel and rubber shot backward through the closed garage exterior door. The thin steel door gave only the slightest protest before it tore free from its rails and rolled under the heavy-duty tires. Looking back over his shoulder, Frank saw a van at the bottom of his driveway. It was parked sideways as a roadblock to discourage any attempted escape from the garage. The men in the van were not expecting this situation at all. Frank pressed the accelerator down as the pickup truck roared. The van driver's eyes shot wide, and he began grabbing and pushing random things on the dashboard, completely forgetting how to drive at that moment. Frank swerved the rear of the truck to one side the instant it slammed into the side of the van, nearly tipping it over. His driver's side window now faced the house, and he saw 2 more men outside his front door. They lifted their rifles to take aim. Frank put the Ford's gear into drive and reached out with the M9 pistol in his left hand. He emptied a full magazine of 9mm hollow points at the 2 as he drove away, hitting one of them in the chest before he could fire at the truck. Pulling away from the area, Frank glanced into the rearview mirror. He saw a car that was parked across the street from the house speed after him. The van was circling to follow them as the remaining armed men rushed to get inside it. Frank lived in a remote area, so he knew the police response time would be much longer than they could afford to wait. Still, he told Emily to call 911 and let them know what was happening. Frank switched the pistol to his right hand and reached into his back pocket with his left for one of the spare magazines. His right forearm was keeping the steering wheel stable as he thumbed the release that dropped the empty magazine free. He reloaded the M9 and stored it in a holster between his seat and the center console. The road ahead came to a sharp right turn, and Frank prepared to take the corner without slowing down. Emily had her cell phone out of her pocket, ready to dial emergency services when she caught the glint from something stretched across the road. She yelled for her father to slow down. Frank saw the spike strip right as his daughter shouted a warning. He swerved the truck back to the left to widen his turn and evade the spikes. The Ford slid off the left side of the road onto the narrow shoulder, and he fought to keep it away from the steep downhill drop into the wooded area. The truck's wheelbase was just too broad, and one of the rear double tires rolled over the spikes and burst. The 4-wheel drive monster slid off the shoulder of the road and nearly tipped over. Frank corrected the wheel, steering off the road to keep them from flipping, but the left front end crashed into a tree. The impact caused the big Ford to spin counterclockwise, and the airbags exploded open. A moment later, the rear tires struck something solid during the fishtail spin. Frank and Emily were jerked violently to the right and suddenly felt weightless, as the momentum caused the truck to begin tumbling sideways down the hill. Windows shattered, throwing pebbles of safety glass everywhere. The remains of the black F-350 rocked to a stop deeper into the wooded area. Frank was dazed, but his body already sprang into action, unlatching his seatbelt. The vehicle's driver's side rested on the ground, and Emily dangled from her seatbelt down toward Frank. She was awake, but clutched her right arm with a pained expression. Are you okay, sweetheart? Frank asked.
I think my wrist is broken,
She said. The shake in her voice and tears in her eyes told Frank that she was trying to be brave for her father. We have to keep moving, he said. Frank released Emily's seatbelt while he cradled her in his arms. He let her down gently, pulled the Beretta from its holster, and tucked it into his pants. Reaching under the driver's seat, he unfastened an old Mossberg 500 pump-action shotgun that he kept there. It was his father's gun, and it was older than Frank. He kept the 12-gauge shotgun for more than sentimental reasons. The barrel was shortened for portability, and he knew that when he pulled the trigger, the old pump gun would not disappoint him. He racked the slide, loading a double-aught buckshot shell into the chamber. Can you run? Frank asked. She clutched her wrist to her chest and gave a small nod. You're so brave, and Daddy's very proud of you. I'll get you out of here, he said, kissing her forehead. Frank stepped out through the shattered remains of the front windshield and visually scanned the area. The car and the van were getting closer, but he saw a man moving across the street with a rifle aimed toward his truck. That must be the one who set up the spikes, Frank thought. The man saw Frank and snapped a quick shot, hitting the truck inches from his face. Frank stepped away from the pickup in a flash, firing his shotgun one-handed while his other arm guided Emily safely behind him. The Mossberg roared, and 9 .32 caliber pellets smashed through the rifleman's chest and neck, throwing him to the ground. The smell of gasoline became apparent in the air, mixed with traces of smoke. Frank turned and scooped Emily into his arms, sprinting deeper into the woods. I have to get her away before... The deafening explosion of his truck was sudden, and the blast carried him off his feet. Frank used his large body to shield his daughter from the heat and shrapnel. He hit the ground hard and rolled with the impact to keep Emily from getting injured anymore. Pieces of burning debris showered down nearby as he lifted his girl to her feet. Run, he told her, dragging himself back up. A car pulled just off the side of the road, keeping its distance from the burning wreck. 2 men exited the rear of the vehicle and covered the truck with their M4 carbines. One of them caught the movement in the woods and spotted Frank and Emily trying to get away. Target in the woods, the man called out, pointing in Frank's direction. The van then arrived and bounded carelessly down the grassy slope, stopping just beyond the destroyed F-350. The 3 remaining men from the assault team poured out of the back, moving through the woods at a near run. Frank heard their pursuers closing in. Emily tried to run as fast as she could, but every jarring step caused agony in her wrist. Tears streamed down her face as she moved. He had to slow the men down. Keep going, Frank yelled. He spun around and took cover behind a tree. 3 men moved in his direction. He racked in a fresh 12-gauge shell, brought the shotgun up, and fired. At 30 yards, the buckshot spread, but the hit was still enough to stop one of the pursuers. The other 2 men crouched and took cover. They tried leaning out to shoot, but Frank kept them suppressed, firing 3 more blasts, working the pump action smoothly between shots. He turned and ran back toward his daughter. The air cracked and whizzed around him as the rifle sent more riot rounds in his direction. Pain exploded across his right arm, causing him to drop the Mossberg. Frank stumbled as he ran, the momentum carrying him forward. He rolled over his shoulder and came up to a knee, facing the men with rifles. He pulled the Beretta from his waist, put the front sight of the M9 on one of the soldiers, and pressed the trigger twice. At the same moment, the man returned fire with his M4. Frank's first 9mm round drilled through the man's sternum, where he put the front sight. A rubber bullet blasted him high in the chest, near his left shoulder, causing Frank's second shot to miss. The pain overloaded his senses. Frank had to fight to remain conscious. He sat back on the ground, firing the Beretta one-handed. The slide locked back when the gun was empty, and he reached back for his last magazine when something hissed through the air and snapped his head backward. The bright flash of pain in his head turned to a dull ache, and everything turned to blur and blackness. A man in a gaudy, shiny fabric shirt stepped out of the passenger side of the dark sedan parked near the burning truck. The button-up shirt was a fiery red that sparkled like flames in the sunlight. Only the lower 3 buttons were closed, allowing the shirt to flow open and show the white tank top and brown leather shoulder holster under it. He rolled up the sleeves to his elbows while he walked into the woods, listening to the sound of someone screaming. 2 men pulled a young girl toward the van. She fought with them while shouting and crying. Carl Lawler looked back as they walked past, but his white leather shoes never broke their stride toward the injured man lying on the ground. The man on the ground called out to the girl. He turned his attention to Carl and his men, yelling curses and threats between his labored breaths. Carl stopped in front of the man and looked down at him with amusement. Frank Colt was this man's name, He is highly skilled and will be dangerous, the report read. Carl was impressed at how skilled Frank Colt proved to be, but ultimately, he was confident they would accomplish the mission. "Please," Frank was pleading now. "Just let her go. Let her go, and I'll do what you want." Carl's smile grew as he took his mirror-lens aviator sunglasses off and slid them into his shirt pocket. He reached a hand into his open shirt and came out with a chrome-plated Desert Eagle, chambered in .44 Magnum. He pointed the muzzle of the monstrous handgun at Frank. "My friend," Carl said, "we don't want you at all." Frank looked at his daughter and suddenly realized she was the one they were after. The riot rounds were used to make sure she would be taken alive. Carl pulled the heavy trigger and shot Frank in the chest. He flattened back to the ground and gurgled out a final breath. His eyes stayed open. A scream sounded from the van, the girl understanding the meaning of the gunshot. Carl kept the Desert Eagle aimed at Frank's body. "Confirm that Frank Colt is deceased," the report also said. He fired 7 more times into the body until the gun ran empty. The smile never left Carl's face. He put the pistol back into his shoulder holster, reached into his pocket, and retrieved his sunglasses. Before he left, Carl saw a drop of red on one of his white shoes. He swiped his foot on the dead man's pants to wipe away the blood. Carl twirled one finger in the air as a signal for everyone to move out and walked casually back to his car. The men loaded their fallen into the van, and the 2 vehicles sped away. Chapter 2. Day 1, 15:04 Mountain Time. The phone was ringing when Jennifer came in from her garage. Her daughter, Emily, usually called later in the evening to tell her how her day was. The call was a little earlier than she expected. Maybe it's just a solicitor, she thought, but hurried just in case. She ran to the phone, high heels clicking on the tile floor, trying to pick up before the answering machine did.
"Hello?"
Jennifer answered with an expectant smile, reaching down to take off her shoes. "Is this Jennifer Dawson?" The voice was polite but felt emotionless.
Yes."
The smile gave way to confusion.
"Who is the—"
"Formerly married to Frank Colt?" The voice cut her off.
"Who is this?"
Jennifer demanded, fighting the small but growing dread in her stomach. "Jennifer Dawson," the smooth voice continued as if she never asked a question. "We have your daughter, Emily, age 12. Frank Colt is dead." The shoe fell from her hand. Her heart dropped from her chest. Jennifer choked back a gasping cry, covering her mouth with one hand, the other trembling and pressing the phone firmly against her ear for fear of it falling to the floor. The voice continued. "If you do exactly what we say, when we say, you will see Emily return to you, safe and unharmed." Jennifer felt so small and helpless. She kept her hand over her mouth, afraid to make a noise and miss any details. "Miss Dawson, we know you work for Intensifies as a senior project manager in the Research and Development Department. We know that your team developed a new type of decryption software."
How do you know that?"
Jennifer blurted out, immediately regretting it. "Don't interrupt, Miss Dawson," the voice said, as calm as a teacher chiding a student. "We know that your team developed a portable device that can use the new software. What we want, Jennifer, is for you to go to work tomorrow morning, just like any typical day. Once inside, you will retrieve the prototype device and take it out of the building. After that, we will contact you with further instructions." Jennifer stood with her knees locked just to stay upright. The hand on her mouth now grasped the counter for stability. This was a nightmare. "Allow me to make the situation very clear, for the benefit of you and your daughter," the emotionless voice continued. "Under no circumstances are you to call anyone for help. Do not involve the police or any government agencies. Your daughter's life depends on it." Someone outside the company found out about the existence of the device. In a company as large as Intensifies, the leak could come from anywhere.
"What do I do now?"
she thought. The voice on the phone was very specific. No police, no one else, or they would kill Emily. She had to go into work tomorrow, gain access to a technology that was kept locked and guarded, and bring it to people she never met. If they honored their word, they would give her Emily in exchange for the device. Except there was no reason they would have to keep either of them alive. Nothing would stop them from taking the device from her and killing them both. The voice continued to give her very specific conditions for what they expected of her. Jennifer listened helplessly, hopelessly, as tears streamed freely down her face. Chapter 3. Day 1, 1915 Mountain Time. Born in the USA, Bruce Springsteen. Early Thursday evening at the Foxhole Bar was more lively than usual on a weekday. It was near the end of happy hour, and many of the customers started their Friday nights a day early. The inside felt friendly and inviting, without the family-themed franchise atmosphere. The bartender changed the program on the flat screen behind the bar from the local news to the sports channel. John Stone was a part owner of the Foxhole, but he enjoyed working an occasional shift as it allowed him to see how the business was doing. Also, he liked getting to know the locals that came for a drink or meal. Tonight, about a dozen people currently patronized the bar. John knew most of them, but two men he didn't know were near the back of the bar, beginning to raise their voices and get aggressive. One man was at a table, now standing up. He was nearly 6 feet tall, with the strong hands and arms of a working man. He was yelling something to another man at the bar. The man at the bar drank his beer and raised his voice to shoot angry responses back over his shoulder. This man was not as tall as the first, but made up for the height by carrying more weight. His thick muscles were surrounded in places by a generous layer of fat. His bald head, shaved clean by choice, betrayed a receding hairline visible in the stubble. The talk had grown louder over the course of the past minute. Now both men stood and closed the distance to each other. John made his way out from behind the bar and positioned himself between them. He placed a hand on each of their shoulders and kept them apart. His hands and arms were also well muscled, ending in the equally weathered and worn hands of a blue-collar grinder. John's barrel-chested build was developed while fighting for the freedom and security of his countrymen, as an Army Ranger. Unlike many of the men he served with, who had allowed themselves to settle into the post-military life, letting their hardened bodies smooth over with age and dormancy, John maintained his strength and fitness. He stood over the two men, outmatching them both in height and physique. John turned his head to face each one as he spoke. "Gentlemen, I'm not sure what this is about, but perhaps it's something that you can settle in a calmer fashion." John's tone was even, yet it carried authority. His voice matched his close-cropped brown flat-top, piercing eyes, and rugged appearance. His facial expression let them know that he wasn't asking. A thick mustache that covered his top lip separated his chiseled granite jawline and cheekbones, ending just at the corners of his mouth. His head sat atop a powerful neck that started at his ears and splayed out like a pyramid. "You're right, man," the shorter, thicker man said, putting his hands up and leaning back just enough to separate John's hand from his shoulder. "We just let things get a bit heated. I'm sorry." The corners of John's mouth pulled up in what passed for a smile, and his eyes softened as he nodded his acceptance. The taller man swatted John's arm away. "Get your hand off me, old man. Think you can just blimp over here and tell us what to do?" He turned to face John, now focusing his ire on the old warrior. John knew it was the alcohol talking, the super-soldier serum in a bottle that made this young man think he was invincible. He found himself cutting to the faux bravado with his words on an almost weekly basis, but this time it felt as if this kid was spoiling for a fight. "Hey, listen, fights tend to cost me money and customers when they happen." He took a step forward but kept his voice calm. "And when I lose money and customers, it upsets me. So I can't let that happen. Are we clear?" John dipped his head to lock eyes with the brash drunk, letting him know that he only expected one answer. "Hey, man, it's cool," the young man said with a smile that was far less genuine than he thought. He let his hands drop to his sides as his shoulders sagged. For most people, this would seem to be a natural gesture of acceptance, but John could read the intention behind the posture. Interpreting an enemy's body language was an ability that he developed in battle, and it kept him alive in all his years of service. The stakes tonight were much lower, but his instinct didn't have an off switch. Just as he expected, the rowdy drunk jerked back and telegraphed a sucker punch. John tucked his chin, leading with his forehead, and stepped inside the wild arc of the swing, Instead of the billiard ball clack of a head-to-head collision, there was a dull thunk as John's perfectly timed counter headbutt smashed into the bridge of his attacker's nose, using his momentum against him. Blood splattered from the man's nostrils, painting spotty crimson cones on his shirt as he rocked back. The man staggered on his heels before dropping to the ground, on his tailbone. After 2 slight swaying rotations, he fell back. Laughing and cheering erupted in the bar. It was rare that John had to dirty his hands to take care of a troublemaker, but when it happened, the regulars knew they were in for a show. And tonight, they were not disappointed. A few of the cheering patrons passed over small bills, losing their bets on how fast John would clean up the mess. John knelt down and grabbed a handful of the unconscious man's pant leg and dragged him to the front door. Then he put a massive hand under each of the man's armpits and hoisted him up, shouldering him like a sack of flour. John walked to the bus stop near the front of his bar and deposited the man in the normal trash pickup spot for troublemakers in his bar. He turned, wiping his hands together, and then along the fronts of his thighs when he noticed a man leaning near the entrance of the bar. He wore his tie loose in the after-hours fashion, dangling from his open collar. His suit looked like it fit him 5 years and 15 pounds ago, but now tugged at his midsection. John recognized him, not by his outfit, but the hardened eyes of a man who served. "Mark? Is that you?" "Yeah, John. It's been a long time." John couldn't help but notice that even though Mark Brenner smiled, he looked exhausted, like the day had just ground him down into an ashtray. They exchanged a big handshake as John clapped a hand on the man's shoulder. He could still feel the muscles of his arm, underneath the layer of insulation a desk job seemed to install into even the hardiest of men. "What's with the silk noose?" John asked. "And the extra padding?" "Some of us weren't lucky enough to get into the sanitation field after we served," Mark said, glancing over at the unconscious man at the bus stop. "I took a job with the company, behind a desk." "The CIA?" John heard rumors that Mark ended up working with the spooks, but it was somehow strange having it confirmed. John's smile beamed, but the luster faded as he noticed that it wasn't exhaustion that he saw in the man's face. "What's wrong, Mark?" "It's Frank," Mark said with a sigh. "He was murdered." John felt a hammer blow hit him in his heart. He put a hand over his eyes, pressing his temples with his fingers and thumb. He took 2 deep breaths to calm down. "What about Jennifer and Emily?" John asked. Frank shared custody of his daughter, Emily, with his ex-wife. "Jennifer's okay. She was at work when this happened." "Where's Emily? Where is my goddaughter?" "John, they took her." "Who? What do you mean, they?" John's fists tightened. Typically never one to lose his temper, he struggled to contain his fury. Mark saw John was having trouble coping with the bombshell he just dropped on his friend. "I've got a file here, with everything we currently know." He handed a bound envelope, thick with papers and folders stuffed inside. "Let's go back to your office." John's office was small, but he kept it clean. All of the paperwork was stored and filed with care. His military discipline didn't allow him to let his workspace fall into disarray and make his job more difficult. He sat at the desk and opened the envelope Mark gave him. "I'm not going to waste my breath telling you that I'm not supposed to disclose any of this to you," the CIA pencil pusher said. "I know you would eventually get your hands on it anyway, and I wanted you to know everything." "You still haven't answered my question, Mark. Who did this?" "We don't have that information yet, but I can tell you that Emily appeared to be the target." John straightened up when he heard that. "How do you know that? Why would they want Emily?" Mark rifled through the stacks of papers on John's desk, pulling one out and handing it to him. "This is the forensic account of the crime scene. The attackers used rubber bullets, and the autopsy reports show bruising consistent with the findings." "And they didn't want to risk killing Emily," John said, finishing Mark's explanation. "Yes," Mark said. "Once they had her, Frank was shot at point-blank range. Multiple gunshot wounds from a .44 caliber handgun." "Is this about Jennifer?" John asked. He knew Frank's ex-wife worked in the tech industry, and Emily could possibly be used as leverage to get something from Jennifer. "We believe so," Mark said. "Her position at a major data security company points in that direction. And we also know that her relationship with Frank was still amicable after the divorce, so there is no reason to think that she is a suspect." "What did she say when you told her?" John asked. "No contact has been attempted with her yet. The brass feels that if it is a ransom situation, the men responsible will be monitoring her closely to make sure she doesn't involve the police." Mark grunted as he pulled one of his legs up over his knee and leaned back in the chair. "I've pulled some strings to put a local police detail on her house. They're rather discreet. The bad guys won't spot them." "I'll talk to her," John said. Mark nodded, not wanting to dissuade his friend. He needed the ex-soldier's help in the matter, but didn't want to come right out and ask, feeling it would be better if John volunteered. "You'll keep me in the loop when you find anything out," John said. "Of course, John. I'll personally keep you informed. I'll do whatever it takes to get Emily back and find out who killed Frank." Chapter 4. Day 1. 20:07 Mountain Time. For Whom the Bell Tolls. Metallica. Footsteps clacked as waxed alligator skin Louis Vuitton shoes contacted marble flooring, until the man donning a $10,000 footwear reached the end of the hallway. Warren Ratcliffe stood in his mansion and looked out over his view of the mountain lake as he finished the conversation on a gemstone-studded mobile phone.
"So she's in. You don't foresee any issue getting her to capitulate?"
Ratcliffe ran a thumb and forefinger over his trimmed mustache while the voice on the other end confirmed.
"Excellent."
He clapped the flip phone closed into his palm with a forefinger. He slipped his hand holding the phone into the pocket of his slacks and walked back into his formal living room while opening one more button on his silk shirt. The weather was cool this high up, but the pressure of pulling off such a major accomplishment was getting to him. Jennifer Dawson was a key member of the team that developed the Pest prototype, a device capable of breaking any digital security encryption, and the plan required her cooperation. Jennifer's daughter, Emily, sat on a twin-size mattress set on the floor with her back pressed to a marble column. One arm was in a cast, rivaling what any doctor could manage at a hospital. She had her knees pulled up to her chest, with her nose and mouth tucked behind them. Ratcliffe felt no pity for the injured girl, but the fact that she was not brought to him unharmed, as he requested, caused him to tighten his jaw. Emily's well-being was critical in getting Jennifer to acquire the prototype device and bring it to him. The family's state of being beyond that had not yet been decided. Warren scanned the room, taking stock of the half-dozen mercenaries in his employ. His most trusted enforcer, Mr. Gordon, busied himself with a small polishing stone, honing the edge of his large blade tactical folding knife, blowing unseen dust off of the razor-sharp edge. The dark-skinned man was a mystery to Warren. He guessed him to be South American, possibly Brazilian, because of his accent. Research into his background had turned up very little, other than his skill set, which was impressive. He didn't even know his enforcer's full name, or if Gordon was even his real last name. What ultimately mattered more than anything else was that Mr. Gordon was always by his side. Violence was the man's stock in trade, but he tempered it with loyalty and professionalism. He was the best in the business, and worth every penny. The other armed men in the room ran the gamut of class and race, but all carried similar arsenals and were under the command of Ratcliffe's top enforcer. Their qualities were yet untested, but the small army was assembled in a short amount of time to take advantage of a small window of opportunity. These men were here to pull off the mission passed down from the man up top. His eye caught the girl's cast, and again the man seethed at the sloppiness of this hastily mustered force. Mr. Gordon had his work cut out for him. Emily raised her head to look around the sparsely furnished room with red eyes. Ratcliffe could see that she still had dried blood caked around one nostril and on her cheek. The overpaid buffoons tested his patience.
"Get her cleaned up,"
Ratcliffe said to two nearby mercenaries. He pointed them to a guest bathroom down the hall from where he had just come. The guards were rough getting the girl to her feet and pulling her down the hall. Not a concern of his, but then one of the hired guns muttered something about perks of the job.
"Excuse me?"
Warren addressed the men as they passed.
"What was that you just said?"
The men exchanged nervous glances. Almost under his breath, one of them said, I said, now we get to have a little fun. It's one of the perks of this job." Ratcliffe's eyes narrowed, boring holes through the mercenary. He looked over at Mr. Gordon and dipped his chin in an almost imperceptible nod. His loyal head of security nodded and slid the folding knife back into the slim pouch on his belt. The hired goon's eyes lit up in horror as the enforcer brought his knee up to chest height, chambering his leg. In a flash, Mr. Gordon's foot shot out in a picture-perfect sidekick. There was a wet crunch at the outer edge of his foot thrust into his target's Adam's apple, pinning the man's head and neck to the marble column behind him. Mr. Gordon pushed off of his support leg, leaning more of his body weight into his extended foot. Twisting it like he was extinguishing a cigarette, the mercenary's broken neck crackled. As smooth as he fired the kick out, Mr. Gordon pulled his foot back, knee still held high, with his shin now vertical. The man's body slumped to the floor as the enforcer wiped a hand down along the outside of his lower leg, snapping the fabric of his slacks straight before placing the foot back on the ground. Ratcliffe turned to address the rest of the stunned men in an empty room.
"Don't let my indifference to the little girl mislead you," he said. "That type of behavior will not be tolerated. We are not monsters."
Mr. Gordon pointed to another pair of mercenaries. "You two, clean this mess up." He pointed down at the body on the floor next to him. "Take his gear and make sure he disappears for good." Emily had already closed the bathroom door before the man outside was killed. She knew what happened, and was thankful she made it to the bathroom before watching the gruesome scene. Her hands shook with fear, but her mind switched gears, looking for an opportunity to be exploited. Emily turned the cold water faucet on and wet a hand towel to wipe away the dried blood on her face. Fear gripped her, but a small sense of defiance bubbled up. Keeping the water running, she quickly opened all the drawers and cabinets, looking for something, anything she could use when the opportunity arose. Her heart sank when she saw everything was empty. Emily turned off the water and stared at her reflection when the guard out front pulled her attention back. "You almost done in there?"
"Just a second," she said, flushing the toilet to buy a few more seconds. The toilet paper roll popped out in her mind. She pulled the roll off of the holder and pulled the metallic tube apart, retrieving the spring inside. Emily stuffed it into her pocket and did her best to replace the roll, wadding some toilet paper into the halves of the metal tube so it could hold in the side brackets. She wiped her palms across her eyes and looked in the mirror again. Confidence and hope almost replaced the crippling fear she felt when they first brought her here. "Be strong, like Dad taught you."
Chapter 5. Day 1, 20:45 Mountain Time. Separate Ways. Journey. "Please be assured that no one will notice watching over you, ma'am," a tall man with a beard said. Jennifer nodded.
"Thank you, officer."
"Remember, you can also call us if you need anything," the younger of the two undercover officers said. With a smile and nod, Jennifer closed the front door, watching through the square glass panel as they returned to their car parked down the street. She still felt helpless, even knowing the police were out there. She locked the door, walked back to the living room, and picked up the empty wine glass from the coffee table. She placed a hand over her mouth and closed her eyes, trying to force the sudden tears and sobs back. After a moment, she took in a deep breath and exhaled, feeling the shaking recede. Jennifer composed herself and headed into the kitchen. Her hand brushed the light switch, but a voice in the darkness called out just before she flipped it on. "Jennifer," the voice said. It was a soothing and calming tone, but the man behind it was tough and determined. A voice from her past she recognized. She turned the light on and saw an imposing figure standing next to the kitchen table. "John," she said, feeling a relief she hadn't felt since Emily was taken. John Stone was a friend of the family. He served with her ex-husband Frank as an Army Ranger, and he was Emily's godfather. The two hugged in greeting, and his strong presence was comforting to Jennifer.
"How long have you been there?"
she asked. "Long enough to hear you talking to the police," John said. "I slipped by them because I didn't want to complicate things. Just wanted to check on you. But I also need some information about what's happening." Jennifer put the glass into the sink and pulled her robe tighter, folding her arms across her abdomen. She nodded and sat down at the table with John.
"I got a call this afternoon. Some man saying he had Emily, and he wanted me to steal something for them."
She told John everything she could remember about the call and about the device that they wanted her to take for them. They needed her security clearance to get to the device since it was still in a prototype stage. "What is the device? What is it used for?" John asked.
"We've named the prototype Pest," she said.
It's capable of cutting through any known digital security encryption today, and it can learn to defeat anything newer it may come across in a short amount of time.
Pest? John asked.
The man who first created the project initially called it pestilence, because it worked sort of like a disease against any encryption it encountered. We shortened the name, so that it wouldn't sound so apocalyptic.
A small smile crept onto her face. Cyber war. The war of the future, John said. Can you tell me anything else about the caller? Any odd speech patterns, like a stutter or a distinct accent?
Jennifer's smile grew.
I can do better than that. My home phone is part of my internet service. Any calls that come through it leave a digital signature.
She got up and walked to the counter where a small laptop sat next to her purse.
I've been running a trace program to break through what little security the caller on the other end had.
She opened the laptop and logged in, pulling up a document she put together before placing the computer in front of John.
I traced the call to a cell phone belonging to this man, Carl Lawler.
The document had his name, known address, and a short list of prior convictions. Carl's most recent mugshot occupied the top right corner of the page, staring out at anyone reading about him. John smiled as well. The expression looked out of place, like trying to stretch cement.
Clever.
It took some time, but I was able to isolate his phone's location. I can only get within a few hundred yards or so, but he should be around this intersection right now.
John looked at the map displayed on Jennifer's laptop. A circle spread out, covering several buildings in the area. He traced a finger along each as he mentally drove through the intersection. He pointed at the largest of the buildings.
He's right there. Ambrosia nightclub.
Jennifer pulled the SIM card from her phone and slipped another one in, handing it to John.
Here, use this to stay in touch with me. I've got another one like it that I'll be using.
John grabbed the phone without questioning and slid it into his coat pocket.
I can contact you when I get more information, she said. Also, the phone has a short-range jamming signal built into it. A little something we've been developing in my lab.
Could come in handy.
You have to stay close, she said. It's only good for about 300 feet or so, but it should prevent any digital signal from broadcasting.
John stood up and placed a hand on Jennifer's shoulder.
I'll find out who's behind this and get Emily back safe.
She put a hand on his and nodded, pressing her lips together and struggling to keep the tears at bay again. She barely noticed John leaving the room. Chapter 6. Day 1, 2109 Mountain Time. Emily Colt retrieved the spring from her pocket and started the process of straightening a length of the coiled metal. She was moved into a different room with a lock on the door, instead of the wide-open formal living room. The bare mattress was brought in with her and shoved unceremoniously in the far corner. Like the living room earlier, this new room was also empty. Before her parents' divorce, Emily's father grew increasingly paranoid and obsessed with being prepared for worst-case scenarios. During that time, he would regularly teach his random skills that he thought would be necessary to survive a new, broken world. Her father eventually sought therapy to help him cope with his paranoia and difficulty adjusting to his civilian life. Emily forgot many of the things her father tried to teach, but the time she learned how to make and use a set of lockpicks stuck with her. Satisfied with the straightened length, she grasped the wire firmly with both hands and worked it back and forth, trying to bend it over and over again. The small, sturdy spring steel dug deep, bruising the flesh of her small fingers, all the way down to the bone. The pain was too much to tolerate, making the task difficult. Anger welled up inside, countering the pain. She needed to push her emotions down and concentrate. Footsteps thudded quickly down the hall, and she stopped, stashing the spring underneath the mattress. She listened for minutes, too scared to continue. Again, the sound of heavy footsteps could be heard, this time at a slower pace, and accompanied by a lighter set of footfalls, both heading back the way the first man jogged by. More minutes passed until Emily realized that the only sound she could hear was her own breath, flowing in and out through her nostrils. With the immediate threat of being discovered now out of her mind, she pulled the corner of the bed up and saw a small gap in the baseboard where it met with the floor. Emily fed the straightened portion of the spring in as far as it would go, and used the edge of the baseboard to bend the metal. She had to pull the spring, turn it over, then feed it back in, to bend it the other way. With the metal softened, She finished working it back and forth until it finally gave way and snapped. She repeated the process 2 more times, just in case she needed different lengths. Emily used the baseboard to bend smaller crimps into one of the bits of spring to form a smaller M shape at the tip. She now had a set of crudely made lockpicks. The rest of the spring was too short to be of any use, so she ripped a small slit into the mattress and discarded the bits inside. She pocketed her tools and sat back against the wall, planning her next move. Chapter 7. Day 1, 22:58 Mountain Time. I Want to Rock, Twisted Sister. The scene at Club Ambrosia was chaotic at first glance. Bodies packed onto the dance floor moved to the deliberate drum beats and growing guitar riffs of classic 80s hair metal bands. Smoke and pulsing laser lights added to the retro atmosphere of the exclusive new club. The DJ's state-of-the-art equipment made her seem out of place, but she controlled the crowd with perfect musical choreography. Carl Lawler slipped through the crowd to one of the neon-rimmed tables in the VIP area. Distracted by the beautiful bodies dancing around him, he took his time to get to his destination. Carl fired out casual pickup lines to random women, but over the pounding music, they fell upon practically deaf ears. He made a mental note of a few of the more beautiful women to keep an eye out for later and continued to swim through the crowd. Making his way to his destination, Carl saw his contact, Trevor, a fat man bodily taking up half the couch, with a woman on either side of him. Trevor wore a white suit jacket and pants over a light pink t-shirt. Rolled-up sleeves and loafers with no socks added to the throwback look, and the lines of cocaine he snorted from the mirror tabletop completed the package. The 2 women were a clear signal that drugs and power go a long way for a man like Trevor. Carl never enjoyed his meetings with the slob, but he was one of Warren's best suppliers of hard-to-get weapons and technology. "K-Dog, what's going on, my man?" Trevor yelled over the music as he saw him approach. Carl hated him. Hated his look, his smell, and the way he purposely pronounced dog, like it was spelled with an A and a W when he called Carl K-Dog. Trevor was soft. He wasn't a hardened killer, and Carl hoped for the day the disgusting slug would no longer be of use to Warren. Carl would show him then what it meant to have real power. Until that day, he was forced to keep attending these meetings. "It's all good, Trev. How are things going in your world?" Carl asked. "You know me, dog. It's always ladies' night in my world." Trevor leaned back to put his arms around the women to either side of him. "I'm swimming in so much tang, I'm like an astronaut." He let out a laugh that sounded like a garbage disposal full of raw chicken skin, and the women joined in the laughter a second later. Trevor nodded his head to the women on either side of him and asked, "You want a taste, man?" "Maybe later," Carl said. "Let's get this business done first. Then we can party." "Excuse us, ladies," Trevor said. He slid his clammy, pale hands down the back of each woman and squeezed their gorgeous curves between his bloated fingers. They needed no other encouragement to be away from him as they stood to leave the VIP area. One of the women grabbed the vial of cocaine from the table as they walked off. John Stone stepped through the doors of Ambrosia and swept his gaze across the crowded nightclub, looking for Carl. He wore a polo shirt and dark pants, the outfit of a bartender. It was enough to satisfy the dress code, but he appeared underdressed compared to most of the other clubgoers. John also carried a Colt 1911 semi-automatic pistol, chambered in .45 caliber. It was tucked into a holster inside his waistband, allowing him some measure of concealment with his shirt covering it. The 1911 was typically not a weapon carried concealed due to its size, but John's large frame allowed him to pull it off successfully. The phone screen cast a blue glow as John glanced at the photo of Carl. He worked his way around the perimeter of the club. It was still crowded on the edges, but not like the massive bodies on the dance floor. John's eyes scanned everyone quickly, looking for his target, a skill from his military days to quickly assess any potential threats. As he moved around, John also tried to pick Carl out from the dance floor. He made his way deeper into the club when the VIP area came into view. He worked his way in that direction as he pushed through the crowd. He spotted Carl at a table, talking to a fat, sweating man in a white suit. Carl stood to leave and made his way onto the dance floor. John took a moment to consider the man in the VIP area as a possible person of interest about finding the ones that took Emily. He would have to think about that later. He already knew Carl Lawler was involved, so he made it to the top of John's list. John made his way to the middle of the club, attempting to intercept Carl before he got too deep into the mob of dancers. He was nearly on his target when a woman, carrying a tray full of oddly shaped glasses filled with different colors of liquid, nearly collided with him. John stopped to make sure she didn't spill anything and let her pass. When he looked back to the dance floor, Carl was already well into the crowd. John tried to work his way toward him, but the mass of bodies was difficult for a man his size to wade through without causing a scene. He saw his target, near the middle of the floor now, trying to talk with some women over the pounding music. He reached Carl but stepped past him while twisting in time with the beat. As John turned, he whipped the back of his fist into Carl's face quickly. His knuckles snapped into his target's temple, using the shift of his hips to both generate power and disguise the strike as an awkward dance move. Carl was stunned right out of his conversation with the beautiful women dancing next to him. His legs buckled, but John was already helping him up and apologizing for the accident. He pulled one of Carl's arms over his massive shoulders and helped to walk him off the floor like he would with a friend that had one too many drinks. They made it to the edge of the dance floor when Carl regained enough of his sense to realize he was being escorted out by someone he didn't know.
"Hey, man, what's that? Get off me, man. Who are you?" he said to the mustached mountain.
John laughed it off like he was talking to a friend.
"It's cool, I got you. We're just going out for a little fresh air," he said, carrying him to the exit.
Carl got more aggressive as he pulled away, yelling,
"Get your hands off me, man. I'll kill you."
John tried to stay calm and friendly, but he noticed a bouncer near the front watching the two of them now. He grabbed his target in as friendly of a headlock as he could and continued to the front entrance. Carl panicked, flailing and screaming to jerk his body away. John kept his demeanor friendly, but held the vice-like grip around his head. It was clear now that they weren't going to get out without trouble. Another bouncer joined the first one at the front entrance as they made their way toward him.
"I'm not trying to cause any trouble. We were just heading out right now," John said.
He wasn't going to fool them into thinking Carl was his friend, so John tried to use a common-sense approach. If the bouncers let him leave, there would be no disruption in the club. But these two didn't buy it.
"Let him go, right now," the first bouncer said to John.
His posture was menacing, and his partner stepped to the side, blocking their path out. The body language was all meant to intimidate. It didn't come close, but John played along. He felt these two were looking forward to the situation getting physical. If it came to that, it would be best for John to have both hands free. He released his grip, and Carl fell to the floor, spitting blood and cursing at his captor. He bolted between the bouncers and toward the exit in a flash. John moved to stop him, but the bouncers took the move as aggressive and attacked. Fighting 2-on-1 is difficult, even more so in a closed or crowded space, but it was clear to John that these two spent more time looking like fighters than being them. The first one stepped in and threw a ponderous haymaker right with all of his momentum behind it. John stepped with ease to the side of the punch and lifted a foot to trip the bouncer. The second man's attack surprised John, not because the punch caught him off guard, but because the bouncer threw the same giant right hand at his buddy. This time, John stepped inside the big arcing punch and lifted his left arm to protect his head while driving his elbow into the man's face. The forward momentum caused the point of John's elbow to collide with the bouncer's chin. The bouncer's head snapped up, sending him crashing to the floor. John looked up to see Carl pushing the front door open. He started after him, but two beefy arms wrapped around his body, pinning his arms to his sides. Distracted by Carl's escape, John didn't notice a third man joining the fight. He was lifted off of his feet and turned back around. The first bouncer was back on his feet. The arms were iron bars wrapped around his body, holding him in place. The bouncer standing in front of him measured off another big right hand. John snapped his head back, smashing his captor's nose, and timed the other man's punch for a counter. He bent forward at the waist, pulling the third bouncer forward. John ducked under the fist as it connected with the forehead of the man holding him. There was a sickening crack as the bones in the attacker's hand crumbled under the pressure of the punch meeting thick skull. The first bouncer howled in agony as the third man fell backward, like a giant tree that had been cut down. John turned to make his way toward the exit before anyone else could slow him down. Carl was outside the effective radius of Jennifer's jamming device. John had to find him fast. Chapter 8. Day 1. 2340 Mountain Time. Panama, Van Halen. Carl burst outside through the door of the club.
"Who is that lumberjack trying to get me out of here?" he wondered.
He paused for a moment, trying to remember where he parked his car. Carl turned left and sprinted around the building, down the side alley to the parking lot, fumbling for his keys. He spotted his car parked away from the building and cursed himself for being so vain, refusing to park it too close to other cars or people. A laughing couple stepped out from behind a dark sedan, crossing his path. Carl tried to shove between them, but they all collapsed in a pile. "What the hell?" the man yelled from his back. The woman with him crashed into the front of their car and rolled off the hood with a pained, angry scream. Carl pushed off the ground to keep moving when he realized he lost his keys. He was frantic, scanning the lot before he found them peeking out from under the woman's purse, and Carl grabbed the bag to toss it aside. The woman grabbed his arm to pull him away. "That's my purse, you pathetic—" Carl spun and punched her full in the face. She let out a yelp and collapsed. The man stood and rushed him. The two of them collided and stumbled back to the ground as the man flailed with wild punches down on Carl's head and arms. He shoved the man away while reaching under his jacket to pull the chrome Desert Eagle from his shoulder holster. The man's eyes shot wide open, and he held his hands up while scooting away with his hands and elbows. Carl rolled away, swiped his car keys off the ground, and sprinted for his vehicle. He finally reached his metallic red V10 Audi R8 Spider and pressed the button on his fob to unlock the door. The car growled to life almost as soon as Carl settled into the seat. He backed out of his space, nearly swiping the car next to him, and threw the car into drive. Carl maneuvered the Audi into the back alleyway to get his car out onto the street. He fished a phone out of his pocket when he saw the giant from the club running toward him. John exited the club and saw no sign of his target. He glanced left and right, then cursed under his breath. He was about to guess which direction to move when he heard shouting from behind the building. It wasn't a guarantee he would find Carl there, but his instinct told him to act on it. John ran to the left and rounded the corner. He saw an alleyway that led to a second parking lot behind the curb. He had to get there before Carl got into his car and drove away. John sprinted as fast as he could down the alley and heard the growling engine of a car heading straight for him. Was this the only way out? Then he saw the small red car roaring at him. Even in moonlight, he could see Carl behind the windshield. He had a devilish grin as he gripped the wheel, expecting to win this mismatched game of chicken. The Audi Spider screamed toward him. His 1911 pistol would not be an option here. The parking lot was behind Carl, and John couldn't be sure that there wouldn't be bystanders in the line of fire. John looked for anything that could be used to stop him or slow him down. The steel dumpster against the wall was all he could find. Reaching it before Carl would be challenging, and the distance got shorter with every passing second. John lunged with steel-piston strides and reached the big metal box with just enough time to yank it away from the wall and into the path of the car. The dumpster now blocked most of the alley, forcing Carl to brake and swerve his car to avoid the collision. The Audi screeched as it scraped its passenger side along the steel container. Carl jerked the wheel back to the right, causing the rear end to slam into the wall of the next building, losing some of his speed. John leaped onto the car as it tried to get away and dug his fingers around the lip of the hood. John smashed his right fist into the windshield, aiming for Carl's face. The impact buckled the laminated glass and created a spiderweb of cracks radiating out, blocking the driver's view. Carl was in a full panic now, screaming while dropping his phone and reaching for his pistol. He jammed the muzzle forward and jerked the trigger. A large hole exploded through the glass, and John ducked to avoid the shot. He rolled his body up the windshield to the roof and flattened out, grabbing either side for support. John searched out the spots where the beastly convertible's ragtop connected to the vehicle. Carl was momentarily dazed from the loud report and muzzle flash, but he regained control and finally turned onto the street as he saw John roll up to the top of his car. He aimed his gun upward and fired 2 more times, bracing for the blast by shutting his eyes momentarily. The shots came dangerously close to hitting John. He found the roof's connection points and grabbed the passenger side edge with a large hand. John tore the joint free with a grunt of effort and peeled the convertible top open like a can of sardines. He was met with a hysterical scream and a wildly swinging hand, shoving a shiny Desert Eagle through the opening. Carl tried to get the gun as close as possible so that he couldn't miss. John grabbed the weapon as his hand swallowed Carl's. He squeezed and twisted with all his might. Parts of the handgun, as well as the hand holding it, gave in and broke under the pressure. Carl's mind overloaded with fear and pain, and he felt the small bones in his hand crumble. He just wanted to jump out and run away. They sped toward the red light at the intersection. Carl tried to make it through, but a truck crossed right in front of him. He stomped the brake and swerved to the right, sideswiping the other vehicle. The impact of the collision launched John off the top of the Audi. He landed hard on the street, rolling with the momentum. Brakes screeched as drivers desperately tried not to hit him. John stood up on wobbly legs. He saw the tires of the convertible spin up clouds of smoke, then break away, The driver of the truck got out. He was a gangly, bearded man with the area around his gray facial hair stained a golden brown like his teeth. The man adjusted his hat sporting a beer logo on the front and walked over to John, plucking a cell phone from his faded jeans. "Are you okay, man?" he asked. Then he added, "Were you on top of that car?" John grabbed the man by his shirt to add seriousness to his tone when he spoke, but also to steady himself. "Sir, I need to borrow your truck," he said. He released his grip and headed for the old pickup. "Just wait a minute," the man said, putting a hand on John's shoulder. "You can't just take—" A solid fist caught the driver completely off guard. It slammed into his stomach, stealing the breath from his lungs. The truck driver dropped to his hands and knees, struggling for air while his nervous system rebooted. John climbed into the old brown and white pickup and started the engine. He threw the loose stick shift into first gear and slammed his foot down on the gas. The truck lurched, and the tires sprayed loose asphalt out before finally gaining some traction. Carl's Audi grew smaller as John took off toward him. Carl pushed the Spider as fast as it would go. His car sported a beefy V10 engine, but a damaged axle prevented him from exploiting its full power. "Who is that guy? Is this about the girl and her mom?" If that was true, Carl had to let Warren know about the situation. His cell phone sat next to his gun in the passenger seat, sliding as he weaved through traffic. Carl reached for the phone, cursing as his broken fingers protested. The device nearly fell onto the seat, but he barely held on with his damaged right hand. He checked the rearview mirror to make sure the stranger wasn't following. When it was clear, Carl turned his attention to the phone in his hand, but his peripheral vision caught something in the mirror. A big pickup truck approached fast, passing other cars as it approached. It was still some ways back, but it was gaining with every weave through the traffic. Carl scanned the area, searching for a way to evade his pursuer. He spotted a small side street between two buildings and smashed his foot on the brake. He struggled to make the sharp right turn using only one hand to steer, but he managed to maneuver the Audi around the corner, scraping a fender against a parked car. The side street was narrow, and he slowed a bit so he could concentrate on making a phone call. Carl spotted a stop sign at the end of the small street, leading out onto the main road ahead. Blaring his horn, Carl burst from the alley, trying to take the left turn onto the street as fast as he could. The red Spider shot out, horn blaring and skidding to start a wide turn. He managed to get out onto the main road without another accident. With his good hand holding his phone, he didn't have full control of the steering wheel, so Carl kept his speed down lower than he would have liked. The call dialed and began to ring before it suddenly failed and ended. He cursed and stuffed the phone into his shirt pocket. He never saw the brown and white truck pull up beside him. The driver sideswiped into the right side of his Audi, catching him completely unaware and sending the small red car careening to the side. John darted in and out of traffic with his borrowed truck, shortening the distance to the Audi. Borrowed, he thought to himself, knowing it was a lie. He stole the man's truck, and though he would be more than willing to return it, John knew that didn't make it any less of a crime. He justified his actions by telling himself that this was to save a young girl, that losing his target would put her in even more danger than she was already in. He closed the distance when the little red sports car turned down a side street. John guided the truck onto a wide road that ran parallel to the narrow path. His phone was running the jammer, and he hoped he closed the distance before Carl could send a call out. John was on the red Spider moments after it emerged from the side street. His first sideswipe almost took the car completely out of action. Just as his target was regaining control, John swerved his steering wheel, smashing the truck into Carl's car again. The little convertible was sent nearly into the oncoming traffic in the next lane, and John pushed the accelerator down, preparing for another hit. As he drew near, Carl sped away, his engine able to pull the smaller car away faster than the large truck could keep up. Carl glanced over to his passenger seat and saw the gun was no longer there. He frantically searched the floor of the car and saw it bouncing around near the brake pedal. He let his foot off the accelerator for an instant so he could reach the pistol and quickly sat back up, scanning his rearview mirrors. In the cracked shards of his side mirror, he saw the pickup truck moving up on the right side. Carl couldn't hold the pistol effectively with his damaged right hand, so he gripped it with his left and fired across his body. The bullet ricocheted off the hood, and the truck kept back far enough to keep Carl from being able to aim at the driver directly. The truck faded back a little and suddenly jerked in his direction, hitting the Audi with a solid strike to the rear fender. The sports car swerved into a fishtail, then overcorrected, driving through a fence into a construction site for a new building. In the loose dirt and uneven terrain, the truck would have more of an advantage. Carl cursed. He had to get out of here and back on the street. The roar of the pickup's engine grew louder as he made several random turns between portable structures and large vehicles. He gunned the engine down a worn path that led back to the road and saw the light fence getting closer to him. The monstrous truck abruptly cut off his only path of escape, skidding in front of his car, sending out a rooster tail of rocks and debris. A cloud of dirt and dust spread out in a plume as his pursuer barreled straight for him. Carl screamed, stuck his arm out the window, and emptied his pistol at the oncoming truck. He prayed the shots would be enough to get the other man to swerve. The truck continued to accelerate straight toward him, the driver not even flinching, as two of the bullets smashed through the truck's windshield. Carl's car wiggled indecisively as he panicked, choosing a direction to get off the path and dodge the oncoming vehicle. The Spider almost squeezed out of the way, but Carl felt the truck smash along the side of his car and knock him off course again. Petrified of the man in the truck, he kept the gas pedal pinned all the way down with his foot. He tried to point his car toward the main road and oversteered, sending the car bounding in the direction of a bulldozer. In a last-ditch effort to avoid a collision, Carl went with the skid, hoping to make it around the massive construction vehicle. The blade of the bulldozer gouged into the car's body just behind the front left fender, shearing the door from its hinges and tearing the rear wheel from the axle. The impact stopped the small car dead in its tracks. John stopped the truck close by and stepped out with his pistol drawn. He closed the distance with smooth steps, keeping his aim on the slumped figure in the driver's seat. Looking through the passenger side, John saw that one of Carl's arms was severed by the crash. Arterial pulses of blood gushed from the ripped, jagged wound. He reached the driver's side and saw Carl moving his mouth, wordlessly pleading as he bled out. He eventually stopped moving, and his eyes stayed fixed open. John pulled out a small flashlight and examined the inside of the wreck, finding the remains of Carl's phone. He cracked the body open to retrieve the SIM card inside, dropping it into his shirt pocket before calling Jennifer. After only one ring, he heard her answer.
"Hello?"
"It's me," John said.
"Are you okay?"
Jennifer asked, following Carl's movement on her laptop. "I'm fine, but Carl's a dead end. I have the SIM card to his phone. Maybe you can find something useful on it."
"That's good,"
she said, then asked,
"What happened to Carl?"
"He was caught dozing behind the wheel," John replied. The sound of police sirens grew as they followed a not-so-subtle trail to the construction site. "I'll call you later," John said as he left the scene on foot, using shadows for concealment. Chapter 9. Day 2. 00 hours, 1 minute Mountain Time. Warren Ratcliffe leaned forward in the high-back leather chair, placing his hands palm down on the dark wood hardwood table in his conference room. The pair of 70-inch OLED displays curved around to form an arc at the head of the table, showing him the other participants of the video conference. Even though half a dozen smaller windows split the image, each showing someone on the other end, only 3 of them had recognizable faces staring back. The other 3 were either silhouettes or some type of digitally altered signal to mask the face and voice of the participants.
"As I mentioned at the beginning of this meeting, I assure you that our asset is making progress in acquiring the prototype for us," Warren said.
He had the urge to wipe away an imaginary droplet of sweat on his brow, but he feared the gesture would show a sign of weakness to the others. "You can assure us that the asset is fully cooperative, I hope," one of the digitally altered attendees said.
"Of course. I've taken steps to ensure that Miss Dawson will have no choice but to do what we ask of her."
"And what does this device do again?"
This question came from a heavy-set man in the lower left window. His head was shaved clean, showing a pattern of traditional tribal tattoos and a crescent arc on the left side of his head, tucking beneath the collar of his silk burgundy shirt. The man had a long, wispy beard of mostly gray hairs wiggling their way down his chin, almost covering the knot of his tie. Warren crafted a response in his head that didn't sound like he was repeating himself once again.
"In simple terms, it's a decryption device. It uses a sophisticated layered algorithm to entangle itself in a secure system, forcing the encryption to, for lack of a better phrase, burst at the seams."
"How does it accomplish that?"
the big Pacific Islander asked. Warren was starting to lose his patience with this group of distracted mental munchkins.
"Again, it is a self-replicating set of instructions, all working in concert with the host. It overwhelms all known digital encryption, including government security protocols, and passes all the data back along to the host."
"Right. And what good is this device if you've got to break in and get the information even to use it?" The pale, waxy-faced cadaver in the lower center window chimed in. "And how much information are you talking about? Megabytes? Terabytes?"
"I don't think you're grasping the scope of what this device can manage."
"Don't presume to tell us what we can and cannot grasp, Ratcliffe." The digital warbling voice of the silhouetted man in the top center rattled in his speakers. The man leaned forward when he spoke, clearly upset. Warren dipped his head low, looking up at the people on the screen.
"My apologies, sir. I meant no offense."
When the intimidating shadow receded, Warren continued.
"This device has incredible potential. It is capable of infecting entire networks if it has access. You ask how much data we're talking about? It is capable of slicing through exabytes of data in minutes. The amount of data we could secure will make Wikipedia look like a drop of water in a sea of information."
"I'm not sure you've answered my original question," the wax man said. "You boast about your ability to crack even the most elaborate encryption like a walnut, yet you don't have any files, nor the device to accomplish what you claim." This statement set the others off, one or two trying to defend Ratcliffe's position while the rest shouted over each other.
Jackals bickering over rotted scraps, Warren thought. "Gentlemen, please, I don't wish for this meeting to devolve into shouting and chest-thumping. Would it put your minds at ease if I told you that I am in the process of recruiting a team of high-level hackers?"
The arguing slowed as the men returned their attention to Warren.
"For your sake, I hope you find the best people for the job,"
the shadow in the top center said. "Also, I would hate to see you fail in your task to get your hands on the device," the man in the upper left said.
"Of that I have no doubt," Warren said. "We've got an insurance policy to make sure the woman tasked with the mission cooperates. We've got her daughter."
The body language of the men in the video conference suggested that the answer was satisfactory, except for the fat tattooed man. Warren wasn't sure if he didn't like the plan or the fact that they kidnapped a young girl to pull it off. He didn't care what the blubbery oaf thought anyway. With a barest of acknowledgement, each of the men bowed out of the meeting, killing their feeds. Warren stood and straightened his suit jacket before stepping out of the conference room in his mansion. He turned to the man outside guarding the door.
"Tell Mr. Gordon I need to talk to him."
"Of course, sir." The guard pressed a finger to his earpiece and keyed his mic to send the order to someone that could pass along the message. Those idiots at the top had no idea what Warren and the device were capable of doing. He entertained the thought of collapsing the entire power structure and taking over, when a knock sounded at the massive oak doors.
"Come in, Mr. Gordon."
Chapter 10. Day 2. 01:30 Mountain Time. John walked through an apartment complex parking lot a few blocks away from the construction site, where he left Carl in the stolen pickup truck. He called Jennifer back once he knew he was safe.
"The phone I gave you has an extra SIM card slot," Jennifer said. "Put his card in there, and I should be able to access the information on it from here."
He found the slot after a short search and inserted the card. "Okay, it's in there."
"All right. Give me a second to access it."
"Take your time," he said. "I need a few moments myself." He needed another vehicle so he could move quickly to investigate any clues Jennifer might find on Carl's SIM card. The parking lot was full at this time of night, so he had the luxury of finding a suitable vehicle. Power and performance were low on his list. He needed a car that would be easy to break into and get started. John walked as casually as he could through the parking lot, holding the phone to his ear, and finally found the car he would choose. Jennifer was speaking again.
"John, I'm looking through his recent calls and message history. I see a few calls and texts sent to one particular number over the last 2 days."
John held the phone between his shoulder and ear as he approached the driver's side door of the silver late-model Nissan Sentra. Jennifer continued.
"The number belongs to Ivan Ferrier. I pulled the text messages between them, and it sounds like Ivan will be meeting someone at a warehouse just off 6th Street, near the river. I don't know what the meeting is going to be about, but it looks like it's going to be in a few hours."
John was speaking to Jennifer as he worked to open the car door. "I don't even know how you're getting this information from just that little card," he said.
"You'd be shocked to know what kind of personal info I can get just from your phone," Jennifer said.
With a slight shake of his head, he said, "Maybe I shouldn't know. I better get going." Send me any information you can find out about Ferrier." He hung up the phone and stuffed it into his pocket. Besides his Colt 1911 semi-automatic, he also carried a small bag that fit into his front pocket, with a few emergency survival-type items in it. Using a simple technique and a couple of the little tools from the bag, John unlocked the door quietly and slipped into the front seat. A few moments later, he started the car and backed out of the parking space. He drove slowly out of the apartment complex to avoid suspicion, and merged the nondescript silver sedan into traffic toward his next location. Chapter 11. Day 2. 02:58 Mountain Time. Shoot to thrill. AC/DC. John pulled the Sentra across the street from a warehouse-type building. It was the location of the meeting, so he needed to approach as quietly as he could. John didn't have a picture of his target, so he had to watch how everyone interacted with each other. He decided to park his car out of sight and watch from inside it until he knew who was coming. A quick visual search of the area found it empty, except for a few white vans and trucks in the fenced-in lot. They were company vehicles parked there overnight. An hour and a half into John's surveillance, a lone Mercedes sedan arrived and parked near the meeting location. Two men stepped out of the car. Both were pretty well dressed, but one of them was clearly in charge. They scanned the area quickly and seemed confident they were alone. It appeared to John that they arrived early to the meeting to make sure things would be clear. Or maybe they wanted to set up an ambush. These guys have some real trust issues, John thought. He needed to find out if this was Ivan Ferrier, or if it was the other party involved in the upcoming meeting. John pulled his cell phone out of his pocket and, using Carl's SIM card, began typing a message to send to Ivan. He chose a simple message, "Are you there yet?" and masked the send button with his thumb. A few seconds later, one of the men, the leader, grabbed his phone from his inside coat pocket and looked at the screen. He thumbed the screen for a moment, then dropped his hands while continuing to hold the phone. Seconds later, John's phone buzzed with a text alert. He looked at the screen. "Yeah. Why?" The man with the fancy suit was Ivan. He didn't bother to send a reply, sitting in the car until the two men walked into the warehouse. John slipped out of the car, closed the door gently, and made his way to the target building. He checked his watch and saw that it was 10 minutes away from the time of the scheduled meeting. His plan would be to get in and grab Ivan before the meeting started. The fewer threats he had to deal with, the better. Neutralizing the second man would be key to make sure no one would send an alert for as long as possible. John moved to a side door, halfway down the length of the building. He knelt in front of the handle and pulled the lockpicks from his pocket survival pack. A few seconds later, he turned the tumbler, pressed the thumb lever over the handle, and eased the door open. Someone turned on all the lights just before John got in. The inside of the warehouse was brighter than outside, and the overhead lights were getting brighter as they warmed up. It seemed as if Ivan wanted no surprise during his meeting. The inside of the building was a large open area with a concrete floor and a high ceiling that had visible steel support beams. The warehouse was less than halfway full, with boxes loaded on pallets, stacked mostly around the perimeter. The center of the large room was mostly bare, with only a table and 6 folding chairs adorning the empty area. There were only a few dark spaces where John could hide, so he would have to execute his plan quickly. Luckily, John's extensive military training and experience included objectives like securing a target. However, John usually worked as part of a team. He would have to adapt and do it solo. That was also what he was trained to do. 5 minutes before the scheduled meeting time, another sedan, this one black, rolled into the designated warehouse lot, parking at the far end. The engine idled for a few moments before turning off. Each of the 4 doors of the car opened, and the 4 occupants got out. The driver and one of the rear passengers were both dressed in black suits, with white shirts and black ties. They were heavily muscled, and their heads were on swivels, scanning the area for potential danger. The front passenger was also in a suit, but it seemed a much more expensive cut and material. He wore a large jeweled gold watch, a couple of large rings, and a gold necklace under his jacket but over his tie. He also glanced around, but more out of reflex, to find people that might be admiring his look and style. The last man exited the vehicle clutching a laptop case under one arm like it was a school book. He dressed in a short-sleeved light blue button-up shirt and khaki pants with brown shoes. Like the first 3, he also surveyed the area. Unlike them, his movements were quick and nervous, as if he were about to get caught doing something he wasn't supposed to be doing. When the two muscled men were satisfied that the area was clear, they flanked the other two men and made their way toward the warehouse entrance. The flashier man walked one step in front with a cocky stride, with the nervous man shuffling right behind him. John stalked the two men as they checked the warehouse interior, using any shadows or objects large enough to conceal his considerable bulk. He moved like a ghost as he closed the distance to Ivan and his associate. A quick glance at his watch showed he had just under 5 minutes to grab his mark and get him out of the warehouse before the other people showed up. The time to act was now. He moved to a position just beside the two men and lunged out from between two crates, hurling a massive fist right at Ivan's jaw. It was a blow that would have dropped just about any other man, but Ivan, by sheer luck or skill, saw the punch a split second before it landed. He turned his head away at the moment of impact, absorbing the most brutal part of it, but still taking a considerable shot just above his ear. He was dazed and barely able to stay on his feet. John used the opening to turn his attention to the second man. He pulled the stunned man closer, slipping behind him with surprising agility. John wrapped his left arm around the neck of the man, trying to secure a choke. Before John could knock the second man out, Ivan regained his composure and whirled on the two combatants. He slid a hand into his suit jacket, pulling a Car Arms PM9 pistol. John used his free right hand to clear his Colt 1911 from its holster inside his waistband, while holding the man in front, using him as a barrier. John flicked the safety off and had his weapon up and pointed at his hostage before Ivan could bring his gun up. "Drop it," John said. Ivan ignored the command. He whipped his pistol up and started shooting his PM9 wildly at them. The first shot was wide to John's left, but the follow-up shots impacted his human shield. The man bucked and screamed. John shoved him toward Ferrier, allowing him to roll behind a wooden crate. John overestimated the value of Ivan's partner. Bullets were crashing into his cover, and he could hear Ivan yelling now.
"You rats are trying to ambush us,"
he screamed as he reloaded. John used the crates as cover, moving around to flank his target, preferring to let him shoot at his last known location. Ivan quickly sidestepped a crate to get a clear shot, only to find an empty space. John stepped out from behind his cover, lining up his shot. His gun boomed twice, and two impacts hit like sledgehammers on Ivan's chest, taking the gunman off his feet. John's shots found their mark, as they had many thousands of times before during constant drilling and real-world execution. Ivan lay, sprawled out on the floor, nearly unconscious. John kept his Colt aimed at the downed man, closing the distance with smooth, deliberate steps, and kicked the PM9 across the floor. A quick glance confirmed his gut instinct. Ivan was wearing body armor under his suit. It was a clear sign that he didn't trust the people with whom he was about to meet. Now John only had to secure him and get clear of the warehouse before the others arrived. Parker Lewis fidgeted behind his boss, Dmitri. The two men assigned to guard them stood to either side and began to escort them to the warehouse for the scheduled meeting. He just wished he could back out of this whole thing. He had been introduced to Dmitri a few weeks ago while at a company party. Dmitri was, for whatever reason, very interested in hearing about the type of work he did. Parker was a programmer and software security analyst for a major telecommunications company. He and Dmitri seemed to hit it off right away, and Parker was invited to party with the crazy Ukrainian 2 days later. He spent days treated like a VIP, getting into any place he wanted, while being told how important his work was. At first, he suspected that this was just an attempt to recruit him to a different company. That would have been fine. But Parker didn't know how they would react if they offered him a job and he declined. He was happy and well compensated with his current employer and wasn't looking to go anywhere else. He hadn't realized at the time that he was being manipulated and recruited for a different purpose. All the talk of his importance eventually led to Dmitri offering Parker a one-time consulting job. The job would pay nearly half his annual salary for only a few days' work. Also, they would pay him in cash, so there would be no evidence of any conflict of interest with his current employer. It sounded too good to be true, and part of him was reluctant to accept the offer. When Parker voiced his concern about taking on the job, Dmitri's demeanor changed. His smile never faltered, and his temper never rose, but he fixed his eyes on Parker, and his words made it very clear that Dmitri was not a man to be refused. He mentioned Parker's mother and little brother, and how it would be unfortunate for them if he turned the offer down. The conversational tone of Dmitri's voice hid none of the threat that soaked every word he uttered. So now here Parker was, flanked by two very muscular men, being led to a secret meeting late at night by this dangerous, unpredictable man. They were no more than 20 feet from the car before the pops of gunfire came from inside the warehouse. The two security men pushed Parker down to a crouch and moved themselves to the front of the group.
"We're getting you out of here, sir," one of the guards said to Dmitri. "No way! We're not leaving without what I came here for," was his reply to the guards.
Dmitri reached into his pocket and pulled out a small round object, slightly larger than a Zippo lighter. He held the disc against one of his nostrils and took in a sharp snort, wincing for a moment and shaking his head as if to clear it. He looked more energized now.
"One of you stay out here with the geek," Dmitri gestured to Parker. "We'll see what's going on in there."
The guards exchanged looks of uncertainty, but decided to obey his commands. One of the guards ushered Parker back into the car. Dmitri unholstered a gold-plated MAC-10 submachine gun. He and the other guard stayed partially crouched while moving at a brisk pace toward the front entrance of the warehouse. The main door was clear glass and led into a front area that resembled an office waiting room. The lights were on, but the room was empty. Dmitri and his guard continued through an entryway at the end of the office and down a hallway with 3 doors. The first door led to a small bathroom. The second door, on the opposite wall, was just a small office for one person. The third door at the end of the hall was on the same wall as the little office and was the entry door to the main warehouse storage. Dmitri nodded to the guard, who brought his gun up. John used his Spyderco paramilitary tactical folding knife to cut sections of hard plastic bands that were used to secure shipping boxes onto pallets. He used them to restrain Ivan's wrists behind his back. John began to bind his ankles when the sound of the door leading into the warehouse caught his attention, followed by a man yelling.
"What the hell is this?"
A man in an expensive-looking suit holding an expensive-looking gun shouted. It looked like the other party arrived a little early to the meeting as well. It seemed neither side trusted each other. John knew he couldn't just explain his way out of this situation. His best bet would be to create enough of a distraction to get his target out of the building. The larger of the two men moved up to take the lead, holding his pistol with both hands. The gaudy-looking man followed close behind, holding his shiny SMG in one outstretched hand. The man spotted John and started spraying lead while cackling like a maniac. John slid along the ground behind a stack of crates. He could hear the stuttering barks from the MAC-10 with the peppering pops from the other man's handgun. Splinters flew as bullets pounded into the wood, forcing John to stay behind his cover. Looking for an opportunity to strike, he heard the crazy man shouting orders to his bodyguard while reloading his weapon. John dove and rolled behind a pair of steel barrels and came up just high enough to aim over his new cover, firing his 1911 at the two attackers. The man in the shiny shirt and jewelry leaped to the side, spraying bullets in return. The bigger bodyguard wasn't so lucky. 3 .45 caliber slugs punched into his torso and exploded from the man's back. Ivan regained consciousness and struggled to his feet. He saw the firefight occurring nearby and made a break for the nearest exit. The crazy man with the gold submachine gun fired a burst at the fleeing man, sending chips of concrete and sparks from metal support beams. John fired several rounds, forcing the shooter to drop back down. He slapped a fresh magazine into his 1911 as his opponent fired back at him. The two combatants found themselves in a stalemate. "Gotta get him to pop out," John thought as he peeked between the barrels. His attacker crouched behind several pallets of mechanical parts, with a steel support beam a few feet back to one side. John's eye caught the base of a red steel cylinder, a fire extinguisher. John acted fast, sliding out to his left, giving himself a clear shot. The pistol bucked in his hand as his round punched a neat little hole in the bottom corner of the fire extinguisher, sending out a cold stream of CO2 behind the pallets. He shifted his front sight as the man behind cover leaped up, startled by the sudden pop and hiss behind him. John double-tapped his target as 2 red blooms appeared on the man's chest, sending him staggering back into the growing cloud. Getting back to his feet, John kept his weapon trained on the crazy man's position as he headed over to Ivan's prone body. A pool of blood spread out from under his body, spreading up along the left side of his jacket. John turned the man over, glancing down at the bullet wound under his arm where his body armor didn't cover him sufficiently. John pressed a hand to the wound to slow the bleeding. He used his other hand to shake Ivan's head and face, trying to get the wounded man to respond. Ivan, who's your boss?" John asked. "I can call him to get you help if you tell me who he is, or how I can reach him." He shook the man's head a couple more times. Ivan's eyes swam side to side. His breathing slowed until it finally stopped. John patted the pockets of Ivan's suit, pulling out a wallet, a set of car keys, and a flash drive stashed in the inner jacket pocket. John held the small storage device up, running a thumb across the anodized aluminum sleeve. He put the drive into his pocket and looked for any relevant contact information inside the wallet. Finding only cash and credit cards, he tossed it back onto Ivan's chest and stood up. John walked over to the other two bodies, finding nothing of interest. He would have to get the drive to Jennifer to see what was on it.
Stay here,
the guard said to Parker after the firefight stopped. The big man retrieved his pistol and pulled the slide back slightly. Satisfied that his weapon had a round in the chamber, he jogged toward the front entrance. The door opened as a large figure stepped out, backlit by the interior halogen lights. The bodyguard used a hand to shield some of the light when the man raised a weapon and shot him 3 times in the sternum. Parker panicked, scrambling around in the seat, trying to decide if he should climb into the driver's seat or hide. By the time Parker looked back up, the stranger had already covered the distance to the car, like a slasher movie serial killer. He pulled the driver door open and pointed a pistol at Parker.
"You're not going to give me any trouble, are you?" the man asked in a gruff, no-nonsense voice.
"I don't want any trouble. I didn't even want to come here tonight."
"I'll take that as a no. Just sit back and don't try anything, or I'll give you a couple of extra breathing holes."
Parker sat back, clutching his laptop case to his chest. He started the car using the keys retrieved from the dead guard and drove away from the immediate area. The stranger pulled the car over to the side of the road 5 minutes later and killed the engine. The imposing man turned to face Parker.
"What's your name?"
"Parker. Lewis. Parker Lewis," he stammered.
"All right, Parker. What was it you were sent here to do?"
"I don't know," he said. "Honest. I heard something about verifying some kind of code-breaking algorithm. Like CIA stuff."
The man stared at him for several tense moments.
"My name is John," the man finally said. "I'm going to take a wild guess and say you weren't real close with those guys back there."
"Like I said, I didn't even want to be here."
"You're going to help me out, Parker," John said. "And if you do what I ask, I'll let you go."
Parker didn't have the honed senses to tell if someone was lying to him, but any chance at staying alive was worth taking.
Whatever you need."
John held up a SIM aluminum stick with a USB connector on the end.
"First, what's on this?"
Parker paused for a second before nodding and reaching out for the flash drive. He opened his laptop and inserted the device into his computer. The drive only contained a single directory with 3 separate directories inside. He spent a few seconds browsing the contents of each.
"These are collections of personal information on 3 different people."
"Who are they?" John asked.
I can't find that info," Parker said. "At least not yet."
"Okay. You've got about 45 minutes, John said, starting the car again. Chapter 12. Day 2. 0631 Mountain Time. Warren Ratcliffe sat at the table on his balcony, sipping his black coffee and overlooking the mountain view as the sun rose. He kept to his rituals, always waking early enough to eat his breakfast while the sun rose. It was one of the many traits that made him a successful man. While the rest of the world lay in their beds, drooling and snoring, he was already putting his power and resources to work, building an empire. A quiet, unassuming older man set a tray down in front of Warren, with his breakfast, poached eggs, and fresh smoked slab bacon. Mr. Gordon's soft footfalls contrasted the servant's shuffling steps. He walked onto the balcony as the other man left, settling next to the table, far enough to allow Warren to enjoy his breakfast, but close enough to let him know that he had somewhat important news. Warren finished a bite and wiped the cloth napkin down over his mouth as he swallowed.
"What is it, Mr. Gordon? What's so urgent that I can't sit here and enjoy my breakfast in peace?"
Not the type to back away from the aggressive tone Warren used, Gordon took a step forward.
"There has been no contact with Mr. Ferrier since the meeting 3 hours ago."
Even through the mirrored sunglasses he wore, Warren could see the man's piercing gaze. Like the reflection of the sunrise in the lenses, were intense beams shooting from Gordon's eyes.
"What about Carl?"
Warren asked.
"Carl has been out of reach since last night," the enforcer said. "I have men heading out to the last known location. I will let you know what they find out."
Warren threw the napkin down and slapped both of his palms on the table, rattling the plates and silverware.
He could feel the blood rushing through his ears and his vision reddened.
It's a double cross. Some greedy little worm sold us out.
He grabbed the napkin and wiped away the hot coffee that splashed onto his hand as he looked up at his right-hand man.
Get back out there and find out what happened.
Mr. Gordon answered with a nod, turned on his heels, and strode back into the mansion. Emily lay on her side, with her knees pulled close to her body. Her mind raced through various escape plans, but all of them ended badly for her. She was unable to maintain focus, her mind returning too often to the murder of her father. She prayed her mother was okay. Her body involuntarily stiffened when she heard the soft click and slide of the lock on the door. A man walked in holding a tray with a plate and cup. He put the tray on the floor close to her bed. Like many of the others in the house, he wore the same dark military-style uniform and kept his sandy blonde hair cropped close to his scalp. His ears stuck out a bit more than normal, and his tanned skin pulled some of the contrast away from his hazel eyes.
"You just leave the tray by the door when you're finished. I'll be back a little later to pick it up."
Watching the man close, Emily replied with a short nod. The door latched closed behind him, and the lock slid back into place. She knelt next to the tray, examining it all, like a bomb disposal officer. On the plate was a vegetable omelet and some wheat toast. There was a cup of water, but no utensils. The tray and cup were plastic, but the plate felt like it might be ceramic. Emily processed the new information, making adjustments to her plan of escape. She scooped up a chunk of the omelet up with her hand and stuffed it into her mouth. She took a bite of the toast as well. Emily wasn't sure if it was the quality of the food they gave her or the comfort it brought her after the long hours of stress and sadness, but she found herself devouring her meal. She gulped the spring water to wash it all down and wiped her mouth with the sleeve of her uninjured arm, setting the paper napkin supplied with the meal to the side for later use. She brushed the remaining crumbs from the plate and brought it up to examine closer. Her plan now was to break the plate and hide a shard away with her new lockpicks. She would have to wrap it in the napkin to help keep it hidden. Chapter 13. Day 2. 07:53 Mountain Time. No easy way out. Robert Tepper. Jennifer pulled her metallic gray Lexus NX into her company-assigned parking spot. She left the engine running as her hands tightened on the steering wheel. Her eyes darted up to the rearview mirror, looking for the security detail. There was no sign of them nearby, although she could see them following as she left the house earlier.
I guess no sign of them is a good thing, she thought.
She turned the engine off and stepped out of her car, smoothing the navy blue jacket of her pantsuit before buttoning it up. She straightened and tugged the collar of her cream-colored dress shirt, more out of ritual than any need to adjust her attire. Staring at her reflection in the tinted window, Jennifer inhaled deeply and let the breath out through her mouth in one smooth, drawn-out exhale, letting the relaxation settle in. She pulled her purse tight to her body, walking toward the front entrance as her fingers found the edge of the plastic ID badge clipped to her lapel. She pulled it free and stepped toward the sensor to scan the chip inside her badge to gain access to the building. Her hand shook as her arm extended, her heart raced, and a sense of dread draped across her shoulders like a thick blanket. She struggled to breathe, thinking about Emily and what the kidnappers were asking of her.
"Can I get that for you?"
The sudden voice snapped Jennifer out of her panicked state. She pressed her lips together and put on a wistful smile, turning to face the young man approaching.
Yeah, thanks. I think I'm having a bit of trouble with my badge," Jennifer said.
He smiled and scanned his own, unlocking the door.
"You first, Miss Dawson."
He gestured inside while holding the door open.
"Thank you."
She gave him a nod and turned away to head inside before he could see the fear pull her features back down. Her heels clicked to match her rapid steps, heading straight to her office and wasting no time. Her mind walked through the various steps to take possession of the device. Just a straightforward sign-in. Using her security credentials would get her into the research and development wing. From there, she needed to head to the secure data division where they were working on the pest prototype. As one of the key members of the team, Jennifer knew getting the device into her hands wasn't going to be difficult. Gaining possession of and swapping it for the replica was the easy part. From there, she knew that removing the prototype from the secure area was the tricky step. Just walking in, heading straight to the device, and walking back out would raise too many suspicions.
At her desk, Jennifer pulled out a mostly empty notebook, scribbling some phony formulas and parameters onto one of the pages. She would pretend to run some diagnostics, using the decoy notes to make it look like she would be confirming some of the numbers, and then put the fake where the team kept the original. For anyone involved in the project, the process was straightforward and by the book, which was why the kidnappers targeted Emily. The perfect leverage. Once they got their hands on the pest device, they wouldn't care what happened to Jennifer, so the paper trail of possession didn't matter to them. Her biggest concern would be Emily's safety once the authorities were alerted to the missing prototype. They would look at her as the primary suspect. She would need to tell them the truth and hope to avoid arrest. There was no doubt in her mind Intellisys would discover the theft of the device within hours, possibly even minutes. The only thing that mattered to her now was getting her daughter back. Emily stood away from the bed, holding the plate up at chest height with an outstretched arm. In her other hand, she held onto the plastic tray with the cup resting on it. Her breathing quickened as she tried to scoot her feet away, fearing the sharp chunks from the plate once it hit the stone floor. Emily bit her lip and released the plate and tray at the same time, stepping away as quick as she could. The plate hit almost flat, but one end struck just before the other end, smashing it into many pieces. The industrial plastic tray and cup clattered among the ceramic debris. It was loud enough to create a convincing cover story. Emily crouched next to the mess and scanned the pieces, looking for something usable, something that could function as a tool or a weapon. She sifted through with extended fingers before finding a long, sharp piece that fit her needs. She heard heavy footsteps approaching and snatched the chunk quickly, wrapping it up with paper napkin, careful not to slice her hand open. She tucked the wrapped shard into her cast, wedging it into a small space along the inside of her forearm. She winced in pain from both the ache of her injury and the sharp edge pressing into her soft skin. She staggered back several steps with a look of guilt on her face. She couldn't contain her natural reaction, but it ended up working for her as the man barged in and looked down at the mess on the floor.
"It was an accident. I was trying to bring it to the door."
The fear and stress caused her eyes to well up and redden, helping to sell it even more.
"I just wanted to help."
The guard wasted no time grabbing the tray and gathering the largest of the pieces to pile up onto it. He kept asking to make sure Emily was okay and glancing back over his shoulder to the still open door.
"Is he afraid? Will they kill him too if something happens to me?"
Emily took a step forward, almost feeling sorry and wanting to help, but the guard put up a hand and gestured for her to stay back. She went back to the bed and sat with one leg tucked underneath, finally able to relax. She kept her posture and demeanor casual, scanning the room, not trying to look like she was watching the man cleaning up her mess. Emily glanced out into the hall when another man stormed in, upset at what he saw. He walked over to the mess, berating the other man, but he kept glancing up at Emily and looking away. They exchanged quiet words, and Emily couldn't hear what they said. The first man's tone was softer, more apologetic. His position was lower than that of the second man, both physically and in rank. The second man stole a glance at Emily before turning to the door and closing it behind him, just enough to cut off her line of sight outside of the room. The first guard gathered the rest of the larger chunks, leaving bits of sharp ceramic and a fine layer of dust. "I'll be back with a broom to get the rest of this." He pointed to the mess with a toe, not even looking up at Emily. As he reached the entrance, the door opened again, and the second man grabbed the tray while shoving a broom and dustpan into the first man's chest. The exchange was awkward, and again they spoke in sharp, quiet sentences. The guard turned, keeping his head down, and swept up the mess. Emily held her arms folded across her stomach and did her best to maintain her casual front. The man finished the chore and nodded to her as he left, never taking his eyes off the ground. The door latched shut, and after a few long seconds, the lock slid and clicked into place. She released a slow, shaky breath and pulled the bundled napkin from her cast. Her hands trembled as she unwrapped the shard and examined it. The piece of the plate tapered out to 3 inches in length, ending in a sharp point. The edge along one side felt razor-sharp as Emily ran a thumb down from the point. She kept glancing up at the door, expecting someone to barge in at any second. She wasn't sure how the shard of ceramic would be of any use, but it was important to gather as many useful tools and possible weapons as she could. A lesson she learned from her father about always being prepared. It also gave her peace of mind knowing it was available. Laying the napkin out, Emily retrieved the makeshift lockpick she made from the toilet paper roll spring and placed them with the piece of broken plate, and wrapped it all up as small as she could before sliding it back into her cast. Jennifer put her hand on the latch of her office and closed her eyes. She kept reminding herself that she was doing this for Emily. She took 2 quick breaths through her nose and exhaled through her mouth before stepping out into the hall. Her shoes clicked in a steady rhythm as she strode to the R&D department. She held her badge in her left hand, ready to swipe the RF chip at the card reader to gain access. As she turned the corner and covered the last 20 feet, Jennifer saw a guard posted in the entryway. Her heart raced, but this was standard procedure.
"Morning,"
she said, doing her best to keep her emotions in check.
"Good morning, Miss Dawson."
She scanned her badge, keeping her smile as bright as she could without straying into overly excited. The electronic lock clicked, and she pulled the door open, heading inside, giving the guard a quick nod as she passed. Gritting her teeth, Jennifer took another few short breaths, stuffing her hands in her pockets to hide the shaking. The area reserved for the pest project had no additional security posted, but the hardware itself required clearance credentials to remove from the locked containment. That was the easy part. Right now, her biggest issue were the people currently working on the project itself. After hours would be the best time, but Jennifer didn't have that luxury. She was being forced to pull this off during regular business hours. The project supervisor, Simmons, finished talking to an intern, sending the young man on an errand as Jennifer walked up. "Morning, Jen." He gave only a quick glance up before looking down at some figures and sipping his coffee.
"Hey, Simmons."
She stood in place far too long for anyone else in her situation. "Can I help you with anything?" he asked, looking back up.
The prototype has been spitting out some strange packets in a couple of the test runs,"
Jennifer said, doing her best to come up with something on the spot. "Oh?" He shuffled a few sheets around on his desk. "You mean like artifacts or garbage data?"
"I'm not sure. I just need to hook it up to a workstation and run a few tests."
"No need. I can have my team take care of that. Just give me the parameters you're using and we'll just—"
No, you don't need to waste their time."
Her heart hammered.
"I don't want to mess with their schedule."
He gave her a quizzical look. "Are you sure? I mean, it's no trouble. They're ahead of schedule right now."
"Yeah, it's just a quick test,"
Jennifer said.
"It would probably take longer to write down the test cycle parameters anyway."
Simmons stared at her, trying to figure out the puzzle before him. His expression softened. "I suppose you're right," he said. "It's not every day we get ahead of schedule, and we'll need all the padding we can get when the guys upstairs start dumping the feature creep on us, right?" They both laughed. It was a genuine emotion, one that Jennifer hadn't felt since before the call from the kidnappers.
"Thank you, Simmons."
They walked over to the vault where the device prototype sat. Jennifer stepped forward to swipe her badge when Simmons held up a hand. "I got it." He slid his badge across the matte dark gray plastic covering the scanner, and the door slid open. Just let me know if you find any odd data output we should be concerned with."
"I will. Thanks."
Jennifer walked into the vault, balling up her hands tight to keep the shaking down. Coming up with convincing lies was not one of her marketable skills, and nothing she said should have convinced Simmons to let her in. The only reason he didn't call security had to be because there was no reason in the world to suspect her of attempted corporate espionage and theft. She brushed 2 fingers across her forehead to swipe a stray lock of hair, feeling the light layer of sweat. The room's climate control kept the temperature low, but her nerves counteracted that. Jennifer pushed the glass case back on its hinges, exposing the pest device. She ran the pad of her thumb along the machined aluminum edges of the black anodized case. She pulled out the decoy, an early concept version inside a similar shell that she had at home. Before she could talk herself out of moving ahead with the plan, Jennifer dropped the original into her purse. To keep up appearances, she carried the fake one over to one of the workstations and pretended to run a quick series of tests, making sure the displays faced away from any prying eyes. She knew her nervous glances would alert attention if she hung around too long, so the test runs took less than a minute before packing everything up. Once they noticed the device inside was a fake, security would swarm the building. Jennifer just needed enough time to get back to her car. As the glass case clicked back into place, sealing the decoy prototype in, Jennifer realized that the logs would show Simmons giving her access to the room. He would be the primary suspect until he implicated her, or they reviewed the security camera footage. It could give her the window she needed to get the prototype out. An eerie calm washed over her as she focused only on the task at hand. Bring the device to the men that have Emily, and get her back.
Chapter 14. Day 2. 0818 Mountain Time. I'm that type of guy. LL Cool J. Mr. Gordon adjusted the cuff of his shirt. He dressed in a security uniform, using the disguise to infiltrate Intellisis and get to the monitoring station. The guard on duty lay slumped in his chair, with his head lolled to one side, neck broken. The bank of monitors along the wall of the small office showed the feed from all the cameras in a matrix. The footage from every camera linked to the same bank of drives to store the video digitally, but monitors displayed them all in a grid of smaller windows. The enforcer called up the feed from an individual camera to fill one of the monitors. He rested leaning forward, putting his hands on the desk to get in closer to the video of Jennifer talking her way into the room with the pest prototype. Jennifer made it into the room and swapped out the device with a decoy. She stashed the actual device and brought the faux prototype to a nearby workstation and pretended to run some tests with it. "She may have a future in espionage," Gordon said to the dead man seated next to him. He watched the video long enough to confirm that she kept the device on her, putting the fake back into the vault. Gordon pulled the tablet device from the pouch that kept it strapped to his right thigh. He sent a message, reporting the current situation, and slipped it back into its holster. Moving on to the next stage of his plan, he knelt next to a large duffel bag and pulled out several small packs. Each was an explosive device ensuring the destruction of the data on the drives storing the security feed. He grabbed a large metallic cylinder and twisted one of the ends 180 degrees, activating a series of lights showing that the explosive canister was in full communication with the trigger device and the other smaller devices on the hard drives. Satisfied with the setup, Mr. Gordon pulled the brim of his hat down close to his brow and shouldered the bag, walking out. He locked the door behind him, secure in the knowledge that no one would be able to watch him as he moved through the building. He spent the next few minutes walking the inner perimeter of the building, heading to key structural points and exits, placing more of the cylindrical explosive devices. These were slimmer canisters containing incendiary chemicals, with magnets to secure them to anchor points, out of sight from casual observers. Two men sat in the gray sedan parked at the far end of the Intellisis parking lot watching the entrance. Both had their seatbelt off, preparing for a long wait for their quarry to come back out. The older of the two brushed a hand over his beard when the second man tapped his shoulder. "There she is," the younger man, Finn, said. The bearded man, Officer Wells, checked his watch, noting that Jennifer walked out of the building through the main entrance less than 2 hours after she went in. She walked straight to her car, leaving for the day. Her stride was too long and her steps were too quick. She glanced over her shoulder more than once. "She's leaving already?" Finn asked. They saw the brake lights of her car come on as the car started. She backed out of her car parking spot and pulled out, heading for the main exit. The older man started the car, pulling his seatbelt over his shoulder, preparing to follow. A faint buzz came from Finn's inside coat pocket, and he pulled his phone out. His eyes scanned the message, but he stared at it for a few more seconds to absorb it. He pulled up his contact list and scrolled down near the bottom and tapped the contact number with no listed name. Their car pulled into traffic just as Jennifer made a left turn. The voice on the other end of the phone answered the young officer's call. "She's leaving right now," he said. "We're following now. She won't see us." He listened to the call, then answered, "Yes, sir. We received the message from your man Gordon. He confirmed she does have the device." He pointed frantically before putting a hand over the mic on his phone. "Make this next right. We can cut her off at the next block," he said. "Do you want to drive?" Wells asked, flipping up the turn signal to take the other man's suggestion. He listened as the voice continued giving him detailed instructions. The only indication that he was still on the phone was an occasional grunt of assessment every few seconds. Finn ended the call and slipped the phone back into his pocket. "What did they say?" Finn looked over at his partner. "We follow her home." "What if she doesn't go home?" The driver kept his eyes fixed ahead. "Well then, you get to put your driving skills to the test and force her somewhere without any prying eyes so we can get our hands on that device." "And what about her?" The young man pulled his pistol from its shoulder rig and pinched the front of the slide, easing it back just enough to ensure that there was a round in the chamber. "We tie up all loose ends." Mr. Gordon finished securing the last of the incendiary devices. He glanced down the hallway in both directions, smiling at the unsuspecting foot traffic walking throughout the building. His cover remained intact. He tossed the now empty duffel bag into a storage closet on his way to the nearest exit. As the heavy steel door of the back exit closed behind Gordon, he tapped out a series of digits on his tablet.
triggering the security locks throughout the building. He heard the whirring clack from the lock confirming that the code worked, trapping everyone inside. He put away the tablet and pulled a slim black polymer box with a pressure switch running along one side. His thumb slid along the back edge, finding the recessed power switch, clicking it into its on position. A small amber light flashed 3 times before changing to a steady green. He continued walking away as his fingers closed in on the lever, activating the remote detonator. A deep rumble shook the earth, followed by a series of muffled booms. Gordon slipped the detonator back into his pocket and tossed his hat like a frisbee with the other hand as the internal pressure wave shattered every outside window within milliseconds of each other. Large, billowing plumes of fire exploded out as Warren Ratcliffe's head enforcer maintained his same pace, his stride unbroken and expression unchanged. Chapter 15. Day 2. 09:42 Mountain Time. John sawed off another piece of steak from his plate and stuffed it into his mouth, following it with a chunk of eggs. He and Parker sat in a diner eating breakfast while they tried to find anything of use from Carl's SIM card. The hacker nursed a piece of white toast and a cup of heavily creamed and sugared coffee. Parker's fingers danced over the keyboard of his laptop. He was hoping to find anything that would lead John to the location of his goddaughter, Emily. Parker kept the toast clasped between his teeth as he typed out several more strings of commands, initiating a subroutine to pull contacts that met certain criteria and cross-check them with recent calling patterns. He bit off the chunk of buttered bread and dropped it onto the small plate next to his coffee, wiping his hands together.
"That shouldn't take too long," he said to John. "There isn't much on the card, but the algorithm's building a plausible call pattern eats up a lot of CPU.
I have no idea what you just said, son. Parker smiled.
It will ding when it's done.
Right, got it. Like a TV dinner, John said.
Yeah, just like that.
Parker took another bite of toast, speaking again as he chewed.
So, what's the deal with all of this?
He nodded his head toward the laptop. John jabbed the last piece of steak on the plate with his fork. A good friend of mine was murdered yesterday. His daughter, my goddaughter, was kidnapped. Parker wanted to ask more questions to start connecting the dots, but he could see that John still struggled with what had happened. He waited for the old soldier to continue in his own time. Emily's mother, Jennifer, works for Intensifies in their R&D department, John said. It's pretty obvious that Emily is the leverage for the kidnappers to get their hands on whatever that company is developing.
It does seem that way, Parker said.
My contact at the CIA is helping out. He tasked the local police with assigning an undercover security detail for her, John said.
So what does the device do anyway? Parker asked.
John inhaled and sat back. I don't know, but from what I was able to piece together, it's a device that is supposed to be able to decrypt highly secure data at a fast rate. The laptop dinged, and Parker pulled it closer and started scrolling through the results. I'm not sure about the rest of the details, but if they're brazen enough to kill for it, then it's got to be something pretty powerful, John said. Parker nearly cut him off mid-sentence.
Hey, John, what did you say were the names of the officers providing security for Jennifer?
Wells and Finn, John said. Why? Are they in danger too?
No, not exactly.
Parker paused to make sure what he saw was correct.
It may be nothing, but it looks like Carl received a call from Finn.
When? John sat upright in his seat.
Yesterday afternoon.
John's eyes widened. He bolted up and rushed for the door. Stay put.
What?
Parker whipped his head around to all of his gear, the plates on the table, and John getting into the car.
You can't just leave me here. You just left me here.
Chapter 16. Day 2. 09:56 Mountain Time. Shout at the Devil, Motley Crue. Jennifer pulled her Lexus into the garage and turned off the engine. She gripped the steering wheel and tried to slow her breathing and calm down. Grabbing her purse, she clutched it close to her body as she walked into the house, closing the garage door. The thermostat ran on a program not accounting for her being home this early, making the room colder than she expected. Jennifer placed her purse on the coffee table and walked to the hall to turn the heat up a couple of degrees. She walked back into the living room and dropped onto the couch. The shaking in her hands died down as she rubbed them together to warm up. Leaning forward, she pulled the purse open to look at the device sitting inside. Jennifer held it close, examining the small metal case. studying all the little details she never noticed on a day-to-day grind. A knock on her front door startled her. No one would have known she was here unless they were watching her or the house. She tossed the pest back into her purse and stood up looking around when a second knock came from the door with more authority. She kicked up one of the couch cushions and pushed the bag all the way to the back and pressed it back down before heading to the door. She thought about saying something to the person outside, but decided to check who was at the door quietly. Looking through the peephole, Jennifer could see a tall, bearded man. She recognized him as Wells, one of the officers assigned as surveillance. Letting out a slow exhale, she relaxed and unlatched the deadbolt lock.
"Hey, is everything okay?"
she asked, opening the door just enough to show part of her face.
"I hope so," the man said. "We just noticed you coming back home sooner than expected. Is there anything we can do to help?"
"Oh, no, I'm fine," Jennifer said. "I was just feeling a little under the weather. Figured I should just stay here and get some rest before I lose my mind."
"I understand."
The man's facial expression relaxed.
"If you don't mind, I'd like to come in and get a good idea of the layout of your home so my partner and I can make sure we're covering key entry points."
Jennifer looked back in the house toward the couch.
"It will give you a peace of mind so that you can feel safe, Miss Dawson."
"Yeah, I guess you're right."
She took a step back and pulled the door open a little more. Moving in with the door, the big man pushed it open hard, forcing Jennifer back, staggering on her heels. He covered the distance fast and grasped her wrist while his partner stood on the porch, making sure no one outside could see what was happening. Finn, the younger officer, closed the door, locking it behind them. Jennifer struggled to break free, but the size and aggression caught her off guard. Wells shoved her into the kitchen and forced her to sit at the dining table. He pulled his jacket open far enough to tuck behind his holster as his partner followed them in. Jennifer held her hands up, palms out.
"What's going on? What do you want?"
The younger officer glanced at his watch as he stood next to his partner.
"Let's not waste time here, lady."
"Where's the prototype?"
"What
Before she could finish, the bearded man hooked a hand onto the end of the small dining table, hurling it across the kitchen as he stepped in close to her. She leaned back, flinching to get away.
"Search the place," he said to Finn.
"I don't know what you guys are talking about."
Jennifer could hear wood splintering and glass smashing as the undercover officer tore the living room apart.
"Please, I have no idea what you guys are looking for."
Wells wound up and whipped the back of his hand across her face, snapping her head to the side hard. He crouched down to get close to her level and spoke slowly.
"Where is the prototype?"
"I got it," the younger man said, walking back into the kitchen, holding Jennifer's purse in one hand and the prototype device in the other. "She had it stuffed in the couch." "Your guys are dirty, Mark," John said into the speakerphone as he pulled the car into a tight turn. "What?" Mark said before he was cut off. "One of them was in contact with the people that killed Frank," John growled. "John, I'm sorry. I had no idea." Mark's voice, even through the low-quality speakers, had a genuine concern. "If I find out you had anything to do with this..." John let his threat hang while he focused on driving. "I promise you I had nothing to do with this, John," Mark said. "I called in a few requests to local police sources. The sheriff's office assigned those men." "So where is the leak, Mark?" "The only thing I can think of would be local-level corruption," Mark said. John stomped hard on the brakes, feeling the stuttering from the anti-lock brakes preventing his car from slamming into the cross traffic. He put the gas pedal down all the way, timing his crossing with a gap between the cars as he ran a red light. Mark asked, "What do you need from me? I can get you some backup." "We can't risk it," John said. "We don't know who can be trusted locally." "John, you know I owe you and Frank my life. I would never do anything to hurt you guys. We're brothers in arms." John weaved through the traffic as it grew thicker at the next intersection. "I'll call you back when I take care of this, Mark." He ended the call and made a hard left, running another red light. Wells laughed.
"The couch? You thought no one would find it there?" He looked over to his partner. "So what's your excuse? Why did it take you so long to find it?"
Finn flipped him off. "Just make the call. I'll keep an eye on her." The older officer dialed his phone and waited for the call to connect. "We've got the device," he said. The call lasted for another minute as he made small sounds of agreement while nodding. He put the phone back into his pocket and walked over to his partner. Jennifer sat on the chair wiping away tears and a trickle of blood from the corner of her mouth.
"They're sending a guy to pick up the device," the big man said, holding the pest prototype in his hand.
"What are we supposed to do after that?" Finn asked.
"They'll take it back to make sure it's legit. We'll wait for their call either way.
He put the device into its outer coat pocket and checked his watch. Finn took off his jacket, resting it on the back of one of the chairs in the kitchen. He readjusted his shoulder rig, making sure that Jennifer had no doubt that he was armed. After several minutes, there was a knock at the door. Wells opened the door and stepped back as a well-dressed man entered. "Mr. Gordon," Finn said. "Wow, we didn't expect you to see this through personally." The man glanced into the house, letting his eyes settle on Jennifer.
Something this important requires a higher level of responsibility.
Wells held the device, placing it in a handkerchief before gently wrapping it up. Gordon picked it up and nodded before putting it in his jacket pocket.
"Wait for my call. Don't let the woman leave until you hear back from me," he said to the corrupt officers.
"I'm going to take another look around," Wells said. "Make sure we didn't miss anything."
He left the kitchen, heading to the hallway. Jennifer felt the tears well up in her eyes again. Now that they had the device, there was no need for them to return Emily. She didn't care about her life, only that of her daughter now.
"She's just a child. Please let Emily go," Jennifer said.
Finn didn't say anything. He just maintained a steely gaze, rubbing his hands together.
"You don't need her anymore. I'll do whatever you guys want."
"Lady, I'm going to need you to shut your mouth. Don't make this harder than it has to be." Wells let out a pained grunt from one of the back bedrooms. Finn turned his head, listening in case his partner needed help moving some heavy furniture. A crash came from the end of the hall. "You need some help back there, Wells?"
"Please, I'm begging you."
Jennifer was on the verge of standing up from her chair. The man pulled the pistol from his holster and pointed it at Jennifer's head. "I said shut up! Keep it up, and I'll put a bullet in your head. Then you don't have to worry about your daughter anymore." Jennifer was crying now, struggling to maintain her composure. Emily's life was on the line. Finn pulled his hand back, ready to pistol whip her into silence. His hand abruptly stopped as it started its forward movement. An iron grip locked around his wrist with machine-like pressure. The man looked back, confused about what had happened, when John Stone used his other hand to swat the handgun free. John turned his body with the rotation of the disarm to wind up a back elbow strike that crushed the man's nose. Blood sprayed out as the corrupt officer exhaled, pouring from his face as he staggered back, falling on the upturned table and snapping one of the legs off. The frightened man scrambled to his feet and took off for the front door. John grabbed the chair with the jacket hanging from the back and whipped it at him with a sidearm motion. The wooden furniture smashed into pieces, hurling his target forward, careening into the kitchen entrance. John stalked the man as he scrambled on all fours to escape into the living room. The bloodied officer pulled himself to his feet using the couch and turned to face his attacker. He reached behind his belt with shaky hands and pulled a knife from a horizontal, scout-style sheath. The man brought the blade across his body in a desperate swipe. John leaned his body back far enough to avoid the first slash and shuffled back a half-step to stay clear of a second swing. Before Finn could try for a third attempt, John snapped a front kick into his stomach, doubling him over. As the man bent forward, John brought his fist upward in a devastating uppercut, landing solidly. The impact sent the bloodied man sailing back over the couch. His body flew in an arc, and he came crashing down onto the coffee table. The back of his head shattered the glass top as his neck bent back on the metal frame with a crunch. With one forceful shove, John thrust the couch to the side, clearing a path to the man laying on the floor whimpering in pain. His left arm shook and twitched. His right arm and both legs remained motionless. John picked up a couch cushion from the floor and knelt next to Finn's prone form. "Who do you work for?" John asked. The man's reply came out garbled through the blood pouring from his lips. The uppercut knocked several of his teeth loose, and the crimson fluid still flowed freely from his broken nose. He coughed and spat out some of the blood.
"I think I broke my neck."
His voice came out in strained pants. "Answer my question," John said, leaning in close.
"Montana. Police Department."
John pressed the cushion to his face, pressing hard against the man's mouth and nose, making it difficult for him to breathe. He lifted the cushion after a few seconds. "Give me a name, Finn." The back-and-forth interrogation continued, with John pressing the cushion over Finn's face when he didn't cooperate. The man either had little information of value or it would take too much time and effort to get him to give up whatever he knew. He needed to find the man that took the device and get it back. It was the only leverage to get Emily back safe. There was no time for a drawn-out interrogation. John pushed the cushion back over the man's face, pulled his 1911 and pressed the muzzle against the fabric. He fired twice, two barely contained booms putting the man out of his misery. He stood and tucked the handgun back into the holster inside his waistband and headed back into the kitchen to check on Jennifer. He wiped a thumb across her face, wiping some of the blood away.
"Where's the other guy?"
Jennifer asked, wide-eyed.
"He's taking a dirt nap in the spare bedroom," he said. "Are you okay? Did they hurt you?"
"I'm fine,"
she said, though her shaky voice wasn't convincing.
"You need to get the prototype back. It's the only way to save Emily."
"I promise you I will get her back safely," John said. "Come on. I've got to get you somewhere safe so I can focus on getting the device back."
John picked her purse up off the floor and handed it to Jennifer. He guided her to the front door before heading back into the living room. He pulled the dead man's body to one side and retrieved the keys from his pocket, tossing them aside. His hands rifled through the remaining pockets, coming up empty.
"Are you looking for this?"
Jennifer was crouched next to a jacket on the floor, near the remains of a chair. She held the officer's phone in her hand, showing it to John.
"Yeah, we'll take your car. Let's go."
Chapter 17. Day 2, 10:24 Mountain Time. Emily lay on the mattress, wiping away another tear. Rolling over to face the door, she heard a faint, intermittent buzzing. Not knowing what it was, she got up and walked slowly to the door. Within reach of the knob, her sneaker squeaked on a tile, and she paused, ready to run back to her bed. The sound outside changed to a quick series of snorts before settling back to its normal rhythm.
"He's snoring,"
Emily realized. The guard posted outside her door had fallen asleep. She pulled the tool stash from her cast, taking the makeshift lockpicks from the paper napkin. Emily pressed her ear to the door to make sure that what she heard was the man snoring. She sat on her knees and slid the folded wire she used as a torsion wrench and worked the rake across the pins. She struggled for several minutes before switching to a different pick and making some adjustments on the folded wire. She made another attempt to pick the lock as quiet as possible when the latch slid open. Emily slipped the lockpicks into her pocket and wrapped the napkin around the base of the shard of broken plate, holding it in her hand. She turned the knob slowly and opened the door just enough to peer out through the crack. After a few tense seconds, she pulled the door open a little more. Looking out into the empty hallway, Emily stepped out. The sleeping guard was the only person nearby. Leaving her shoes in the room, Emily moved down the hallway wearing only her socks to keep the noise down. The room she came from was at the end of the hall, and she saw two other doors along the same wall. At the end, the path turned to the right. She reached the second door, just before the bend, but before she could check to see if it was locked, she heard footsteps from down the hall. Emily found herself in a desperate situation as her mind ran through all options. Hiding in a different room could work, but if the door were locked, she would be caught out in the open. She could fight, using the shard in her hand, but if the other guard woke up, they would outnumber her. Emily ran back to the room they kept her in. She knew she could pick the lock, so this was the safest play. The door settled shut just as the heavy boots rounded the corner. Emily hurried to retrieve the picks from her pocket and re-engage the lock. As the tumbler turned, the deadbolt clunked into position. The snoring man made an odd half-snort, half-cough, and grumbled as she heard his chair scraping on the tile floor. Emily held her breath, with the picks still in the keyhole. The pressure of her situation caused her to rush the lock, making too much noise, which woke the guard up. She stepped back and grabbed the shard of the plate again. "How's everything going?" the approaching man asked.
"Fine, nothing out of the ordinary."
The sleepy guard's voice had a hint of fatigue, but not enough for the other man to notice. She could hear the faint voices out in the hall as she pulled the picks back out and headed back to the mattress, stashing the tools back in their hiding spot. The lock waking the guard worked in her favor, as his pride wouldn't let him admit to the other guard that he had fallen asleep. She would just have to wait for another opportunity and hope that the same guard would be posted later tonight. Emily sat back on the mattress, pulling her knees up to her chest and staring at her shoes next to the door. With the knowledge that she could open the door with her salvage lockpicks, her confidence rose.
"I'm getting out of here tonight."
Warren walked over to the large window in his office, speaking through a Bluetooth headset.
"Do you have the device, Mr. Gordon?"
"I've got it with me," Gordon said. "I met Wells and Finn at Miss Dawson's house personally."
"Good. Bring the prototype back here so we can authenticate it."
"I'm on my way now."
A smile crept across Warren's face.
"Once we've ensured that the actual pest device is in our possession, I need you to cover our tracks. Nothing is to lead back to me."
"Of course, sir. No loose ends."
Warren ended the call and dropped the Bluetooth earpiece and mic onto his desk. His smile grew. Even though there were a couple of hiccups early on, he was starting to see the finish line. It was nearly time to celebrate. Chapter 18. Day 2, 11:49 Mountain Time. Burning Heart, Survivor. John pulled Jennifer's Lexus up to the curb of the diner. He pulled his seatbelt off and opened the door, leaving the car running. "Wait here," he said. Jennifer nodded, finally able to catch her breath and relax. She turned to face the window, gasping as a frantic man came out of the diner moving quickly toward them. She clutched the seatbelt, preparing for another gunfight when she saw John wave him over.
"I can't believe you just left me like that, John,"
the man said, stowing his gear behind Jennifer. He climbed in and shifted to the center of the bench seat. "There was no time, Parker. We're up against the clock now." Parker Lewis leaned forward and presented a hand.
"Hello, Mrs. Dawson. I'm Parker." "Miss Dawson," Jennifer said, reaching across her body to shake his hand. "Please, call me Jennifer."
He continued his tirade as John settled into the driver's seat and started driving.
"I don't have my wallet, John. You just pulled a dine and dash, sticking me with the bill for your steak and eggs. I almost had to wash dishes."
"A little honest work won't kill you," John said.
"How did you pay for the food?" Jennifer asked.
"Probably wasn't honest work," John said. Parker let out a short, mocking laugh.
"I traded service for service. The manager now has all the premium movie channels on his cable account for free. That's far more valuable than any food they serve in there."
John shook his head, changing the subject. "Here," he said, handing a mobile phone to Parker. "We took it from one of the crooked cops." Parker held it between his thumb and forefinger by one corner.
"Is there any blood on it?"
"Relax, kid. It was in his jacket."
"Was his jacket full of holes?"
Jennifer turned to face him.
"He didn't have it on when—"
She let the statement drag out so Parker's mind could complete the scene. Parker nodded, pulling the phone's SIM card out and dropping it into the small device plugged into his computer's USB port. "We need to know what's next," John said. "If we don't start getting aggressive, the advantage will be lost."
"What are you going to do now?"
Jennifer asked. "We have to find out where the device is," John said. "From there, we can use it as leverage, or if we're lucky, it will lead us to the man at the top."
"What about my daughter?"
John stopped the car at a red light and looked over at Jennifer. "I will do everything in my power to get Emily back to you safely." He gripped the steering wheel and faced the front again. "And everyone that gets in my way will be put into the ground."
"I've got something," Parker said. "I cross-referenced the known numbers, and it looks like there are only 3 possible locations where we will be able to find who you're looking for."
"How close are they to each other?" John asked.
2 are within 5 miles, but the third is pretty far away," Parker said as his fingers danced across the keys.
"We don't have time to check 3 different locations that far apart. You're going to have to give me something better."
"Ask, and ye shall receive," Parker said. "Check this out."
John pulled the Lexus into a parking lot as he and Jennifer turned to face the back seat. Parker held the laptop's display up, using his hand at an awkward angle to press the space bar.
"This was taken within the last 24 hours, from a traffic camera near possible location number 3, the hacker said.
The footage showed a white van passing through the frame. There was visible damage on the side panel.
"What are we looking at?"
Jennifer asked.
"Not much now, just a van passing through."
"But," Parker said, typing a few seconds more before spinning the screen back to face them.
"An hour before that video was taken. Traffic cameras a couple of miles from Frank Colt's residence picked up the same van."
The second video showed a white van with the same side panel damage drive past. "Where is that third location?" John asked. Parker indicated the remote section on the map.
"Door number 3 is the Ratcliffe Estate. It's a nice big house out in the hills, about 4 or 5 hours west of Great Falls. Far enough from the rest of civilization to do some shady business."
"Who's Ratcliffe?" John asked.
"Warren Ratcliffe," Jennifer said. "He's connected with one of the smaller data management companies, but he's shown plenty of interest in our projects." "Guy's a real corporate sleazeball," Parker added. "He's always caught up in some bad deal where people end up losing their shirts while he walks away clean."
John picked up his mobile phone and dialed a number.
"Who are you calling?"
Parker asked. "My friend Mark," John said. "I'm going to need satellite pictures of the grounds so that I can plan my entry." John parked the Lexus in his driveway, then led Jennifer and Parker into the house. He stayed outside for another moment to make sure no one had followed them. In the house, Parker set his laptop up in the living room. He had the satellite images Mark sent, showing the only major road leading to the remote house in the hills. Jennifer sat on one end of the couch with her legs pulled up. She stared off into the distance, unable to focus on anything going on around her. The only thing she could think of was Emily.
"I put some coffee on," John said, stepping back into the living room.
"Hopefully it's not some cheap supermarket brand," Parker said. "I haven't had a decent cup since yesterday morning."
John gave a look that told Parker everything he needed to know about the brand of coffee and what John thought of his opinion. The hacker looked back down at his laptop.
"Yeah, anything's good, thanks."
"Stay inside," John said, looking more at Jennifer than Parker. "Don't make any outside contact with anyone other than me."
"Where are you going?"
Jennifer asked.
"I'm going to get your daughter."
John closed the door to his bedroom, walking to the closet. Inside, he keyed the 4-digit code to the large gun safe secured within. Playing out the type of tactics needed in his head, John changed into a long-sleeved black T-shirt and all-black BDU pants. He put on a pair of black Oakley military boots and hiked a ballistic vest over his torso, securing in tightly with the wide hook and loop straps on either side. He reached into the safe and grabbed the battle belt, strapping it around his waist. He secured the Colt 1911 into the drop leg holster, and grabbed 3 more magazines and slid them into the pouches on his front left hip. Next was the H&K MP5 submachine gun with an integral sound suppressor. The nylon shoulder strap kept the weapon hanging under his left arm. The grip faced forward so he could draw it across his body, keeping it out of the way while still ready to deploy at a moment's notice. 2 spare mags found a home in the mole webbing of his vest. On the left side of his belt, he attached the sheath containing a large K-bar marine fighting knife. Finally, John grabbed the M4 carbine and worked the charging handle to ensure the weapon was clear. He brought it up to his shoulder to check the sights. John loaded the rifle and filled the pouches across his chest with spare magazines. Pulling the 3-point tactical sling over his body, he let the weapon hang in the standard front carry position. He pulled 2 radios from the top shelf of the safe before swinging the heavy steel door shut with his foot. John stepped back out into the living room to check on his guests, letting the comforting scent of brewing coffee relax him.
"What country did you say you were going to take over?"
Parker asked. His eyes were fixed on John's gear, lingering on the military assault rifle strapped to his chest. John handed Jennifer one of the radios.
"You can use this to reach me. If anything happens here while I'm gone, I need you to let me know."
"Won't the bad guys hear the call?"
Jennifer asked. John strapped a lash throat mic and inserted the earpiece into his right ear.
"Not with this."
Scooping up the keys to Jennifer's car, he walked out of the house, locking the door behind him.
Chapter 19. Day 2, 16:16 Mountain Time.
Mr. Gordon's shoes tapped out a rhythm with each step as he walked into the large office area of Warren's house. He pulled the pest prototype from his coat pocket and placed it on the table. Seated next to Warren was a mousy woman with wavy hair pulled into a loose bun. She reached forward to retrieve the device and hooked it up to her laptop. Her fingers tapped out a series of keystrokes and she sat upright.
"This should only take a minute to verify,"
the mousy woman said.
"Good,"
he said in response. Her eyes darted up and down as she read the data.
"It's confirmed, sir. This is the device you're looking for."
"Thank you," Warren said. "Now, please, if you'll excuse us."
The woman nodded, readjusted her glasses, and packed up her laptop. She left the room shuffling while leaning forward like she was perpetually off balance. She veered her path to avoid Gordon, who came back into the room holding a box. It was a special case designed to keep the prototype, protecting it with shock-absorbing foam. The outer shell was a tough polymer reinforced with an embedded wire mesh. With the device settled into its custom-cut recess, Gordon shut the case and handed it back to Warren.
"Call your men and have them eliminate the Dawson woman," Warren said. "We can't risk anything coming back at us later."
Gordon nodded and pulled out his phone.
"And have someone kill the girl," Warren said, facing away.
"I'll see to it personally," he said.
The enforcer would not enjoy killing a 12-year-old girl, but he had no qualms about doing whatever it took to keep his client safe and free. He left Warren in the room alone, stepping out to send a text message to the men watching Jennifer Dawson. Emily held her ear pressed to the hardwood door for minutes. She strained to hear any signs of the guard outside leaving or falling asleep. All she could hear was an occasional boot or chair readjusting. She retreated to her bed and sat with crossed legs, facing the door. Now was not the time to make her escape. After what felt like hours, Emily's posture broke as she scooted further back to lean on the wall. Her eyelids started to droop when another sound pulled her attention back. Bootsteps approached, and she repositioned herself on the mattress to appear less conspicuous, just in case anyone opened the door. A muffled conversation started on the other side. Emily scooted along the floor, trying to get close enough to hear what they were saying. Only a few feet from the door, she could hear a couple of words here and there.
"Come on, man. She's just a little girl," the arriving man said. "Where's she gonna go?"
There was some trepidation in the voice of the postured guard as he replied. She held her breath, silently rooting for the other man to convince the guard to step away, mouthing the words, "Just go." Finally, the guard said,
"All right, you win. But I can't stay too long."
Emily let out her breath as the two sets of footsteps pounded away, receding in the distance. This opportunity would not be safe, and her mind argued for her to wait and make sure, but this might be the only chance she got. She scrambled the rest of the way to the door and pulled the lockpicks from her cast. With more confidence after having opened the door the first time, Emily was able to unlock the deadbolt in less than a minute. She put the lockpick in her back pocket and pulled out the ceramic shank wrapped in the napkin. Again, she bundled the paper along the base to use as a handle and pulled the door open just a crack. Emily peered out into the now empty hallway, seeing the vacant chair up against the wall. No one was guarding her. Chapter 20. Day 2. 1625 Mountain Time. Raising Hell. Run DMC. Leaving Jennifer's Lexus behind, John hiked the remaining mile to conceal his approach. The foliage along the hills afforded him the necessary cover to get close. He held the M4 carbine at a low ready position and moved with deliberate steps while keeping an eye out for guards or traps along the perimeter. He covered the remaining quarter-mile in 10 minutes, approaching the compound from a secluded back area that he marked out on the satellite images. The security presence looked high for a random rich man's house in the hills. That alone confirmed that this was the place. Even with the increased manpower, he could see that the guards themselves were lax in their procedure. They had the guns and the bodies, but lacked the discipline to maintain constant communication. They wouldn't be expecting some woman with a programming background to organize an assault on their home. Their hubris would bring about their downfall. John was concealed behind some foliage as one guard walked the outside perimeter of the mansion's security walls, and right past him. The guard stopped just 20 feet away from him to smoke a cigarette. Flicking open his lighter, he deftly lit the cigarette in his mouth, put the lighter back into his pocket, and inhaled. His face and posture radiated smug self-satisfaction at his practiced lighting technique.
Too bad he didn't spend his time practicing how to search for threats, John thought as he let the M4 hang on his offside to bring the silenced MP5 across his body. There was a soft rustling of leaves that caught the smoking guard's attention. He turned as John brought the submachine gun to his shoulder. The guard didn't even fully grasp what was happening before the bullets struck him. The silenced MP5 chuffed 3 times, putting clean holes through the man's sternum. John covered the distance fast, reaching the man's body just as it hit the ground. He grabbed a handful of the guard's pant leg, keeping his weapon shouldered with his right hand, and dragged the body into the bushes. He took the radio from the dead man and clipped it to his vest before he continued. Another strip of trees and bushes led John to a clearing with several vehicles parked. An assortment of jeeps, trucks, commercial Hummers, and motorcycles filled the provisional parking lot. He approached the loitering guard, still holding the MP5 in his right hand, this time pointed down. Keeping his center of gravity low, John walked up in a partial crouch, reaching out with his left hand, preparing to wrap a hand around the man's mouth before bringing his right hand up to complete a quiet neck break. Before he could execute his plan, a second guard stepped out from behind a parked truck. The cigarette dangling from the man's lips quivered and fell as his eyes shot open to saucers. The first guard attempted to turn, but John pressed a hand on the man's back to keep him facing forward, and placed the forend of his submachine gun on his right shoulder. Using the first guard as an impromptu weapon rest, he put a tight burst high into the second guard's chest. As the approaching guard fell, John gave the other man a slight shove to create some space. The man rotated in slow motion as the ex-soldier pressed the trigger, letting the 3-shot burst right up, starting near the guard's neck and ending just under one of his eyes. John dropped to a combat crouch and swept his weapon across the area, making sure that no one else heard the commotion. Content that he was clear, he released the MP5's grip,
letting it hang from the shoulder strap while he quickly pulled the two bodies back toward the tree line, dumping them into the ditch on the edge of the clearing. Before heading back, John pulled his K-bar and cut the shirt off of one of the guards and stuffed one end into his pocket before putting his knife away. A large panel truck sat parked at the end of the parking area, backed into position and facing away from the compound. John crawled underneath and rolled over to his back, pulling his knife. The blade made short work of the fuel lines. He rolled out from underneath and reached the back of another car, stuffing the dead guard's shirt into the tailpipe. John's knife slid easily into the tires of the pickup truck and Jeep parked further down. Taking a few more minutes, John disabled more vehicles in essential positions to block in the rest or to make it difficult to get out without taking time to reposition. With the first phase of his plan finished, John brought his suppressed MP5 back up and made his way to the most probable location to make his entry into the mansion, based on the discussions that he and Mark had about the satellite images. The layout of his chosen point of infiltration meant he could face more opposition, but it was the most likely location where they would be keeping his goddaughter. Emily stepped out into the hallway, looking in both directions. With the guards gone, the whole area was quiet, empty. Seizing the small window of opportunity, she pattered her way to the furthest of the other two doors. She pulled her lockpicks from her pocket, just in case she had to unlock the door. Holding the tools in one hand, Emily tucked the shard of broken plate under her arm and checked the knob. She heard someone approaching, and her heart raced. Relief washed over her as the unlocked door opened. She stepped inside just as the sentry crossed the end of the hall. Like the room Warren kept her in, this room was sparsely furnished, but her eyes lit up when she saw a laptop on the lone desk. Emily jogged over as her socks made little swishing sounds along the tiled floor. The laptop felt heavy but very reassuring in her hands. She slid underneath the desk and lifted the display, powering the computer up. Even the relatively short boot-up time felt like an eternity to her. A rush of dizziness hit her as she thought about all the things that could go wrong. When the operating system came up with a set of familiar icons on the desktop, Emily let out a breath. Her finger glided along the trackpad, passing the cursor over each of the applications, looking for something suitable to send a message to someone. She opened the messaging app and logged the current user out, putting her username and password in to sign on. The familiar chimes made her smile. She pulled up a new message and typed the username for her mom and drafted a message. Emily didn't know where she was being held, but she told her mom about the kidnapping, killing her dad, and the details about the most significant people in the house, Warren and Mr. Gordon. She held her breath and hit send. Jennifer held the near-room temperature cup of coffee in both hands, rocking her body back and forth. John had left almost an hour ago, and the lack of contact made her feel helpless. She kept her eyes fixed on the radio sitting on the table, resisting the urge to bombard John with constant questions. She jumped from her seat as her phone buzzed. Almost spilling her drink, she set the cup onto the table with shaky hands, rushing to pull her cell from her waistband where she kept it tucked. Her trembling fingers put in the 4-digit code and saw the notification on the screen. Jennifer's mind had difficulty processing the message. Her eyes bounced from the body of the message to the name of the sender. She wanted to read what it said, but her brain kept fixating on the sender's username. It was Emily. The shout that escaped Jennifer's lips startled Parker, and his startled yell was almost as loud. She was both laughing and crying. Her words were indecipherable, and she kept waving the phone around. "What is it?" Parker asked.
"It's Emily. She's alive."
Tears streamed down Emily's face as she held her hands over her mouth. She read and reread the response from her mom.
"Find a safe place to hide. Please don't take any unnecessary risks. Uncle John is coming to help you."
The rest was a near never-ending stream of "I love you" and "please stay safe." Emily took several deep breaths, renewed with a sense of strength. Uncle John was her godfather. They weren't related, but he was in the army with her father. She searched the desk for any other tools that would be useful, but found nothing else. She walked to the window and opened the latch. It was unlocked, and she could open it from the inside. The earpiece in John's ear crackled to life. He dropped to a crouch and swept the muzzle of his SMG across his field of view to make sure no one else posed a threat. He pressed his fingers on his radio to key the mic.
"Jennifer, calm down. I can't understand what you're saying."
His voice was just above a whisper.
but his words were transmitted loud and clear on the other end.
"Emily is alive. She just sent me a message."
John was almost surprised when the smile stretched across his face. He didn't expect a level of relief that hit him. "That's great news," he said. "Keep me updated if you hear anything else."
"Okay, John. Thank you."
John stood up again and made his way to the compound's outer wall. He switched to the channel that he and Mark were using to coordinate his infiltration. "Mark, are you there?" "I'm here, John," Mark said. "What's your status?" John filled Mark in on the situation, letting him know that of 6 guards in his chosen point of infiltration, he'd already eliminated 3 of them. He told Mark to limit radio contact, but to call him if any significant changes occur. John secured his weapons and took a short running start to leap up and grab the top of the wall at its shortest point. The cinder block texture scraped his fingers and palms, but he pulled himself up and over with ease. Meant as more of a deterrent than a fortification, he was able to make it past the wall without sacrificing stealth. He had to be careful not to kick off a firefight until he knew that Emily was safe. John reached the corner of the building he and Mark chose as the best point of entry into the house, and used his knife to pry a window open. He brought his MP5 back up and stepped inside, one leg at a time. Emily opened the window and leaned out. She was on the 2nd floor, looking down at the 12-foot drop. The sun had gone down less than an hour ago, and the moon left the ground with patches of darkness, where trees and shrubs cast heavy shadows. Craning her neck out to either side, she spotted a drain pipe running along the corner of the building. She tried to reach out to get a good handhold on the pipe, but found that it was out of reach. Even with 2 good arms, Emily knew that it would be too difficult to climb down with the laptop. She chewed on her lower lip for a minute, looking all around the window for anything that would help. A ledge-like trim ran along the outside below the window. It was broad enough for her toes, or the edge of her foot, but not wide enough to walk along to reach the pipe. Judging the distance, she figured that if she could hold on to the windowsill and stand on the tiny ledge, she could reduce the height of the drop enough to hit the ground without any major injuries. Her broken arm throbbed in pain from the recent exertion. The thought of hitting the ground now scared her, but it was what she needed to do to get to safety. Her eye traveled up and down the curtains around the window, and an idea popped into her head. She pulled one of the curtains tight on the rod and used the shard of the broken plate to cut rough strips out of it. A few minutes later, she had several scraps of the thick cloth that she used to fashion a crude backpack, crossing the straps along the front of her body and pulling the computer close to her back. It didn't move much at all when she jostled around testing its fit. It was now or never. Emily had to make her escape before the guards returned and realized she was gone. She lifted her left leg over the edge of the window and settled the inside edge of her foot on the small ledge. She held on to the windowsill and brought her right leg over, placing it in front of her left. She crouched as low as possible, holding on to the window to keep from falling. While trying to slow her breathing, Emily spotted a guard patrolling the large backyard. Timing his route, she dropped to the ground while he had his back turned. Emily's feet hit the ground at almost the same time, compressing her whole body into a crouch and throwing her forward. Her body bounded ahead as she tried turning into a roll over her shoulder. Instead, she struck the ground hard on the elbow of her good arm. She bit down on her lower lip hard to keep from crying out. The impact sent a wave of pain into her shoulder. She propped herself on her knees and tugged at the straps to make sure the laptop was still secure after her drop. The guard turned, alerted by the sound she made hitting the ground. Emily scrambled into the shadows, watching the man through the foliage as he visually scanned where she hit the ground. Tense seconds passed as he took a couple of steps forward, squinting and leaning to get a good look. She held her breath up until the moment the man finally gave up his casual search and went back to his lazy route. She followed the bushes along the house until it reached a small clearing with a shed on the other side. Emily glanced back to the guard's route and saw the way was clear. Chapter 21. Day 2, 1656 Mountain Time. A View to a Kill. Duran Duran. Mr. Gordon crested the top of the stairs and turned the corner to the hall where he locked Emily up. He looked down at his phone, checking to see if either of the men watching Jennifer had replied to his text. Seeing no new messages, his frustration rose.
"I'll deal with those 2 later."
He looked up at the door and saw an empty chair where he expected to see a guard posted. Gritting his teeth, Gordon covered the distance in hurried steps. He kicked the small wooden chair to one side and pushed the now unlocked door open. The empty room mocked him. as he saw only the unmade bed and a pair of girls' shoes. The enforcer let out an angry growl, heading to the bathroom to see if the guard had escorted their prisoner there. Again, he saw an empty room. The footsteps out in the hall pulled his attention back. The guard that was supposed to be watching Emily stood, dumbfounded, as he looked down at the chair on the floor and the open bedroom door. Gordon rushed him, driving a hand hard into the man's throat and pressing him up against the wall. His right hand pulled the pistol from the holster and pressed the muzzle against the guard's cheek.
"Where did she go?"
Flecks of spittle peppered the panic-stricken face of the guard. He replied in a series of apologetic murmuring and shrugs. The urge to put a bullet into this incompetent soldier's brain was almost overwhelming. Gordon scowled, pulling in 2 deep breaths through flared nostrils before releasing his grip on the guard.
"Find her, now!"
He grabbed the man by the collar and shoved him toward the stairs.
"Sweep the area. Check every door. If you don't get her back in this room, I'll kill you myself."
He watched as the blubbering guard staggered away, clutching his hat and nodding. Inside the small dusty shed, Emily closed the door, making sure to prevent any extra noise. She pulled the computer from her makeshift backpack and opened the display, watching as it woke again. Her eye reflexively dropped to the lower right corner, showing that it still had a faint signal from her hiding spot. It was weak, but the messaging app was still connected. Emily sent out a quick message, letting her mom know that she had found a good hiding spot in a shed tucked in the far corner of the property. Jennifer held her phone clutched in her hands, waiting for any communication from her daughter. Her heart soared when Emily's message came through. She was safe for now. Jennifer covered her mouth with one hand as tears of stress and joy streamed across her cheeks and fingers. She put the phone down in her lap and picked the radio up from the couch cushion next to her. John needed to know where Emily was hiding. He needed to know that she was still alive and safe. John moved to a dark corner and listened as footsteps clomped all around him. He could hear raised voices as people were running upstairs and through the hallway just outside the door where he was hiding. Something must have alerted them, John thought. His first inclination was that someone must have stumbled upon one of his earlier victims, or someone failed to check in. He reached up and unscrewed the light bulb from the lamp next to him and moved to the other side of the door. The guards were searching room to room, so it would only be a matter of time before someone reached him. The doorknob rattled and slowly turned before a sliver of light from the hall spilled in from around the man at the entrance. An arm came in and flicked the light switch up. When nothing happened, the hand toggled the switch several more times. The man huffed and sighed before stepping all the way in, heading for the far corner to start his search. John moved behind him and softly pushed the door shut. The ambient light faded as he wrapped a powerful arm around the guard's neck. John grabbed his other bicep, securing the choke, and hoisted the man off of his feet. With a violent yank up and to one side, the man's neck snapped. John lowered the now limp body to the floor. In the moonlight, he could see that the uniform matched the rest of the soldiers he had already faced. It wasn't until now that John noticed a resemblance to what he wore himself. They wore a dark gray uniform, but his black BDU pants and tactical vest looked similar enough, especially with the assortment of military-grade firepower strapped to his body. He crouched next to the body and pulled the hat from the dead man's head. John tested the fit, finding it a little tight. If he kept his movement casual to match the other mercenaries around him, he had a chance of passing as one of them. John stepped out into the hall and moved toward the stairs, hugging the wall close. As he passed the last room, the door opened and a man stepped out. They bumped into each other, but as the man looked up, ready to utter a warning, John put a hand over the man's mouth and shoved him back into the room, following with his MP5 held close to his body. Shooting from the hip, John unleashed a stream of bullets, stitching a short line from the man's diaphragm up to his left collarbone. The guard let out a short grunt of pain in his death throes. More footsteps could be heard, moving frantically now. Even suppressed, the submachine gun's report would be heard by people nearby. He risked sticking his head out into the hall to see if he had an opening to keep moving. 2 men hurried down the passage, pointed their weapons at him, and shouted commands to come out and surrender. John stepped back and shut the door, moving to the window as he heard multiple people radioing an intruder alert. Looking out the window for a clear path to escape, John spotted a guard listening to his radio before visually scanning the house. He dropped back out of sight before the guard could spot him. A firefight was inevitable now. John cursed to himself and took up a combat position, executing a tactical reload to top off his MP5. He covered the door and chose a location that let him control his angle of fire to prevent the bullets from going further into the house.
He couldn't risk hitting Emily if she was nearby. His silent approach seemingly gone, he turned the stolen radio on to listen. The radio chatter multiplied as men radioed their fighting positions. John heard a familiar voice among the mercenaries shouting tactical information. He realized that he still had his earpiece in, and Jennifer's voice tried to break through. John turned the stolen radio's volume down and switched to an open channel on his radio, so Mark could also monitor this conversation with Jennifer. "Repeat that," he said, no longer whispering into his throat mic.
"Emily is still alive," Jennifer said. "She's safe, hiding in a shed in a far corner of the property."
"Mark, did you get all that?"
"I've got the location of the shed, John," Mark said. "She's on the far corner of the property from your position."
John looked at the incoming data on his phone, showing his location in relation to the shed where Emily hid. He would be able to cover the ground much faster outside, but with his position compromised, the lack of cover was too much of a risk. He would have to fight his way through the house. Chapter 22. Day 2. 1714 Mountain Time. Fight for your right. Beastie Boys. With his position compromised, John slung the H&K MP5 and switched to the MP4 carbine. His M4 didn't have the sound suppressor like the submachine gun, but he didn't need to sneak around anymore. He would also need the added firepower now. The men outside radioed his position, organizing their approach. They moved and sounded like professionals, but John pulled his door open and engaged them first. They wouldn't be prepared for his direct approach. He brought the muzzle of his weapon around where he knew the incoming soldiers would position themselves for entry. The rifle spit thunder and lead, dropping the two men approaching the door. John stepped out just as a third man rounded the corner with his M4 carbine shouldered, returning fire. John was forced to dart across the hall and slip into a different room to avoid the onslaught. The call came in about the intruder as Mr. Gordon stepped into a home office at the end of the hall near Emily's room. He approached the open window, seeing the scraps of curtain fabric on the ground. He crouched and picked up a length of the cloth.
Did she use this to climb out?
He stood and leaned out the window, looking for any evidence that the girl used the curtain to climb down. In the faint light he could see some rough gouges in the grass below, but no other signs of Emily. Gordon scanned the property, putting himself into the mindset of a captive trying to escape. The shed on the far end caught his eye. In the girl's position, he would consider that a good hiding spot until the chance at a full escape presented itself. The enforcer checked to make sure all of his weapons were secure, planning to leap down from the window and check the shed for their escaped prisoner. He phased out the desperate radio chatter, placing a palm on the windowsill, ready to climb out. Before he could get a leg out, fully automatic gunfire chattered from the other end of the house. With his reflexes kicking into overdrive, Gordon ran straight for the door, pulling his pistol and stepping out. He dashed to the far end of the upstairs floor and barged into Warren Ratcliffe's office, unannounced. Warren also heard the gunfire and looked to his enforcer with worry and surprise on his face. Several security men rushed by, to the stairs, not sure of what was happening. Another guard ran by following the others. Mr. Gordon grabbed the man by the sleeve and pulled him into the office.
Get a team to escort Mr. Ratcliffe out of here. Radio for the transport to meet him at the secure back exit, Gordon said.
The man nodded and spoke quickly into his radio. Gordon took out his radio and called for status updates. He needed to know just how large of a force they were dealing with and what directions they were attacking in. The response was confusing. Only one confirmed the sighting so far, and it was inside the house. "Sir," the guard in the room said, "the vehicles have been compromised. No ground transport is available."
Jesus, what was happening?
Mr. Gordon thought. Changing his plan, he said to the guard,
"Go get the juggernaut."
The man's only reply was a wide-eyed look of awe and apprehension. He grabbed a handful of the man's lapel and jabbed him in the chest with his pistol to emphasize every few words.
"Get to the armory and put on the juggernaut," he said before pushing the man away. "I'll arrange for the helicopter to pick Mr. Ratcliffe up on the roof. Guard the main entrance until he gets out safely."
John leaned out from the room and fired 2 bursts, forcing the man back behind cover. He stepped out and moved forward, maintaining his aggression. His opponent leaned out, aiming at the door, clear of where John stood. John fired a longer burst with the M4 through the corner the man was using for cover. A few of the 5.56mm rounds managed to punch through the drywall and 2x4 studs, scoring center-mass shots. He turned the corner, past the fallen soldier, as 2 more men stood at the far end of the hall, ready for battle. They flinched as he emptied the rest of the magazine, firing the rifle from his hip. When the M4's hammer clicked on an empty chamber, John wasted no time, letting the weapon drop on its sling and pulling his 1911 pistol with a smooth draw stroke. 2 .45 caliber slugs punched holes through the first man's heart before he could react. John walked forward, shifting his front sight to the second man. The soldier aimed his rifle as the pistol cracked 2 more times. John followed the double tap to his target's chest with a third shot between the eyes, taking him off his feet. He reached the 2 bodies and put 1 more round in the first man before reloading his pistol. Shouting voices approached from the other end of the hall. John spun around, putting his back to the wall and firing his handgun with one hand. They answered back with rifle fire. John turned the knob of the nearest door and shouldered his way in while firing until his pistol locked open. Footsteps approached cautiously, and John could hear quiet voices just outside the door. He reloaded his Colt 1911 pistol and slipped it back into the holster. Before he could reload his M4 carbine, he heard one of the men say, "Frag it!" John knew this meant someone was going to throw a fragmentation grenade into the room to clear it before they moved in to finish him. There were no other exits, so John had to do something they wouldn't expect if he wanted any chance of surviving this. He moved to the door and stacked himself against the wall. The doorknob twisted quiet and smooth, and the door flew open. John saw an arm swing in and throw the grenade, and snatched the wrist with a powerful grip before the man could pull his hand back out. He grunted with effort and yanked on the arm, sending the arm and its owner sailing through the air into the middle of the room. In the next instant, John crouched and used his powerful legs to launch himself into a dive through the doorway. He turned in midair, landing on his left side, as his back smashed into the wall across the hallway. The 2 men remaining outside crouched in anticipation of the grenade blast until they heard a scream coming from inside the room. They realized with shock that their target was outside the room, but one of their own was now inside. John lifted his H&K and fired from his back at the closer of the 2 men. The MP5 coughed and 9mm rounds tore through flesh and bone. The remaining man brought his rifle up, taking aim at John. The sudden explosion from the grenade threw the rifleman's aim off. John rolled away from the far wall as bullets stitched the floor next to him. He stopped on his back and unloaded his submachine gun into the final gunman. The barrage threw the soldier against the wall before he crumpled to the floor. John thumbed the release and yanked the magazine free. He grabbed a fresh mag and slammed it into the H&K just as the man hit the ground. With the final gunshot still echoing, John had a moment to reload his M4 carbine and do a quick search of the dead men, finding 2 extra M4 magazines and a grenade, before he left the area ahead of the footsteps running in his direction. "Just a sec," Mark said, cradling the handset of his desk phone on his shoulder while typing out an email on his laptop. He put the call on hold and focused on making his message as clear as possible before hitting send. He could hear the swish of the email application, letting him know the message was sent as he picked the call back up. "I said I need you to keep the police back." He listened to the incredulous reply before upping the aggressive tone. "Look, I could just pull rank, but you know you owe me a favor, and I'm calling it in right now. Keep all local law enforcement outside of my operation." After John's mission had escalated to a full-on firefight, Mark had been scrambling to make all the necessary calls to explain the situation to his superiors, call in some support for John, and to keep all other variables in check. "I'll give you the all-clear as soon as my man is ready for support. Until then, you will stand down," Mark said before hanging the phone up. "John, if you make it out of this, you owe me a beer." Chapter 23. Day 2. 1746 Mountain Time. Ace of Spades. Motorhead. John moved quickly to keep distance between himself and his pursuers. He rounded the corner of a short corridor that led to the main hallway which would take him to the other side of the mansion. The moment he stepped into the main hallway, he saw a man in the wrong time period. A soldier, wearing what looked at first like a heavy suit of medieval armor, held an AK-47 and stood in the middle of the path. John then noticed the more modern look of the soldier's armored suit. It resembled a dark metallic version of a bomb disposal outfit. John saw letters stenciled across the front. Juggernaut. Prototype. The Juggernaut suit was facing the front door when he noticed John. He pivoted his armored bulk to square up with a new threat down the hall. John's M4 rifle was coming up to fire at the same time the armored man's AK. It was then that another shocking realization flew through John's mind at lightning speed. What he thought was an AK-47 was fitted with a larger barrel than the rifle normally had. The drum magazine that stuck out of the bottom, already intimidating on its own, was also thicker than usual. John was face to barrel with the Saiga 12,
a semi-automatic shotgun built on the legendary AK-47 platform. Even though the metallic monster had the rifle up and ready, John's reflexes were quicker. He brought the M4 to his hip and fired a long burst into the man blocking his path. The bullets sparked and bounced off the armor, inflicting no visible damage at all. The Saiga-12 roared and released a series of rapid-fire booms. John pivoted away and retreated around the corner, but not before a shotgun blast slammed into the front plate of his tactical vest, his rifle partially absorbing some of the impacts. He nearly fell before making it back around the corner. Sections of the back wall disintegrated as the burst tracked John, destroying a large part of the structure. That confirmed another worry he had. Since it was built similar to an AK-47, it was relatively straightforward for a trained gunsmith to convert the Saiga-12 to fully automatic, making it capable of firing 600 rounds of 12-gauge ammunition per minute. John had the wind knocked out of him from the hit he took. At such a close range, the buckshot was still in a tight enough pattern for the tac vest to catch all of the pellets, but that only meant he took the full force of a 12-gauge shotgun blast to his body. He turned and staggered back the way he came as three men moved toward him from the opposite end of that short corridor. John moved toward them and fired his carbine, hoping an aggressive tactic would give him a psychological advantage, causing them to retreat. The M4 fired only a single round, striking the lead man in the neck, then fell silent. John instinctively performed a lightning-fast reload, but the carbine failed to fire again. The shotgun blast that hit his M4 must have damaged it. The two remaining mercenaries fired back, one with a pistol and the other with an AK-47. John had no choice now but to head back in the direction of the buckshot-breathing dragon. John recalled a small section of the hallway with an open doorway leading into another room when he first entered the main hall. It was on his left when he faced the juggernaut and halfway between the two of them. He turned and sprinted, zigzagging to avoid the gunfire following him, and rounded the corner at full speed. The Saiga was already aimed at John as he entered the hall, but his speed made him difficult to track. John covered the last 5 feet to the entryway. The shotgun started its fearsome roar as he leaped through the opening. He crashed through a small glass table and onto the floor. The shards cut into him, but the pain wasn't even a blip on his mental radar as he scrambled away from the gunfire, punching through the wall. John saw he was in a den, furnished as an office. He crawled to the closest corner of the room as the two men reached the doorway and fired blindly into the den. The shotgun ripped holes through the wall, and a ricochet from the AK-47 struck his thigh. John sprayed his MP5 through the barrier, trying to get his opponents to take cover. He rolled behind the desk, amid the rain of wood, lead, and glass. There was a lull in the shooting as the soldiers approached outside the room. John saw a small glimpse of the gunman through missing sections of the drywall. He dropped the empty magazine from the H&K and reloaded it with the partially full magazine he replaced earlier. This one had less than 10 rounds left. John took the frag grenade off of his vest and pulled the pin, still holding the spoon tight to its side, keeping the explosive from arming itself. He emptied the MP5 at the opening, forcing the two men to step away from it. Once the submachine gun ran dry, John scrambled to the wall. He held the grenade in his tightly clenched left fist and punched directly through the den wall into the hallway. John dropped the grenade on the other side and pulled his arm back. More gunfire greeted him near where his fist punched through, and he lunged back onto the desk, pulling the big office chair in front for any bit of cover he could get. The man in the juggernaut realized too late what was happening. He yelled a warning through his armored helmet. "Grenade!" The explosion overpowered every other sound in the room. The blast shredded the wall between them. The blast wave shoved John and the desk back a couple of feet, and a bit of shrapnel punched into the side of his vest, penetrating the thinner protective material at that point. Another grazed John in the side of his head, causing him to black out for a moment. He snapped awake and saw that smoke and dust filled the room. His ears were ringing and blood flowed down his nose, soaking into his mustache. He was disoriented, but he drove his heavily muscled frame forward, nearly on pure instinct, and smashed through the hole where the grenade exploded. John fell to the floor on the other side, next to the now dead armored man. The two other men, also hurt from the grenade blast, started getting back to their feet. John scooped up the automatic Saiga-12 and fired at the soldiers as they brought their guns up. The double-aught buckshot storm took them off their feet and sent them to meet their respective makers. John pulled a fresh drum magazine from a belt of drums the juggernaut wore and reloaded the shotgun. He dropped the MP5 and M4 carbine to the floor and attached 2 more drum magazines to his tactical vest, wherever he could. John limped down the long hallway toward the other end of the mansion. Once there, he would fight his way outside into the shed where Emily hid. He would get to her. He would protect her.
John took a mental inventory of his injuries to assess his situation. He could deal with the various small cuts and scrapes. The shotgun blast to the chest bruised or possibly cracked one of his ribs. His breathing was pained and shallowed. The ricochet in his right thigh bled, but it didn't penetrate too deeply or come near an artery. The shrapnel in his right side was also not too deep, being slowed some by the vest. He kept pressure on the wound by pressing the stock of the Saiga 12 automatic 12-gauge shotgun firmly to his side. Blood dripped from his nose, head, and one of his ears. The ringing sound would make it difficult for John to hear someone coming, so he had to remain extra vigilant. Moving through the hallway, John walked right down the center, no longer traveling along either of the walls. His posture and stride were high and deliberate, ready for any head-to-head confrontation. As he made it into a larger opening, boots pounded on the hardwood steps as a soldier came running down, firing his rifle as he moved. John turned to his right and met the man's rush with a 3-shot burst, sending a fusillade of double-aught buckshot throwing his target's body backward onto the stairs. Another door burst open as the mercenary stepped out, not sure where his threat was. He faced John with his M4 aiming at the ground. For a split second, John could see the process in the man's eyes. He wanted to bring the weapon up to fire on the intruder, but it was clear that it was already too late. The man turned to flee. After 2 steps, the Saiga 12 hammered 5 shots in rapid succession, cutting the soldier down in an instant. Reaching the room the soldier just came from, John kept the weapon pressed at his hip and swept the muzzle through. At the far end, a set of French double doors opened out into the backyard. John mapped out his path in his mind, assuring himself that the shed where Emily hid wasn't too far away. He stepped through the doors onto a large covered patio running the length of that section of the house. A series of heavy concrete pillars provided support for the roof. Moving through the yard, John saw 3 men taking cover and aiming their weapons at him. The bright muzzle flashes kicked him into action. The barely audible reports from their rifles pierced the ringing in his ears, but he had difficulty figuring out their firing and reloading patterns. John used the patio's pillars as cover to reload, moving forward with a series of bursts from his 12-gauge assault rifle. The first man screamed in agony as double-aught buckshot shredded the wood and wrought iron bench he used as cover. Another soldier took 2 shotgun blasts dead center as he tried to move up for a better angle of attack. As his burst made short work of that man, the last perk propped his weapon against the short wall he hid behind and dumped an entire magazine at the pillar John used for cover. Before he could drop back, one of the rounds struck the concrete nearby, sending a spray of dust and debris, peppering John's eyes. He blinked as the stinging caused him to drop down and get out of the line of sight. The soldier jumped up to his feet and fled, letting his empty rifle clatter at his feet. John leaned out in a crouch and fired the Saiga 12, struggling to get a good sight picture through blurred vision and watery eyes, until the magazine ran out of ammo. He dropped the now empty shotgun and pulled the 1911 from the drop leg holster, stepping out from cover to head for the shed. Chapter 24. Day 2. 1811 Mountain Time. Seek and Destroy. Metallica. Mr. Gordon stepped out into the opposite side of the lush backyard, making visual contact with the intruder. One man, sent by an unknown player, was apparently the cause of the death and destruction that occurred today. This man would ultimately fail in his mission to get his hands on the encryption device. Gordon saw to that when he secured the roof and arranged for the safe extraction of his client, Warren Ratcliffe. The giant, bloodied stranger turned back to face the mansion where he heard the thrumming blades of the approaching transport. A Bell 222 helicopter touched down on the roof, bouncing on the wheeled gears from a hurried landing. A man in a suit carrying a briefcase climbed aboard and slammed the door closed behind him. "It's too late," Gordon called out from across the lawn, raising his voice to carry over the thumping of the rotors. The mystery man whipped his head toward the speaker. The two combatants couldn't be more visually different. Mr. Gordon draped his cream-colored suit jacket on a lawn chair and rolled up the sleeves of his turquoise dress shirt. His always creased slacks hung down in perfectly straight lines, ending at modified dress shoes designed to give him traction for a fight. The unknown soldier approaching him was a battered and bleeding mess, holding a 1911 semi-automatic pistol. The man was a relic from an ancient war. Gordon stood with his feet casually close together and his hands raised out to his sides. A Kydex hard-shell holster sat tucked inside his waistband, in the 1 o'clock appendix carry position. The custom stippled grip of a Glock 19 poked out, opposite of the pouches holding 3 spare magazines. The Bell helicopter rose above the highest point of the mansion's roof and flew away.
"It's over," he said, satisfied this intruder had failed in his mission. "You won't catch him now, my friend."
Warren had the prototype decryption device in his possession, and he was now on his way to a secure location. Gordon's remaining task was to kill this man and clean up the mess. The bloody intruder gripped the Colt tightly in his fist and turned to face him head-on. Gordon's hands were still held out to his sides and his fingers twitched slightly. A moment of stillness that carried on for an eternity shattered in a flash. The mystery man raised his pistol, and Gordon's hand snatched the Glock out of the holster in a blur of movement. Both men were experienced gunfighters. They shot while moving to any cover they could find in this serene landscape turned war zone. Ratcliffe's security specialist moved sideways, attempting to flank his target. He noticed the intruder chose to advance with aggression, moving forward to seek cover.
"He wants to close the distance. He's making it too easy for me to circle him."
He almost pitied this man, like a matador about to destroy a bull. Mr. Gordon crouched behind an ornate Greek statue of a beautiful woman. He fired 3 shots at the intruder, almost steering his opponent. The only viable cover for the man-bull rushing forward was the small fountain between the two men. He would drive the soldier toward the fountain with well-placed gunfire, then continue to flank his prey for the finishing shot. Just as he brought the Glock up, a burst of .45 caliber slugs punched through the edge of the statue at one of the weak points. One of the heavy 230-grain rounds drilled him low to the left of his sternum. His concealed body armor caught the bullet, but the air hissed from Gordon's lungs as he spiraled to the ground.
Was that luck or skill? He thought.
Getting his breath back, Mr. Gordon smiled slightly at the thought of facing a worthy opponent. He had to move quick and force the man behind the fountain to maintain his original plan. He leaned out from behind the statue while on his back, but he lost sight of his prey. He triggered a burst of suppressing fire in the area the man would most likely be, then rolled to a crouch and continued to move. John found himself in a gunfight with a man that chose to announce his presence instead of shooting John in the back. This man wanted a fair fight, which either made this foe very dangerous or very foolish. Regardless, John needed to end the fight quickly. He was down to the last magazine for his pistol, having emptied his weapon to close the distance to this man. His opponent's Glock 19 had a capacity of 15 rounds of 9mm in the mag, plus 1 in the chamber. With the 3 reloads on his opponent's belt, the skilled fighter started with at least 60 rounds. John was down to 7. He pressed his shoulder behind a short garden wall and saw his opponent take cover behind a statue. The man's plan seemed to be using strategic fire to force John to move forward behind the fountain. That would open John up to a flanking attack. A solid plan that he would have employed himself if the roles were reversed. John's next maneuver would be the most dangerous. He sighted his Colt semi-automatic on his opponent's cover and saw the man raise his pistol. He fired at his target through the more delicate parts of the statue, confident that the heavy slugs would penetrate the material. He saw the man go down in a spray of stone chunks and dust. Seizing his opening, John leaped over the wall, headed for the fountain, firing the last of his ammo to cover his movement. The slide locked back and John dropped the pistol. His left foot dug hard into the soft lawn as he switched directions, sprinting toward the gunman. He moved to his right, using the statue to hide his approach. John seized his only chance to reach his foe and change the rules of the fight. Hand-to-hand range didn't make his opponent's gun any less dangerous, but without a firearm of his own, any distance between them would mean John was out of the fight completely. His wounds sent sharp signals of pain, and his heart hammered in his chest as his boots churned the ground with each determined step. Mr. Gordon launched from a crouching position to continue his flanking maneuver. The instant he broke cover, he found the giant of a man bearing down on him at a full run. The sudden appearance of his opponent caught him completely off guard. Not a man to be shaken easily, the mercenary swung his pistol up to shoot the charging bull. A huge paw of a hand swatted the gun to the side as 240 pounds of focused mass took him completely off of his feet. The two hit the ground together, and the brute attempted to pin Gordon with his weight while throwing massive fists to his body and head with frightening accuracy. Any ordinary man would have been overwhelmed by the sheer size of the assailant and the ferocity of his attack. But Gordon was highly trained to fight from any position. He pulled his opponent close to minimize the damage until he could find a stable enough base to create some distance. He shifted his hips out from underneath his opponent and wedged his knee on the big man's hip. Mr. Gordon reached back to the sheath attached to his belt, wrapping a hand around the grip. He shifted again, bringing his other foot up, and kicked away to make some space as he deployed the knife from his back with a quick swipe. His opponent leaned back to avoid the blade. Gordon rolled away and stood. He studied the mystery man, impressed by the skill he showed during the gunfight. Admittedly, gunplay was the weakest of his skill set, and he conceded the win to his opponent. Now it was a different story, as Gordon brought his tactical folding knife into a fighting position. The man-bull reached to a sheath on his thigh and pulled a large knife of his own.
The bull has a sword, Mr. Gordon thought, amused again.
Close-quarters combat was where he was the most formidable, and his blade whirled in a hypnotizing pattern, looking for blood. John held his knife ready as his opponent moved in. The two combatants exchanged a series of slashes and stabs, neither scoring a hit. It was only a matter of time before this dangerous man would land a significant strike on John. The movements of the smaller tactical knife were quick and confusing as they searched for contact. Only the large size of his knife and reluctance to overcommit to any attacks kept John from any further injury. The man in front of him was much faster and very experienced with a blade. John saw an opening, as his opponent stepped in too far, missing a lunge meant for a space between his ribs. He counter-stabbed with his K-bar and realized too late that he made a mistake. The attack was a feint, and he drew John right into a trap. The knife fighter controlled the big blade by clamping the fingers and palm of his free hand over the back of the spine. A quick underhand slash caught John along the back of his hand, and he instinctively lost his grip on the blade. The smaller knife continued to arc away from him, and then circled back looking to sink into the side of John's neck. He brought his left arm up at the last moment to shield himself from the killing blow. The blade drove through his forearm, and the tip poked out through the other side. John grunted as the pain sensors in his mind went into overload. He hooked his right hand around the back of the man's head and drove the top of his forehead into his opponent's face. The vicious headbutt smashed cartilage and cracked bone. The man released the grip on his knife and dropped John's K-bar to the ground. His foe fell back, blood spraying from his nose, but managed to roll over his shoulder and end up on his feet again. John swept the big knife to the side with one large boot and gripped the handle of the tactical blade buried in his arm, pulling it free with a growl. He saw the dangerous man adjust his stance, preparing to fight barehanded against a knife. Keeping eye contact, John deliberately threw the knife away. He knew it could be a huge mistake to do this, especially considering John was already severely injured, and now bleeding from a new wound. His opponent didn't shoot him in the back when he had the chance. John's gesture was a show of respect between two warriors. The fighter standing before him had proven to be much faster and possibly more skilled. While his tactical vest would help absorb some of his opponent's strikes, he would eventually be overwhelmed by the experienced attacker, as well as his injuries. John unfastened the buckles and the hook and loop closures. He took the protective vest off, trading the defense it offered for a bit more mobility. The man waited for John to remove his body armor, but lunged the moment it hit the ground. The fighter's movements were fast and surgical. The attacks came from varying angles, delivered by hands, elbows, feet, and knees. John's counterattacks were blocked or deflected with skilled precision. He was being picked apart by a better fighter. The uneven exchange continued for another 3.5 minutes until his opponent landed a roundhouse kick right on the gunshot wound on John's leg. The attack sent John down to a knee, hands on the ground. He was beaten and exhausted. His opponent stalked forward and stopped before delivering what would likely be a killing blow.
"For what it's worth, you are a worthy opponent," the man said, preparing to end the battle.
John stayed on a knee, but straightened up, looking his opponent in the eye. The man brought his knee up, chambering the leg to drive it into his neck. His foot fired out, but just missed when John leaned back and thrust one of his boots into the supporting knee of his opponent. The sickening crack of bones, cartilage, and ligaments reverberated through the boot. The mercenary let out a short, pained yell and collapsed to the ground. John rose to his feet and pulled the smaller man up to a standing position. The fighter lashed out with a right hook, but John easily deflected it. He scooped the man up and lifted him high into the air. John dropped his weight to one knee and brought his opponent crashing down, spine first, onto the other knee. Vertebrae cracked and shattered, and John dropped the wrecked body to the floor. Rising with pained effort, John stood and took 2 steps toward the shed where Emily would be waiting. Through a groan of barely contained agony, the man turned his head to face John. He asked in ragged breaths, through gritted teeth,
"Who sent you?"
John stopped, his back still turned, and stood silent for a moment. "The girl," he said, and continued walking. Chapter 25. Day 2, 1840 Mountain Time. Meet me halfway. Kenny Loggins. John grunted in pain as he reached up for the shed's handle. He pulled the wooden door open and stepped into the entry. "Emily?" His throat ached, making his voice more of a croak. "Are you in here?"
He let his eyes adjust to the dark, searching the small room for his goddaughter. A small figure peered out from the shadows, stepping forward.
"Uncle John!"
Emily ran to him. Even in the dim light, he could see the glint of the tears on her face. She ran into his arms and clutched his body tight around his injured ribs. He suppressed a groan and held her as well, slowly tightening his embrace as the pain gradually melted away. He felt himself wrapping around, wanting to protect her from any more danger in the world. "Come on, kid. Let's get you home to your mother." John pushed himself back to his feet and held Emily's hand, leading her out of the shed. He heard the sirens approaching. The flashing lights danced along the yard and driveway as police came pouring out of their vehicles. "Put your hands up," one of the officers ordered, as at least a dozen more trained their pistols and shotguns on John and Emily. "Let her go now," another officer said. John ushered Emily protectively behind him. He considered the possibility that these police officers might also be corrupt, and his mind was putting a battle plan together. A tiny hand wrapped around his wrist and tugged down.
"Please, Uncle John, just listen to them. I promise we'll be okay."
He looked down into her eyes and nodded as the rush of adrenaline was finally wearing off at that moment. His body almost collapsed under its weight as he lowered himself to his knees and laced his fingers behind his head. 4 officers approached with weapons drawn. One knelt down to pick Emily up, carrying her back to the safety of the patrol cars. 2 more kept their guns up as the last officer stepped behind John and secured his hands behind his back with a pair of cuffs. The lights flooded his vision, and all sound faded into the background as fatigue took over. Epilogue. Day 3. 00 hours, 44 minutes Mountain Time. Top Gun Anthem. Harold Faltermeyer. It was past midnight, and the police presence had increased. So far, only 2 other men were found alive, an unarmed mercenary running through the lawn into a group of police, and a second man in the backyard with a shattered spine. A pair of officers cuffed John Stone to an unpadded steel bench in the back of a police van. The officers on scene were still not sure entirely what happened here, didn't want to take any chances. The medics had to tend to John's injuries while he sat, restrained in the van. Before the double doors in the back swung closed, John spotted an all-black SUV pulling up to the scene. It didn't match the look of any local police vehicles. Federal agencies had just arrived, and the battle for jurisdiction was about to start. John tested the cuffs' fit, circling his wrists and wiggling his fingers to get as comfortable as he could, settling in for the long haul. After a few minutes, one of the van's back doors swung open, and a well-dressed man stepped inside. At first glance, his demeanor screamed federal agent, but John noticed that the color and cut of his suit wasn't part of any government standards he had seen. He looked the newcomer in the eye, and a hint of recognition hit him. John didn't know him personally, but had a vague sense that he knew who the man was. Skipping all formal introductions, the man took his sunglasses off and slid them into the inner pocket of his jacket. "Mr. Stone, I won't waste your time," he said with a smooth, confident tone. "I'm putting a team together, and—" "I'm retired," John cut him off. The man smiled and nodded. "Yes, we know. But you'll want to hear my offer." John stared into the man's eyes, looking for any sign that this might be a setup of some kind. He saw only the resolve and determination of someone that stood behind his words. "All right. You've got my attention," John said. "Like I said, I'm putting a team together, a group of individuals with varied specialties that can fill many needs." The man readjusted, smoothing out the pant legs of his slacks, and adjusted to sit in front of John. He continued in a lower voice. "Warren Ratcliffe, the gentleman that fled the scene in a helicopter a few hours ago, is part of a new breed of bad guys," he said. "We need a task force that can function on a different level. A method of operations not seen in government agencies today." "Outside of the typical military chain of command," John said, finishing the man's statement. "You see exactly where I'm going with this, then." He handed John a business card. John looked down at the card and looked back up at the man with a smirk. The mystery man chuckled, pulled a set of keys from his pocket, and removed the handcuffs. John held the card between his thumb and index finger, looking it over. Plain white stock with only a single phone number, starting with a Washington, D.C. area code. The man held the cuffs up, dangling from a thumb.
If you're wondering what's on the table, I can guarantee you a full pardon of all crimes. You knew that your vigilante one-man army raid was going to land you behind bars. But my guess is that you didn't care.
John lifted his eyes from the card. Going into his assault, he didn't expect to make it out unscathed, but the possibility of death or ending up behind bars took a back seat to making sure that Emily made it out safe.
I'll give you some time to think about it, Mr. Stone.
Call me when you've decided, he said.
John slid the card into his back pocket and looked him directly in the eyes.
When do we start?
This concludes The Hard Kill by Alan Manning and Brian Manning. Narrated by Roger Wayne. Copyright 2018 by Alan Manning. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Alan Manning and Brian Manning, and was produced in the year 2018 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks. Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Divide and Conquer by Alan Manning and Brian Manning. Narrated by Roger Wayne. Chapter 1. A harsh, bluish-white glow from the LED streetlights blended with the soft radiance of the half-moon, casting sharp shadows along the entrance of a fenced-in building nestled along a low-traffic street in Las Vegas's north side. A serviceman approached the small booth at the front gate, manned by an unassuming guard. The man checked his watch and stood, approaching the driver's side window. "Can I help you?" "Delivery," the driver said, glancing to the side with a folded piece of paper pinched between his fingers. The guard reached out to grab the document, and the van's side door slid open. He turned his head, shocked at what he saw, and dropped his hand to the pistol on his belt. The driver pulled a Soviet PB suppressed pistol, pointed the muzzle at the guard's head, and fired. The handgun let out a chock as the heavy subsonic bullet buried itself into his skull. A second man caught the guard's crumpling body, pulling him into the open van door. A third stepped out, wearing the same uniform as the guard, straightening his tie and adjusting his hat. He plucked the dead guard's ID card from his shirt and strolled over to the guard booth, swiping the stolen credentials into an electronic reader to open the gate. Without a word, the driver gave the new guard a nod, rolling his window up and bringing the van through the gate. The man at the gate returned the gesture with a casual salute using the key card and tossed it back through the van's side door before it slammed shut. The van pulled through the parking lot and stopped near the side of the building. Two men that looked like the tactical equivalent of the Odd Couple hopped out. Both wore dark blue heavy-duty coveralls, but one man was freshly shaven, his short hair well-groomed and parted on one side. The other had a baseball cap pulled over his unruly hair and a dark, bushy beard. They headed to the side entrance, looked to either side, and then peered through the narrow vertical glass before the man swiped the guard's access card. A buzz echoed through the mostly empty hall as the electronic lock clicked, releasing the latch. The two walked down the hall, passing an oblivious employee who barely gave the pair of blue-collar workers a second glance. They reached a secure area, swiping their credentials again to gain access, and headed for the surveillance room. At the keypad, well-groomed man knelt and dropped a bag of tools, digging inside. Bearded man pulled out a phone, pretending to check up on social media. The two, posing as technicians called in to fix a faulty access point, hid in plain sight, cracking the lock to access the data inside. The keypad let out a beep and click, and the two slipped in, securing the door behind them. They spent a few minutes getting familiar with the layout of the room, examining the monitors and racks of humming computers used to store hours of high-def video from the security cameras. Bearded man pointed to the control console with two fingers, then headed to a patch panel on the back wall. Well-groomed man nodded and pulled an ultra-portable laptop from his pack, plugging it directly into the boards controlling the security system. The door beeped and opened, air hissing out of the climate-controlled room. A man in uniform stepped in. He scanned the room and cast a cautious gaze at the two workers inside. He held a small flashlight in an ice-pick grip at shoulder height, pointing the 400-lumen beam at the strangers in utility garb. He squinted and ran his tongue along his bottom lip. "What's going on here?" he asked, thumb hooked into his belt, just forward of a holstered Smith & Wesson M&P. "Work order," the bearded man said, walking over from the panel. He glanced over the guard's shoulder to the door, then continued. "Your security system was on the fritz, and we got the call to come out here as soon as our shift started." He spoke in a slight accent the guard couldn't exactly place. The security guard looked back and forth at the two, then down at his wristwatch. "Little late for a maintenance call, isn't it? I'm going to need to see your work order." The man chuckled. "Yeah, I figured you would. Just doing your job too, huh?" He stepped forward, reaching one hand into the pocket of his coveralls. Now the guard recognized the accent. It was Russian. The bearded repairman pulled the PB pistol from his pocket and leveled it at the guard in a smooth motion. His movements remained casual, and the smile never left his face. The dichotomy of his action and his intent caused the guard to hesitate. Chock, chock. The man fired twice into the guard's face and kept an eye on the door as he collapsed to the ground. The guard convulsed, eyes wide with shock, and died where he lay. Well-groomed man never stopped typing at his keyboard during the whole exchange. Bearded man dragged the guard's body into a far corner, out of sight of anyone walking into the room. After that, he finished his task of splicing wires together at the panel. "I'm good here. You've got access now," Bearded man said, dropping his tools back into the bag and pulling out a 9A91 carbine. He affixed a suppressor to the muzzle and snapped the shoulder stock open. His teammate entered a series of keystrokes on the laptop, watching several progress bars whip by before the screen rewarded him with a confirmation that he had control of the security system. He pulled a radio from his left pocket and thumbed the button to transmit. "We're in," well-groomed man said, speaking Russian. He clicked several options on the screen, and the front door unlocked, while all exterior doors throughout the facility went on lockdown. He watched a monitor showing their van outside. A group of 4, dressed in all black and carrying short-barreled, suppressed 9A91 assault carbines, stepped out of the vehicle and moved to the front entrance in formation. The hacker scanned the wall of monitors until he found the corridor he was looking for. Thumbing the radio again, he called out the location to the team outside, directing them to the data storage wing. With a quick keyboard shortcut, the primary display showed a high-definition camera feed of the group outside, stacked at the entrance. Once all 4 were in position, the team leader looked up at the camera and gave a signal. Well-groomed man nodded, and bearded man flipped a switch on a small device wired to the panel. Seconds later, the entire facility went dark. The moment the power went out, the team at the front entrance swung the door open and stepped inside. They spread out and cleared the lobby, then moved deeper inside with short, quick steps, keeping their muzzles sweeping for any threats. The well-groomed man monitoring the action saw confusion and panic gripping the employees inside. After a few seconds, the emergency generators kicked in, powering small lights along the walls. Employees laughed nervously and made jokes until they spotted the men with guns. The 4 armed intruders brought their rifles up and fired on everyone they saw. They took disciplined shots with silenced semi-automatic compact rifles loaded with subsonic ammunition. Men and women panicked and screamed, trying to flee or warn others. But like a pandemic, the 4-man team moved through the area, killing with extreme prejudice. They swept through every corridor, every room, eliminating unsuspecting victims throughout the building. They reached the server room, and 2 security guards inside, investigating the blackout, spotted the black-clad soldiers with military gear through the sliding glass entrance. The guards scrambled for cover, drawing their handguns and firing. More panic erupted, as unsuppressed gunfire from the guards' weapons split the air, echoing off of the polished floors and solid walls. Frightened employees inside the room dropped to the floor and scrambled for safety behind the server racks. The team pushed into the server room and spread out. The 2 men in front switched their weapons to fully automatic and cut loose with heavy suppressing fire. Big subsonic bullets shattered every surface they struck, punching holes through drywall, sheet metal, and concrete, keeping the guards pinned. One of the guards brought his pistol up, firing blind. His weapon bucked wildly as he pulled the trigger until the slide locked back. With shaky hands, he thumbed the magazine release, screaming into the radio on his shoulder. "Repeat, we are under attack. 3 or 4 men with fully automatic weapons have broken in and are—" His partner's head rocked back from a point-blank shot by one of the intruders. The guard's radio was snatched away by another man. His limbs flailed, and he tried to scoot away, his heart racing. A 3-round burst punctured his heart and one of his lungs, and his body slumped to the ground, bleeding out. 2 of the black-clad men were shouting and rounding up the employees, herding them to the back of the room. The men and women screamed and cried, begging to be let go. The other pair, a man and woman with strikingly similar facial features, walked to a terminal near the server racks. The woman accessed the servers on the computer, while the man set up a portable rig encased in heavy-duty plastic and rubber to protect the small computer from damage during a battle. The woman typed for a minute, her mouth a tight line of concentration. Then she nodded, rotating the monitor of the server terminal to face the man. The display showed a wall of gibberish, nonsense characters and symbols all mashed into one obfuscated mess. He hooked the portable rig into the terminal and entered a few keystrokes. After pressing Enter, the display refreshed, showing a directory of files with thumbnail images showing a snapshot of the content for each. Another key command brought up a progress bar with the message, "Copying files." "Retrieving the data now," the hacker with the rig said into his radio. "Copy that," the reply came a second later. They were all speaking to each other in Russian now. "Team 3 has completed their objective. Fall back to the rally point once the data is secure." "Will do," the hacker replied, as his rig let out a beep, showing the progress bar at 100%. He nodded to the other pair, guarding the survivors. With cold efficiency, they began shooting all the hostages, kicking anyone back into the group that tried to flee, before putting a bullet into their skulls. No witnesses. No survivors. The hacker disconnected the rig and stuffed the device into his bag, pulling the strap across his body and picking up his weapon. They retrieved several canisters from their own bags, each with a small explosive charge on it. 2 canisters were attached to the servers, and another at the entrance of the room. The rest were placed at key points along their path toward the exit. The odd couple in blue-collar uniforms pulled the body of the dead guard from the front gate into the lobby. Everyone was back in the van, and one of the black-clad intruders asked about the fire suppression system. "Team 3 disconnected all alarms and disabled the fire suppression systems," the team's leader said. "It's time to move out." The canisters in the building detonated, the resulting explosion spreading a highly flammable gel everywhere. The flames engulfed the building in a matter of minutes. The van reached the main gate, slowing long enough to let the imposter guard in, then rolled out casually. Flames and smoke engulfed the entire facility, seeping out through the windows and doors, and began to ignite the exterior. Chapter 2. 2 weeks had passed since John Stone saved his goddaughter Emily from Warren Ratcliffe. Ratcliffe had Emily kidnapped to force her mother to help him retrieve the Pest prototype, a device capable of cracking all forms of digital encryption in real time. John saved both the mother and daughter, but the device was now in Ratcliffe's possession. After John rescued Emily in a firefight, which left dozens that tried to stop him dead or injured, he was approached to join a special task force with a mission to retrieve the device and bring to justice those responsible for taking it. Marvin Van Pierce, the director of the Hostile Response Division, a defense contract company hired by the United States government, saw great potential in John Stone. Van Pierce's organization and its task force, affectionately referred to by the team members as the Hard Corps, worked jointly with U.S. government agencies to counter terrorist activities, both within the borders of the United States as well as abroad. They were a shadow group, operating with minimal oversight in jurisdictional boundaries of regular government agencies. Along with John, Director Van Pierce also enlisted the services of Parker Lewis, the computer programmer and self-described hacker that had been caught up in Ratcliffe's plot against his will. Parker was instrumental in helping John track down the location of the Pest and Stone's goddaughter. Van Pierce's analyst placed Parker's programming and data analysis abilities well above average, but his pattern recognition and spatial reasoning were near savant levels, making him a valuable member of the new team. John's ribs ached as he slowly drew in a deep breath, pulling his shoulders back to stretch his muscles. For the past week after he acclimated to the task force, he worked directly with the team's field agents. They, like him, were men and women with previous military experience. John served in the Army's 75th Ranger Regiment in the 1st Ranger Battalion, retiring as a second lieutenant. The leader of the HRD's task force was Shane Powell, a retired captain from the U.S. Marine Corps. He was younger than John, and unlike the retired Army Ranger, Powell transitioned from his military life right into the hardcore. John and Shane butted heads many times, since the younger man felt his experience was more relevant to today's political climate and the mission at hand. Still, John respected the Marine and didn't question his decisions in front of the other team members. Leaning back in the chair and folding his arms across his chest slowly, John eased his joints into position, settling in for the meeting. Parker smiled at John and took the seat next to him.
"So, what do you think MVP is going to be talking about today?"
Parker asked, using the nickname MVP that some of the other members gave to Director Van Pierce. John kept his eyes toward the front of the room and shook his head slightly. "I don't know." He turned to face Parker. "But I'm hoping he's got more info on Warren Ratcliffe's whereabouts. If his trail goes cold, we're going to have a tough time finding him before he puts the pest into play." Marvin Van Pierce walked into the room, followed by Captain Powell and the lead intelligence analyst, Dr. Miranda Spencer. Parker straightened his posture as they took their seats around the table. Dr. Spencer slid a folder across to John and straightened her coat before settling in her chair. The director wasted no time with greetings or other formalities. "Last night, a government-sponsored facility about 7 miles north of Nellis Air Force Base was destroyed by a fire," he said. "There were no survivors, including the guard at the gate checkpoint, whose body was found inside the building. The fire inspectors have reported there was no doubt that this was arson. On top of that, they have determined everyone inside was already dead before the fire started. The fire suppression systems also failed, most likely a result of sabotage. Whoever did this wasn't trying to stage an accident. They were covering their tracks. We don't know what they were after because that facility kept mostly administrative data. Nothing declared top secret or connected to WMDs. But we're working on getting access to what the company was working on." Dr. Spencer adjusted her glasses.
"In the meantime, the fire is the cover story that will be released to the press. This might be a stupid question, but what about camera footage? Were the investigators able to recover anything usable?" Parker asked. Director Van Pierce closed the file folder in front of him. No footage had been recovered. This facility had state-of-the-art monitoring installed in and around the building, but the connection to remote backup servers had been cut early in the evening. The hard drives with recordings stored locally were destroyed in the fire. Spencer placed her hands on the table, alternating her gaze between Parker and John. "We currently have no leads. The team that pulled this off is beyond the abilities of anyone we expected to find operating within our borders.
Outside of sophisticated heist flicks, we have never seen anything like this so expertly executed on a high-security facility," the director said. "The location and contents of the facility aren't publicly communicated, so we have to assume they've got inside help, or a talented team of hackers." He looked over at Parker, narrowing his eyes. "Ratcliffe," John said. "He's got to be involved."
"There is no evidence connecting Warren Ratcliffe to the team that hit the data storage facility," Dr. Spencer said. "This could be completely unrelated to him and the pest prototype."
"You're unusually quiet, Mr. Lewis. Cat got your tongue, son?" Van Pierce asked Parker.
"Huh? Oh, sorry. Just connecting the dots in my head."
He scooped his laptop from the desk and shouldered his backpack.
"I've got an idea."
The 3 other occupants watched as the programmer left the room in a hurry. John and Van Pierce exchanged puzzled glances.
"I'll go with him, sir,"
Spencer said, pushing her chair back in. "Good idea. Keep him out of trouble," John said as she opened the door.
"Hey, wait,"
Dr. Spencer said. Her shoes clacked on the polished concrete floor as she struggled to catch up.
"Sorry, Miranda,
Parker paused while continuing his hurried pace.
I have an idea how to find out who did this."
"How?" Miranda pushed her glasses up as she reached Parker, matching his pace.
"It's something I did a couple weeks ago for John," Parker said. "We tapped into the feeds for cameras all over the city, feeding the data into a program that monitored for patterns that we established." "Like real time?" That doesn't help us now. Well, this time I was going to pull the recorded data from all systems in the area around that facility. Much easier than trying to spread out a web like last time.
Parker opened the door to the computer lab.
Is any of that even legal?
Miranda asked.
It wasn't when John and I pulled it off last time. And since I'm not rotting in prison right now, I'm guessing the brass overlooked it. Yeah, you were a fugitive then. You're part of a government-sponsored team now. We can't do that. We? Or me?
Parker asked, hooking his laptop up to the rest of the network.
Just pretend you didn't say that last sentence, and I'll deal with any heat that drops on my shoulders. I can't just...
Dr. Spencer searched for the best way to finish her sentence.
Sure you can.
Plausible deniability, Parker said, winking at her as his computer woke. His fingers snapped in a staccato rhythm, inputting commands, waiting for replies, confirming and executing. Miranda watched in silence for a few seconds before taking the seat next to his.
What do you see?
Progress, he said, scrolling down a list and selecting various entries as he moved through its contents.
You've already got something?
No, I'm looking at these progress bars down here, Parker said, pointing to the minimized tabs along the lower portion of his computer's display. Miranda rolled her eyes, sitting back and folding her arms across her chest.
Just let me know when you find anything of interest.
Parker nodded, taking the next few moments to start piping the recorded data into his program, punching in some parameters to narrow his search. He selected the cameras near the facility as the baseline, then moved the perimeter out block by block, each time increasing the number of data points exponentially.
This might take some time, he said, his voice almost too low to be heard. So what? We just wait?
Dr. Spencer asked.
Yes and no, Parker said,
pulling up another browser to start a new search. Miranda watched him work in silence, one arm still folded across her chest, as she absently chewed on the thumbnail of her other hand.
The DMV?
She asked when one of Parker's other search results popped up.
Yeah, I need to cross-reference the vehicles registered to the employees that worked at the facility. Whoa, I feel like you're trampling over privacy laws, not to mention my trust.
Miranda sat up straight in her chair.
Where are you getting this stuff anyway?
Parker mumbled as most of the words faded beneath the rapid clicking of his keyboard. The only words she understood were Freedom of Information Act.
None of this falls under the FOIA, Miranda said. You have to submit formal requests to get what you're looking for, not just find a backdoor to the server.
I made all the necessary requests, Parker said. I just happened to do it several thousand times per second until I got what we needed.
We? Don't pull me into this, Mr. Lewis.
Spencer stood up. Bingo, Parker said, leaning in closer to his screen.
What? What did you get?
Miranda asked, sitting back down and scooting up closer. A few vehicles there that day weren't connected to anyone working at the facility, and only this one was on site close to the time of the fire.
Is that a maintenance van?
Miranda asked. Yeah, I'm not 100% certain, but it looks like the van leaves either shortly before or after the time the fire was called in.
Can you find out where it went?
It's going to take time, Parker said. The algorithm has to slog through all the footage as the radius expands. I can try and speed things up by only focusing on the van, but we'll still get plenty of hits for similar vehicles. His fingers flew across the keys again. Miranda leaned in, trying to memorize as much of the vehicle's appearance as she could before getting up from her chair.
I'm going to call in a request for some satellite support.
Parker grunted, continuing to track the van along its possible routes away from the facility, using his program's continuous output. Red lines spiderwebbed out, casting a glowing net at first, but the number of threads dropped as the search results expanded. As soon as the program reached 25% complete, Parker started another program, feeding it the incomplete data from his search. A new window popped up, building a virtual 3D model of the van he was tracking. On top of the vehicle's color and license plate, the new program used the narrowing tracking results to update the model, adding distinguishing marks like dents and scratches. With his computer continuing the search in the background and no longer requiring his guidance, Parker focused on the updated virtual model, preparing to send the information to Director Van Pierce and John, letting them know it was the most likely connection to the crew that hit the facility. Before he could send the email, Parker's program popped up a notification flagging a possible key event. He pulled up the data and reviewed the attached footage. It was from an outdoor convenience store security camera, which caught the van from across the street. The van stopped and a group of men, all dressed in black, got out and moved to an SUV already parked at the location. Unlike the rest of the group, the van's driver and passenger were dressed in coveralls. They had a short conversation with one of the men in black fatigues, but they stayed in the vehicle. The SUV and van took off in different directions. Parker cursed under his breath.
"Did you find out where the van went?"
Miranda asked, sitting back down, slipping her phone back into a pocket. "Yes, but we've hit another snag." The tip of Parker's tongue rested on the middle of his upper lip as he rushed to update the search parameters, adding the second vehicle. "Can I help?" she asked. "If you can focus on the flagged vid, that would help out," Parker said. Miranda logged into one of the available computers. Accessing the video, Parker dropped onto the network.
What am I looking for? Do you need me to run a facial recognition?"
Parker pulled the thumb drive from his pocket, pinching it between his index and middle fingers. "Use this. Much better than that caveman software everyone is using."
"What is it?"
she asked, inserting the drive into an available USB port. "Mob recognition," Parker said. "It runs through any footage you feed it to identify things like relative height, size, walking gait, stuff like that. All things that facial recognition software doesn't do."
"How is that better than facial recognition?"
Miranda asked, selecting the video to drop into Parker's mob recognition program. "People have individual traits that set them apart," Parker said. "Not just height and weight, personality quirks that the program catalogs and tracks. It can identify an individual by tracking groups of people."
"How does it do that?"
Parker stopped typing, turning to face Dr. Spencer with a wide, self-satisfied grin. "Not only does the catalog keep track of an individual, but also their known associates, their mob. Even if you can't see faces, the way they move, as well as the way everyone around them moves, stands out."
"That's pretty brilliant, actually."
"I know." Parker turned back to continue tracking both vehicles. Miranda shook her head and rolled her eyes, turning back to her workstation. Chapter 3. Warren Ratcliffe sat in a lavishly decorated office, behind his desk, an exotic hardwood piece that cost more than most people spend on their cars. He wore a bespoke charcoal gray suit with light pin striping that cost more than the desk. These luxuries were the opulent comforts that helped him keep his mind off of the events from 2 weeks prior. Reaching out to open his laptop, Warren noticed that his hand shook slightly. He balled up his fist, squeezing to help regain his composure. He exhaled through his mouth and opened the computer, reminding himself that this call was to deliver some good news for a change. A video feed came on screen, cycling through a series of quick progress bars, bouncing his signal and redirecting the call through several proxies. A woman answered the phone and told him to hold before he could say anything. Frustration bubbled inside him. The curt greeting made him feel small, insignificant to the bigger picture. Warren sat in his seat, leaning back, fingers steepled in front of his face, seething. He did his best to hide the contempt and put on a mask of obedience. After a few moments, the call connected, showing an older man with elbows resting on his desk. He had one hand cupped in the other, supporting his chin. Warren bit his lip, noting that the decor on the other end of the call was a reminder of his position in the hierarchy. The older man on the screen, Price Wyndham, was the walking definition of wealth. His well-groomed facial hair and immaculate manicure only added to the image. The man narrowed his eyes, still silent, taking stock of Warren before he spoke. Warren knew this tactic, hoping to intimidate someone into speaking first, to fill the void and show weakness in their discomfort. He used this ploy himself often. He licked his lips with the tip of his tongue and decided to wait it out.
"Mr. Ratcliffe."
Wyndham's voice scraped out like it had been digitally altered, but Warren knew that was not the case. The man rarely spoke, but when he did, people noticed and paid attention. It was well known that the man did not like repeating himself. Rumors of his explosive temper spread throughout the entire organization, and no one wanted to be the unfortunate soul to confirm them firsthand. After another stretch of near uncomfortable silence, Price continued.
"I have just received word that last night's operation was a success."
He glanced down at the report summary on his desk.
"Yes, sir," Warren said. "The pest prototype has performed flawlessly. Your mercenaries secured the information they were seeking in minutes instead of hours."
Wyndham picked up his report and scanned the bottom half before placing the page back down,
and lacing his fingers, resting them on his desk.
"It seems that our inside man provided reliable, actionable intelligence," the older man said in his guttural hiss. "The Guardian project is real, and we now hold not only the map, but the key to crack the data once we secure it."
Project Guardian, as Warren understood it, was a joint venture with the U.S. military and a private data security company. He didn't know the details, only of its existence. He had partial information, but last night's operation confirmed what he knew. The project's core had been obfuscated, split into 3 parts, encrypted, and secured on mil-spec air-gapped drives, along with pieces of the hardware necessary to run it. The 3 parts were stored in separate facilities, with no network access to the data, requiring one to retrieve it in person. The facility's servers contained the files showing the locations of each of the data packets. Even if all of the data packets were in one place, the data inside couldn't be accessed without the master key, which contained the necessary tools to decrypt, reassemble, and reorganize the project files. And thanks to the pest, their team held the map and the key.
"Proceed with Phase 2 of the operation, Warren."
"Yes, sir,"
Warren said, only now realizing that he had a sadistic grin stretching across his features. The next phase of the plan required Warren to coordinate the mercenary team from last night's raid to retrieve the pieces of the Guardian before anyone knew what they were after. With proper planning and execution, he would confirm that the Guardian worked and deliver it to Price in person, making up for the near disaster when he had almost been killed in his own home by that madman John Stone.
"And what of your mercenaries?" Price asked. "Can they be trusted to deliver?"
"Rest assured, though their services are sold to the highest bidder, they've built a reputation for executing and upholding their end of every bargain."
Warren leaned in just a bit closer to the camera.
"They won't let us down." "Excellent. You've done well so far, Radcliffe. But if you and your team get caught up in anything like that fracas at your little mountain retreat, I will be reassessing your position in our organization."
With that, Price ended the call. Warren stuttered, trying to respond when the feed cut out, leaving him fuming at his faint reflection on the laptop's darkened display. He clenched his fists again, trying to alleviate the shaking that had returned. Chapter 4.
With the support of satellite surveillance, we have been able to track the location of the team involved in last night's attack.
Dr. Miranda Spencer removed her glasses and wiped away a smudge before putting them back on. She stood at the front of the briefing room, next to Parker Lewis, addressing John Stone, Marvin Van Pierce, and Shane Powell. Several members of Powell's strike team stood along the back wall, listening to the briefing as well. Director Van Pierce checked his watch. "It was, 18 hours ago since that group burned the warehouse down? How did you get this information?"
Mr. Lewis helped me cobble together a possible description of the vehicle used by the group."
"And what methods did you employ to cobble this together?" The team director uncapped his pen and started taking notes. Dr. Spencer pursed her lips and looked over at Parker.
I dumped all the archived video footage from cameras in the area of the facility and used a program I wrote to parse through it all," he said, hoping to draw some of the potential trouble away from Miranda.
"You what?" The director stopped writing. Powell leaned in, now interested in the conversation. "It's something we did when I was after Radcliffe," John said, looking at Parker and Miranda with narrowed eyes. "I'm not sure how legal or ethical it is, but it worked." Van Pierce never took his eyes off of Parker. "It is neither legal nor ethical," he said, repeating John's words. Parker stammered.
"I'm sorry, it's quite brilliant, actually,"
Miranda said, pulling some of the director's ire back onto herself.
"He's calling it mob recognition. The software fills in gaps and weaknesses from modern facial recognition techniques. We were able to track the targets due to the movement of the group as a whole. With the proper acquisition of the footage,
"I understood, Doctor, and I'm not pleased with the approach," Van Pierce said, interjecting. "But what's done is done this time." Parker's shoulders physically relaxed, and Dr. Spencer let out a breath.
Director Van Pierce glanced at each of them before looking back down at his notes again. So, with Mr. Lewis's data and the satellite surveillance, what would you say is the accuracy of this being the current location, Doctor?
Parker gives us an 82% probability of the house he found being the current location of the people we're looking for,
Dr. Spencer said, adjusting her collar. Powell shook his head, looking around the table, not satisfied by the percentage. The best plan would be to transport the team by helicopter, John said as he studied the maps and data. Drop us off a couple of kilometers away and move to the location on foot. Sir, Powell said to Director Van Pierce, with all due respect, bringing John Stone with us would be a mistake. John and Van Pierce looked at Shane, who continued. He was seriously injured a little over a week ago. He isn't even medically cleared. My team and I can handle this. I'm fine. I can do the job, John said. You've been retired for years. When was the last time you saw combat? Curtis asked. A little over a week ago, John said, staring. Captain Powell turned to Van Pierce. Sir, my team and I are well-trained and experienced. Bringing in an outside man, no matter how qualified, would put us all at risk. Director Van Pierce spoke before John could protest. He's right, John. You should hang back on this one. Gear up and go with Powell's team. But I want you in a support role only. John knew Shane was right. It was only his pride that pushed the issue. Powell hadn't questioned his ability. The captain was simply looking out for his team. It was something John understood all too well, having found himself in the same situation many times before in operation. Okay, John said. We play it your way. I'll back you up. Shane eyed the big man for a moment before nodding. He then dismissed himself to gear up and brief his team. Chapter 5. The helicopter soared over the landscape, staying high to avoid arousing any suspicion. Its rotors thrummed through the cold air on the way to the drop point. Inside, John sat with Powell and the rest of his strike team. He watched the younger soldiers prepping their gear as he adjusted his vest. His M4 carbine sat on his lap, and as a backup, he kept his Colt 1911 pistol strapped to his right thigh, in a drop-leg holster. He would only be a spectator on this mission, though. Captain Powell and his team all carried the same primary weapon as John, but each man had a different pistol for their secondary. Glock, Beretta, and Sig Sauer differing in capacity and caliber, but all held more than the 7+1 in John's sidearm of choice. He watched them double-checking the surveillance gear attached to each of their chest rigs and helmets. The body and helmet cams would allow support staff to monitor the operation remotely, without having to rely on a vocal play-by-play. Unsure of the best position for the gear, John fiddled with his helmet cam and gave the one in his vest a quick tug. 2 kilometers from the target house, the chopper hovered over the drop zone. Powell's team tossed out a pair of thick ropes from each side, and the strike team lined up. With practice efficiency, 8 men slid down the lines to the ground, readying their weapons and covering their landing zone. John charged his M4 and fast-roped out after the last of the team. His boots made contact, and his body switched into autopilot, clearing the rope with a swipe of his hand. John pulled the carbine close to his body, aligning the red dot sight with his right eye, and they moved to their destination. The 9-man unit approached, using the darkness and cover of the surrounding trees to set up a perimeter. "Stone, provide overwatch from here," Powell said, keeping his eyes fixed on the house. "Copy that," John said, though he disliked hanging back. Powell gave the rest of his team their assignments, and once each confirmed, they broke into the open, staying low and moving with quick, short steps. They trained their weapons on their designated zones of cover. A short digital chirp sounded, alerting a man sitting at a makeshift workstation. The big man straightened in his seat and scooted closer to the small display set off to the side. He took one more sip from a can of root beer and set it down before pressing a button to silence the beeping. "Boris, we've got movement," the man said, speaking in Russian, as he lifted the displays on a row of laptops and clicking away at one on the end to sync the rest. "Intruders?" Boris asked.
"Yes, sir. Someone triggered one of the tripwires from the south."
The leader put a large hand on the man's shoulder, leaning in to get a closer look at the video. Military. With a few keystrokes and some adjustments on a few sliders,
The man at the computer zoomed in and cleared up the image. 8 men, dressed in dark fatigues, carrying U.S. military rifles, moved across the open ground, approaching the house from the heavily shadowed side. Standing upright, Boris pulled a pair of gloves tucked in his belt and addressed the room.
Davai! Let's go!
The team inside, wearing all black BDUs, leaped into action. Several men pulled their weapons across their backs and moved through the house, securing all of the doors and windows. The main living area was sparsely furnished, but they rearranged everything along the walls to clear out the center. They all checked their AK-74 rifles, a lighter, faster version of its big brother, the AK-47, and grabbed spare magazines to keep along pouches on their belts.
"Watch out, Peter," one of the men said,
laying a length of det cord along the length of his workstation, making sure each of the computers had been covered.
"Give me another minute, Roman,"
Peter said, pulling his laptop off of the desk and cradling it in one arm to keep an eye on the video feeds.
"No time. The Americans will be kicking in the door any second."
Roman placed explosive charges along the baseboard of a nearby corner. Unlike the outward appearance, the interior of the house looked nothing like the cozy rural family ranch house.
1 minute,
Boris barked, and everyone in the house moved to their designated defensive positions. Captain Powell split the team into 2 groups of 4 men. One group moved around the house to enter from a rear entrance, while he would take 3 men with him through the front. Everyone was stacked and ready, and after a quick signal from the second team, Powell gave the go signal. One man stepped to the door holding a shotgun loaded with breaching slugs. He blasted the hinges to scrap, and they pushed into a sparsely furnished living room. On the other side of the house, the team was breaching and clearing their room the same way.
"Clear,"
Powell shouted. Then he ordered the team to stack on a doorway leading further into the house. And the assault was cut short when automatic fire burst through the walls at the strike teams. Both teams, caught in bare rooms with no cover, tried to fall back, firing back into the walls. 2 men on Shane's crew were cut down instantly. The strike team's return fire chipped away the plaster and wood to reveal sections of reinforced steel. The enemy was shooting at them through hidden gun ports. "Fall back," Powell ordered over the squad's open channel. They moved to the front door, firing ineffectually at the walls. The Russians unloaded their AKs into the 2 adjacent rooms, firing through open ports, pre-cut at 1-meter intervals into thick sheets of steel that were braced against the long hallway wall. Each room led into the same hallway, one on either end, but both had steel-reinforced doors on heavy frames. The house was set up to repel intruders coming in through the 2 exterior entrances, and the Russians were firing blindly through the ports. There were cameras in each room, however, with monitors mounted in the hallway to see how effective their ambush was. The results were as expected. Some men were killed instantly by the ambush, most were injured, and the survivors were trying to fall back while trying to save their friends. Boris scoffed at the screen. He always viewed the philosophy of soldiers vowing to leave no man behind as a weakness. He would use their compassion to destroy the survivors. Unfortunately, their mission wasn't complete yet. Boris ordered his team to cease fire. He walked to an adjacent room, grabbed a brick-shaped electronic device that looked like an old cell phone, and keyed in a code. The remote detonators all around the house began to beep. A section of flooring in the room was removed, and the Russians filed down a set of crude stairs which led to a dark tunnel. One by one, they moved past Boris through the tunnel, away from the property, until the last man, Roman, signaled the leader.
"There's a problem with one of the detonators, Boris."
"Don't worry. We have more than enough in there to do the job," the team leader said.
"It may be part of a larger problem. It's close to the tunnel. I'll go back and check," Roman said.
Boris trusted the members of his team to handle their jobs. He gave Roman a nod and turned down the tunnel, exiting with the rest. John sat in the overwatch position, watching the house from the tree line. He heard the booms of the shotguns breaching the doors, followed seconds later by automatic gunfire. "Fall back!" Powell screamed over the radio. John broke cover immediately and ran straight for the house. Somehow, over the deafening gunfire, Shane heard the screams of his men sound all around him. He saw the lifeless eyes of one of his men staring back at him, the man's body twisted at an awkward angle. Another was down at his feet, barely moving. Shane grabbed him by the carry handle of his vest and yanked him backward, toward the exit. A flash of fire tore through his bicep.
Another flash shot through his neck, and Powell went down. He pressed one hand to the wound on his neck, gritting through the intense pain. Shane reached for the handle on the man's vest once again, while lying on the floor. He pushed with his feet, crawling and pulling, and tried to get the wounded man to safety before he bled out himself. The last man standing on his team backed into the wall farthest from the ambush, and slid laterally toward Shane and the exit. The overwhelming fire from the ambush cut that man down. The gunfire stopped. Through the ringing in his ears, Shane listened for any sounds from his team, wanting desperately to hear anything from them. But it was as quiet as a graveyard in the house now. He closed his eyes and continued to pull the fallen man out of the house. His feet moved slower and slower until he lost consciousness. Chapter 6. John stepped through the front entrance, rifle up, and swept the muzzle across the room. There were significant chunks of the wall missing at evenly spaced intervals, with small bullet entry holes randomly spread around. Someone had been shooting from behind the walls, at his team through reinforced shooting ports hidden by drywall and plaster. The strike team had walked right into an ambush. Staying in the room was dangerous, exposing him to the same ambush. But instead of falling back, John charged ahead across the living room, taking him deeper into the house. With long bounding steps, he reached the door and barreled forward with the shoulder. The full weight of his 6-foot 2-inch, 240-pound frame drove into the thick door. Solid wood and metal protested, but gave way to the unyielding force. John smashed into the wall behind the door and scanned with his weapon, right then left. The hallway was dark, lit only by 2 monitors mounted on the walls, showing camera feeds from the 2 ambush rooms. Steel plates had been mounted on one side of the room, with the shooting ports as John suspected. The ambushers fired blindly into the room through the ports once they saw the HRD teams enter the house. John swung his weapon across the hall and saw a man frantically working on a device at chest height, lit by the pale blue light of the monitors. He wore a dark military-style uniform with a rifle hanging from a sling, but his hands were on an explosive package attached to the wall. His wide eyes looked first at John, then down the barrel of the M4 pointed at him. The man pushed away from the device, stepping out of John's line of fire, as his hands whipped down to his rifle with machine-like efficiency. Even caught by surprise, the soldier's training kept him in the fight as years of repetitive training took over. Unfortunately, he tried to draw against a rifle already trained on him. It was a losing fight, his defeat a foregone conclusion. The burst from John's weapon stitched up the man's torso, the final shot punching through his sternum. John eyed the explosive mounted on the wall. The lights on the package confirmed the soldier was able to activate it, and now it was just waiting for a remote signal. He heard a faint beeping from the device. John let the muzzle of his weapon dip as he considered trying to defuse it. Leaning in, he listened as more faint chirps reached his ears. A chorus of quiet beeps from deeper in the house. This device wasn't the only explosive that the soldier had set. It was time to go. Now. On his way out, John trained his weapon at the soldier to make sure he was out of the fight for good, when something caught his eye. A patch on the man's uniform. He had seen it before. Boris Leshev emerged from the small tunnel exit up through the ground, 500 meters away from the property. He brushed some dirt from his shoulder and looked for the rest of his team. They were already busy uncovering camouflaged vehicles in the shrubs. 3 small military-style trucks stashed near the tunnel exit for a fast getaway, all equipped with electric motors, perfect for stealth operations. "What is the status?" he asked. "We'll be ready to move in 30 seconds, Nikita," his second-in-command reported. Sounds of gunfire echoed from the house. Not the familiar chatter of an AK-74, but something higher in pitch and rate of fire. Boris stepped to the tunnel exit, where he posted one of his men. "Has Roman come out from the tunnel?" he asked. "Niet," was all Vadim said. He was a man of few words. Boris's mouth turned into a frown with a furrowed brow, and he nodded to Vadim. "Detonate the explosives," Boris said. He turned to the rest of the team. "We move now." Vadim powered up the detonator in his hand. Before entering one of the 3 waiting vehicles, he keyed in a code. The team had all noticed Roman's absence, but no one hesitated when receiving the order to move out. No man left behind was not a philosophy to which these soldiers adhered.
The transport started up and sped away. The mechanical hum and whir of their electric motors was the only sound. The realization hit John like a gut punch. The patch was Russian. This man was a member of Spetsnaz, a Russian Special Forces unit. The increasing volume and pace of the beeping from the explosive devices snapped John out of his memory, pulling him to the here and now. He spun and bolted through the hallway door. On his way out of the house, John saw one of the HRD men moving, still alive. Next to that man was Captain Powell, lying motionless, one hand barely resting on the injured soldier's pole handle. Letting his rifle hang, John hoisted the man up onto his shoulder with one hand. He swiped at one of Captain Powell's sleeves, grabbing a handful of the sturdy material, and dragged him out. The interval between the beeps grew shorter and shorter, eventually melting into one long continuous tone, like a heart monitor flatlining. John had just cleared the exterior door, when a flash from behind him lit up the entire night, pushing the darkness out in one massive pulse of light. A deafening boom followed. Then the concussive force carried him off his feet. John struggled to hang on to the two men he rescued, but a chunk of Shane's sleeve tore away. The captain spun horizontally through the air as a gout of flame whipped across him. John turned as he flew, tucking to his opposite shoulder upon landing, to avoid injuring the man he carried. The force of the impact rattled his ribs as the air from his lungs rushed out with a grunt. The wounded man tumbled to the ground in front of him. John rolled up to a knee, struggling to draw in a breath. His throat protested, and his lungs burned as he sucked in two short gasps before one long pull of air. He fought a wave of dizziness, his vision compromised by the bright fire lighting up the world around him. John saw the captain's body on the ground, 10 meters away. Small flames were burning his uniform's back and legs. He staggered over to pat the fire out and checked Powell for signs of life. There was a faint pulse, but the wound on his neck still bled. John pressed his massive hand over it to slow the bleeding, and with his other hand, he keyed his radio.
"We need an immediate medevac. The team is down. 2 men are seriously injured and require immediate medical attention."
"Affirmative. Helo is 3 minutes out from your location," the pilot responded. Shane Powell opened his eyes slowly, squinting at John.
"Where's my team?" he croaked. "Hang tight, Powell. Evac is on the way," John said, clamping his teeth down in the corner of a gauze pack and ripping it open. He placed the gauze in Shane's hand over the neck wound. "Can you keep pressure here for a minute? I need to check on Gutierrez."
Shane nodded, eyes squinting. John went over to the other man to inspect his wounds. He had been shot twice in the abdomen, but his breathing was still steady. John checked the man's back, finding only a single exit wound. One round went through, hopefully not causing much internal damage, based on the angle of the entry and exit holes. The other bullet was still inside. He checked Gutierrez for signs of internal bleeding or other serious injuries. John opened another gauze pack and pressed it over the more grievous gunshot wound. The thrumming sound grew louder as the thumping air shook the uniform along his back and shoulders. A helicopter flew in low over the tree line. It slowed to a hover only a few meters from their position, the rotor wash whipping the dirt and grass all around them. The pilot expertly touched the landing skids down, and John hoisted the 2 injured men up.
"There are still men inside," John told the man in the crew compartment. "Get these 2 out now, and radio for a team to help me. I'm going back for the rest."
The man in the chopper looked incredulously at the burning remains of the target house and turned to John, but the big man was already running toward the blaze. He shook his head, but signaled the pilot to take off, and radioed John's requests. Chapter 7. On a back road leading away from the house, 3 sleek trucks sped toward the rendezvous point. Their motors hummed and whined while sending plenty of power to the wheels. Boris sat in the front seat of the tail car, listening in, as Nikita Fedosov, his second-in-command, radioed the status report from another vehicle.
"Detonation successful," Nikita said. "But Roman did not make it out."
"Do you know what happened?"
"We've downloaded the camera feeds from the house. I'm sending them to you now."
"And the intruders?" Boris asked.
"All down. Likely dead," his second-in-command said. "But an unexpected combatant joined them after the initial ambush. His status remains unknown at this time."
The small tablet computer in Boris's thigh pocket chimed.
He pulled out the rugged device, tapped the screen, and watched the scene play out, just as he had remembered. The soundless security camera footage showed their expertly executed ambush. Both of the enemy's entry teams were down, but moments later, a large man entered through the house's front door. He scanned the room with his weapon and charged across their kill box with no hesitation.
Who is this man? Boris thought.
He tapped the screen to find the interior hallway camera angle. There, he watched Roman activating the last of the explosives planted throughout the house. The brute shouldered through the heavy reinforced door with little effort, scanned both directions of the hallway, and managed to gun down one of his highly trained Spetsnaz wolves.
"Find out more about the intruder," Boris ordered.
"Yes, sir." "What should we do about the mission?" Nikita asked. Boris thought about this. Their operating base had been discovered. It was a real possibility that the enemy could very well know their next targets. But they were not about to stop the mission now. The best option was still to keep moving and stay ahead of their enemies.
"Continue as planned," the Spetsnaz leader said.
"Affirmative." Boris switched the radio off and punched a number into a sturdy satellite phone. After 2 rings, a man on the other end answered.
"Mr. Ratcliffe." "They've found us," Boris said.
The view from Warren Ratcliffe's balcony lacked the majesty of the mountainous lakeside overlook from his first house. Still, this cabin, with a river running nearby, inspired beauty. But none of that retained his attention now. He held his smartphone sideways and watched the footage Boris Leshev sent, his knuckles almost white from squeezing the mobile device. He also studied the still frames showing the face of the mystery intruder. The cold, determined look in the man's eyes was unmistakable. Warren almost dropped the phone as he swiped a nervous finger across the screen. He tapped the display to bring up a report he had received 8 days ago. The camera footage from his mansion captured this same man. He examined the images from the 2 encounters closely, switching back and forth. Both showed the brute of a man, with close-cropped hair and a heavy mustache. An imposing figure, even from the high angle of the camera footage. Warren went back to the videos from the earlier report, from the time he barely escaped that man himself. Watching as this mountain single-handedly wiped out his private army, surviving multiple gunshot wounds in the process. The monster had even bested the mercenary Mr. Gordon, a ruthless killer in his own right. This mysterious assailant somehow survived high-explosive blasts from multiple grenades. The injuries the man sustained would have killed most men. He should have been hospitalized or suffered permanent injuries from what he went through. Yet, the still images Warren now stared at had been taken from a home in upstate New York today. The man wore full combat gear, charging in, even killing one of the highly trained Russian mercenaries Ratcliffe hired at no small expense. Warren fought to control the shaking of his hands. He put his phone on the table and dropped into his Italian leather chair.
"I've sold my soul to the devil, and now he's coming to collect."
Chapter 8. Back in his quarters, John stowed his gear. He closed the closet door and pressed his hand against the wood, resisting the urge to smash his fist through the wall beside it. The assault team had been taken down by Russian Special Forces soldiers, operating on U.S. soil. What was happening? He had to find out. In his debriefing with Director Van Pierce, John talked about what went down at the farmhouse, and the Spetsnaz patch he saw on the man he killed. The turn of events caught the director by surprise. Possible Soviet involvement in what Warren Ratcliffe was planning was something the Hostile Response Division couldn't take lightly. After the debrief, John was dismissed to clean up and get some rest, if that was even possible now. They would meet again to discuss the information Miranda Spencer and Parker Lewis discovered. He turned the hot water on and let it run down his neck and back, relaxing his tense muscles and helping him handle the post-adrenaline dump his body was experiencing after combat. John sat at the meeting table just before 8 a.m., wearing a form-fitted long-sleeve shirt, with digital gray and tan camouflage patterns running down the sleeves. The rugged tactical pants with built-in knee pads and various streamlined pockets also sported the same design. Lieutenant Curtis Clark, leader of the HRD's secondary strike team, sat next to him,
dressed in similar attire. On the other end of the table, Dr. Miranda Spencer sat next to Parker Lewis, in front of a stack of file folders. Director Van Pierce was at the end, steepled fingers and elbows resting on the hardwood.
"I should have helped him," John said.
"Maybe I could have—" Curtis interrupted him.
"Hey, there was nothing you could have done. You saw that body camera footage. You would have been dead right there with them."
John nodded thoughtfully, but Clark's words did nothing to assuage the guilt.
"Besides," the lieutenant continued, "you got Powell and Gutierrez out of that house. They're both alive because of you," he said, placing a hand on John's shoulder.
Now they both sat in the meeting room, listening to the intel Parker and Miranda discovered about the enemy and their possible motives. Dr. Miranda Spencer began the meeting, not wasting any words.
First, Captain Powell and Sergeant Gutierrez are both alive and in guarded but stable condition. We lost 6 men on his team last night, killed in the firefight and ensuing detonation of the structure.
Out of the corner of his eye, John saw Clark tighten his jaw and clench his fists, but Dr. Spencer was oblivious to the subtle gestures.
We have been attempting to track the group that escaped last night, trying to find more information about them, she continued. The man John took down in the house was Roman Denisovich Pestov, a member of the Russian Spetsnaz Intelligence Directorate Group, GRU, specializing in counter-terror tactics.
She pulled photo prints from a folder and passed them around the table. John looked down at the images, printouts from his body camera last night of the man he killed. The pictures had been zoomed and enhanced to show Roman's face. Another sheet showed the same man in a posed photo, from the shoulders up, with information about his military history. Under those was a stack of photos other men John nor the others in the room recognized.
He served in the GRU for 12 years, specializing in explosive ordnance disposal. His commanding officer during that time was Boris Maximovich Leshev.
Miranda adjusted her glasses before continuing.
Our records show Leshev retired from Spetsnaz 8 years ago, and Pestov, along with many members of his team, shortly after.
Miranda pulled a photo and dossier of Boris Leshev from the bottom of the pile and handed it to Van Pierce. The director propped his chin up with one hand and reached for the documents with the other.
There is a high probability not only that Leshev is running this group, but that he also has many members of his old unit working with him, she said.
Do you suspect involvement from the Russian government in this? Van Pierce asked, eyes still scanning the dossier.
Possible, but not likely, she answered. Leshev officially retired years ago. I don't see a reason to use someone possibly out of practice for something like this.
If he's out of practice, then we're all in real trouble when he shakes the rust off, Curtis said. We believe this is a mercenary job, Parker blurted out. The others at the table all looked at the computer programmer, who was now suddenly self-conscious. I think they may be working for Warren Ratcliffe, he said. John sat up straighter hearing the name. How do you know? Stone said. Weeks earlier, Warren Ratcliffe orchestrated a plot to kidnap John's goddaughter and murder his old friend, Frank Colt. A sudden fire sparked to life in John's chest, thinking about another shot to get his hands on Ratcliffe. Well, the guys that retrieved the rest of the bodies, Parker started, before taking a shallow breath. They swept the area and found out how the Russian team had been tipped off about your assault. The techs found these placed around the property, he said, holding a small golf ball-sized device between his thumb and forefinger. What are we looking at, Parker? Van Pierce asked. These little guys send a burst signal to a central receiver whenever anyone comes in proximity, Parker said. Now in his element, speaking about computers and technology, his posture changed, shoulders more relaxed. They even coordinate with each other. When one is tripped, all of the other sensors send out a ping and get a sort of sonar picture of its immediate area, like a bat's echolocation. Only this takes all of that information and shares it. Anyone that knows how to parse all the data can use it to render a rough three-dimensional picture, giving them a better idea of who or what is in the area. The technology in here is sophisticated. Fascinating stuff. What does this have to do with Ratcliffe? John interrupted. Oh, sorry, Parker said. This device is made by a company called Sector Security. They specialize in surveillance and recording equipment.
But here's the thing. The actual design and software for these are from a different company altogether. The design patents belong to VAT Inc., which must have sold or leased the rights to this device to Sector. VAT is more of a freelance R&D company on the cutting edge of new technology, like Star Wars stuff. They create ideas and concepts, building prototypes, but selling the rights to use their designs. Director Van Pierce shot Parker a look, with his palms up in an exasperated, "Is this going anywhere?" gesture. Parker responded with an apologetic palms-forward gesture of his own, before continuing in his rapid-fire delivery. Anyway, Sector Security and VAT both have members on their board of directors with connections to, or that have done business with, a private defense contractor called INSEC. Besides security, INSEC also makes weapons and armor that it sells to world governments. Some of the remains from the explosive devices at the house contained parts and designs from that company. Dr. Spencer wedged her way into Parker's monologue, timing her response in a gentle but forceful way before the programmer could continue. Warren Ratcliffe has ties with all three companies. His involvement with the Russian mercenaries isn't direct, but there's enough there to suspect him strongly. I like playing 6 Degrees of Kevin Bacon, Parker added.
Can you find where the Russians are now? John asked. With this information?
Unfortunately, no, Van Pierce said. They managed to escape the scene undetected.
Okay, so first things first. We have no idea where the Russians are, and I know you haven't found Ratcliffe yet. Otherwise, I would already be gearing up to settle the unfinished business between us. We have to get to Nevada, to see what we can find out about their data heist the other night, John said.
Parker spoke up. If I were on site, I'm pretty sure I could access their computers and pull up some possible clues. If we know what the Russians took, it can help us plan our next move accordingly.
Good idea, Van Pierce said. John, bring Parker along. I'll pull some strings and make sure you two get full cooperation while you're there.
John nodded, already standing to move out.
In the meantime, Dr. Spencer, I want you to dig deeper into Ratcliffe, VAT, and INSEC. I want to know what the connections are and how they factor into our planning.
Finally, the director looked to Curtis.
Lieutenant Clark, get your team geared up and on alert. Be ready to deploy at a moment's notice. It's game time, people. Let's earn our keep.
Chapter 9. Boris weaved through the heavy pedestrian traffic on a sidewalk in downtown Portland. A shark slicing its way through the water, he wore a dark gray tailored suit to fit in with the crowd outside, though he was a head taller and more physically imposing than all of them. A sleek espresso-brown leather messenger bag slung over one shoulder swayed with his smooth movements. Dark-tinted designer sunglasses that covered his eyes completed his attire. The nearly invisible earpiece kept him in contact with the other Spetsnaz soldiers in the area. Yaromir Alexander wore an expensive suit, similar in style to Boris. He walked side by side with Maria Shirokov, one of the team's 2 digital security experts. She wore an impeccably designed navy blue business suit, opting for pants over a skirt in case something compromised the op and they had to fight. Boris chose Yaromir for this operation because of his ability to speak perfect English in a variety of regional accents. He was the son of a Polish father and a Russian mother, who met when his father's job brought him to Russia. Their son was born a Russian citizen, but Yaromir and his family traveled throughout Europe during his childhood. Though his parents never strictly enforced it, he was fiercely loyal to his country of birth, enlisting in the Russian military as soon as he was able. Yaromir eventually became one of the youngest members accepted into the Spetsnaz. Maria ordinarily worked with her twin brother Peter, the other hacker on Boris's team. However, this op was planned to be covert, and as such Boris brought only 5 members of his team, which started 13 strong but was currently down to a dozen. 2 others waited in a black van, parked nearby. In the driver's seat was Kesser, a gifted amateur racer competing in any high-speed event involving wheels and a motor. Sponsors in Formula One had their eyes on him for a time, but he gave it all up when he joined the GRU. A thrill-seeker, Kesser decided nothing in his life would match the danger and exhilaration of being a member of the Spetsnaz, Russia's special combat group. Maxim sat in the rear of the van next to a pair of motors. His role in the operation was to view and report on the team's camera feeds. He was also there to provide support if the situation required brute force,
He grew up watching bootlegged classic 80s action movies and currently held a light machine gun tucked under his arm, pretending to fire it one-handed from the hip like Rambo, sound effects and all.
Team A status, Boris said into his headset microphone.
Team A, all clear, was the response. The van sat across the street from the target building and had a clear view of Jaromir and Maria entering. Boris was the only other support, walking a perimeter around the building. Maxim set his weapon down and watched the two monitors, each showing a video feed from small hidden cameras Jaromir and Maria wore. The team had considered hacking into the security network for access to the security cameras and other computer-controlled systems. Boris ruled it out to mitigate the risk of discovery.
This is a soft target, Masha, he told Maria earlier. Very little physical security for the two of you to bypass in order to reach the target. No need to risk any extra attention that a system hack might cause if discovered.
Maria considered herself an incredibly skilled hacker, and with her brother's support, no amount of digital security could pose a problem. She took some offense at the idea that she would be discovered attempting a hack, but dared not voice her ire with Boris. Ultimately, the commander was right. Security in the building would be light, and the two highly trained intelligence operatives would have no trouble making their way to the target. Once inside the building, Maria and Jaromir walked past the front desk toward the elevators. 5 different companies shared office space in the building, so anyone could come and go as they pleased. The one they were after, Harrison Data Management, occupied the top 2 floors of the building. The covert operatives had their cover stories ready, phoning ahead of time to make an appointment to meet someone at another company 1 floor under their target. If anyone asked, they would have a legitimate reason to be in the building at that time. Maria felt that lack of security and diligence would not be tolerated in any Russian facilities housing secret projects. Though it made their job much more manageable, she still felt some disgust and disappointment at the company's reckless attitude toward security measures. The two made it to the elevators without incident and pressed the button for the top floor. As the doors were closing, someone shouted, "Hold the elevator!" Maria tensed and looked at Jaromir. She could see the muscles in his jaw and neck tighten as he pressed the closed door button out of reflex. An arm slipped through the gap, causing the doors to stop and open again. A disheveled man, round and soft, in a wrinkled gray suit, stepped inside. "Thanks," he said, fumbling with his briefcase and running his fingers through his hair. He patted and wiped a hand along his jacket to smooth the wrinkles from his coat after pressing a button on one of the middle floors. The man attempted to be friendly, nodding to Jaromir and giving a warm smile to Maria. Jaromir returned it with a smile with a slight nod, but Maria looked at him with a cold, emotionless stare. Her eyes were lasers boring holes through him. There was no ill will or anger toward the man, only a total focus on the job at hand. After seeing her look, the man suddenly found the upper corners of the elevator more interesting to look at and averted his eyes. They rode in silence, even more awkward than usual, and when the elevator dinged, the man moved through the doors before they opened fully. "You know, you could try smiling a little, at least to lower everyone's suspicion in here," Jaromir said, speaking in Russian. "I'm not here to smile," Maria replied. "This is a delicate situation, Masha. We need to lower everyone's guard. If a smile is what is required, then yes, you are here to smile." Maria glanced away for a moment and slumped her shoulders slightly, conceding to his request. She gave him the approximation of a smile, a mechanical motion stretching the corners of her mouth appropriately, with none of the genuine happiness. The corners of her mouth turned up and her lips parted. Too many teeth and not enough eyes, which put him at more unease. It looked like a mask worn to lure someone closer until they realized it was too late, and they were in the company of a killer. "Okay, maybe you're not here to smile," Jaromir said, giving her a wink. This time she laughed a little, her smile warmer. The elevator dinged at the destination, and the two stepped out into the top-floor lobby, their body language more upbeat and positive. They were looking for the secure data storage room, but neither was confident of its location. They had only the address of the company from the data they acquired. Not wanting to risk coming into contact with anyone and possibly being remembered, they strode with purpose past the reception desk. Bantering quietly with each other, Maria and Jaromir tried to appear as though they belonged there and knew where they were headed. The receptionist's lack of concern communicated that she barely wanted to be there. She raised her head to acknowledge the two and continued engaging in whatever mindless thing was happening on her computer screen.
"We can't just keep walking like this. We have to figure out where we're going," Maria said.
Jaromir nodded and scanned the office directory posted on the wall near the receptionist's desk as they walked by. One of the names and departments stood out.
"Department 4, he said. "The server rooms are located there."
They turned down a different hallway and strode quickly, trying not to attract any extra attention. At the door for Department 4, they stopped, looked at each other, promptly nodded, and stepped inside. The heavy oak door was not locked, another lackluster security detail that annoyed Maria. The room inside used an open office layout. Approximately a dozen people were working in half-walled cubicles, designed so that everyone had just enough private space, while still encouraging more open communication. The duo's entrance drew more attention than they would have liked. The people inside focused on their computers and kept the room deathly quiet. A dozen heads turned up, and 24 eyes looked up to see the newcomers. Jaromir and Maria froze for a moment, mentally preparing their next action. Both operatives carried PL-15K pistols, Russia's answer to the Glock 19, tucked into concealed holsters under their suit jackets. Maria's hand instinctively twitched toward her weapon, and the pair waited, seconds stretching out to an eternity. The normally steel-nerved Russian special operatives were in what felt like a life-or-death moment in a room full of computer programmers, unarmed civilian computer programmers. Finally, one by one, all of the office drones redirected their attention back to the monitors and keyboards at their desks and went back to work. A small, genuine smile lit up Maria's face as she found amusement in the situation. They resumed their mission, walking around the perimeter of the cubicles, discussing if splitting up would be better for avoiding unwanted attention. While they carried on a quiet conversation in Russian, a man, who looked to Maria like the head of the department, approached.
"Excuse me, can I help you?" the man asked.
Jaromir engaged the man, switching to perfect English.
"Well, yes, you can, Mr. Roberts,"
Jaromir said, scanning the man's ID badge before he began speaking.
"Nancy and I are from the purchasing department, sent here by IT. We need to audit your system. Check to make sure you don't need any hardware upgrades at this time."
His English was impeccable, with the accent of someone from the northwestern U.S., which put the man at ease.
"Oh, I hadn't heard of anything like that scheduled for today," Mr. Roberts said.
He followed with a long, awkward silence, a kind of uneasy void that said, "I don't know what to do next, because no one told me." Jaromir understood how to communicate and interact with people as part of his Spetsnaz training. He had extensive knowledge in reading people's postures, micro-expressions, and other physical and verbal cues in order to guide and control them. This man would be easy to manipulate.
"I just got the schedule myself, Patrick,"
Jaromir said, using Mr. Roberts' first name to eliminate the formality.
"Typical, I guess. People up top don't know how to communicate with anyone."
Patrick broke from his silence with his own smile and nod. His response and reaction were precisely what Jaromir expected. The man was being played like a fiddle and didn't even realize it.
"Yeah, management, right?"
Patrick chuckled, and seemed to be locked in another cycle of awkward silence before finally snapping out of it. He stepped back and out of the way of the two soldiers subconsciously, submissively, surrendering access to what was behind him.
"Right this way. I'll show you where you need to go."
Jaromir smiled and walked by. Patrick nodded at Maria, giving her a hello as she stepped by him. Nancy returned his nod and gave him her own hello. It didn't stand out to Patrick Roberts at that moment, but on the drive home he would remember that she might have had a slight Russian accent when she spoke to him. Patrick guided them to a back room where they needed to go and showed them which computers they could access.
"Well, if you need anything else, let me know," he said to the two before stepping out.
"We will. Thank you, Patrick."
Jaromir and Maria kept their happy facades up until Patrick left the room. The moment the door closed, Maria's face switched back to cold and focused. Jaromir's job was to get the duo into position inside the building. Now it was Maria's turn. She would be responsible for hacking into the company's computer system to retrieve what they were after. Once inside, she would find and download the first of 3 data packages from the Guardian project. Then she would locate the Guardian hardware that Harrison Data was holding, and change the logs to authorize its transfer to a different building. Maria would contact Boris when she accomplished her task. Once he received the call, he would ride up the elevator to the top floor and simply walk out with the package. The next part of the plan was to make sure no one could access the information once they had it, so she would also delete all traces from the computers. The data she took would be replaced with digital dummy files. Nobody would know those files were wrong unless they had to access them directly, which would be unlikely because they were secured, archived data. While the two focused on her computer monitor, a stern-looking man opened the door and stepped inside with purpose. He was tall and overweight, wearing baggy slacks and an ill-fitted shirt. "Excuse me, what are you two doing here?" the man asked with an assertive tone. Jaromir answered in a calm, disarming voice. "Good morning. This is just a routine system audit. We assured Patrick, and I assure you, that it will not disrupt your company productivity in any way, sir." The man huffed at the mention of Patrick's name. It was apparent that he was Mr. Roberts's senior, and didn't like that these two had been granted access to the computer system. Jaromir knew it wasn't for security reasons. The man's physical and verbal tells practically screamed that it was all a need for control, born from insecurity. He didn't like Patrick going over his head to decide this. "Well, stop what you're doing for now. I'm going to talk to Patrick about this," he said, in a tone that expected compliance. Maria glanced at Jaromir, raising her eyebrow almost imperceptibly. Her hand slid toward the pistol tucked in a holster at her hip. He shot her the briefest glare, implying her idea was ridiculous and unacceptable. Maria rolled her eyes and leaned back away from the keyboard, holding her hands up slightly so the stuffy manager could see she stopped working. "You got it, sir. We don't want to cause any trouble," Jaromir told him. The man glared at them both, then stepped out of the room. "You almost done?" Jaromir asked, back to speaking Russian. Maria nodded curtly, already back at work the moment the man left. Her fingers were tapping away in a blur, minutes passing by, and Jaromir began to pace around. He wanted to hurry her up, to tell her that the stuffy man would be back any moment. But he trusted Maria, as he trusted that every member of the team knew to focus on their own tasks. If you tried to make sure someone else on your team was doing their job, it meant your job was not being done. Finally, she pressed enter on the keyboard, then rolled the chair away from the desk and stood up. "We have the data, and the package has been authorized for transport from the building. I've activated the virus to cover our tracks." His easygoing smile back, he gestured to let Maria pass with a wide, exaggerated sweep of his arm as they both headed out. She radioed the team channel. "Boris, pickup is ready. Top floor." Jaromir and Maria were already out of the office, heading for the elevators, when the stuffy manager stepped back into the computer room. Patrick walked behind him with shuffling steps, hands clasped in front and looking at the floor. The man scanned the empty room, disappointed that he didn't get to dress the two down in front of his subordinate and assert his authority. He stepped over to the computer terminal Maria was using and saw the standard company routines running on the monitor. "Just get back to work," he said to Patrick. He walked back to his own corner office and felt the smug satisfaction of making sure the links in the chain of command stayed firmly in place. The operation was taking too long, and Boris didn't like it. They had to use covert methods to obtain this first piece of the Guardian device, because of the public location and population density of the area. But the Spetsnaz team leader paced around the building like a wolf, his jaw clenched tight. Nearly 30 minutes had passed since Jaromir and Maria entered the building, and every minute that passed felt like the mission had failed. If this were done openly and aggressively, his preferred approach, they would have had the first piece of the Guardian and left the area in a fraction of that time. Now he waited, counting the seconds, the minutes. Every moment that passed would give the enemy a chance to discover their plan and catch up. Though he relished the idea of a glorious battle with the Americans, the man who hired Boris and his former Spetsnaz operatives paid a fortune for them to retrieve the Guardian and place it into his hands. That was the priority for now.
"Boris, pickup is ready. Top floor."
Maria spoke into his earpiece. Boris grunted, stalked to the building entrance, and answered an affirmative over the radio channel. He entered the building, wasting no time, and headed straight for the elevator. Two people waited for the elevators with him, and when the door opened, he slipped between them, stepped inside first, pressed the button for the top floor, and faced front. Boris simply stood at the door,
blocking anyone else from stepping in with his massive, imposing figure. His posture and his stare drained any protest from the two that tried to get into the car with him. The doors closed, saving the Spetsnaz leader from having to look at two whipped pups, and began the too-slow ascent to the top floor. 2 minutes later, he was walking to the front desk of the top floor of Harrison Data Management. He used the elevator ride up to calm himself and get into character.
"Good morning. I'm here to pick up a package," Boris said to the receptionist.
Unlike Yaromir, he was not able to hide his own Russian accent, so he just tried to speak as little as possible. After a quick check on the computer to confirm the pickup, the receptionist, more friendly than the woman located one floor below, placed a call.
"1 moment, Mr. Smith,"
she said, reading the pickup log. Mr. Smith nodded and turned away. He angled his body in a way that gave him the broadest view of both the door he entered from and the office inside. Boris put his back toward a wall to ensure no one would be behind him. It was instinct for him to prepare for a fight at any moment, and he refused to even let his guard down in a place like this. 2 minutes later, his impatience was stretching to its limits. He wanted to draw his PL-15K and shoot his way to the back to grab the package. It would be so much faster than—
"Mr. Smith?"
a young man said. He was rolling a large reinforced plastic suitcase out on 2 attached wheels, holding the pull-out handle. Boris nodded and chuckled to himself. He carried the messenger bag, thinking the piece of the Guardian device might fit inside, allowing him to carry it out without any notice. They had no intel on how big it would actually be. The young man pushed the handle back down and handed him a tablet computer.
"Just sign here to accept the package. You can use your finger," the young man said.
He explained it with the slightest tinge of condescension, expecting that people older than himself didn't understand technology. Boris took the tablet and scribbled a name on the screen, using his middle finger and watching the young man the whole time. He handed it back and picked up the large suitcase. It weighed close to 50 pounds, but the Spetsnaz operative handled it like it was nothing. He shot them a predatory smile, turned, and strode out of the office. The receptionist and the young man both let out a breath they didn't realize they were holding, and felt the unease and relief one might feel having just survived a near-death experience. Chapter 10. The HRD transport helicopter touched down in a flat section of desert outside the ArbNet facility. The black, charred remains of a 2-story building poked at the sky with jagged bones, grayish-white plumes wafting up from it.
"It's still smoking. We're supposed to walk into that?"
Parker asked. John pointed to the fire trucks in the area. "No need to worry. It's mostly steam from the water they used to put the fire out."
"So, it's still hot enough for water to boil off of it. That makes me feel better," Parker said.
A man in a wrinkled, dirty dress shirt jogged over to the pair. He was tall and lean, his sweat-soaked hair sticking to his forehead. His sleeves were unbuttoned and rolled up, and his tie hastily stuffed into the back pocket of his trousers. Even pulled up out of the way, his sleeves were dirty, as were his arms, all the way down to his fingernails. This man was very hands-on, and his commitment to the people in the building showed through his actions. "Mr. Stone and Mr. Lewis?" he asked. "Yes, sir," John said. Parker also nodded. "My name is David Grant. I'm with ArbNet. We've been expecting you. Come this way, please." David led them to a section of the parking lot away from the smoldering building. A large canopy had been set up with tables arranged end to end underneath. Workers in safety vests and hard hats were organizing charred objects pulled from the burnt remains of the structure. "Can you tell me about what happened here?" John asked. "There was a fire," David started, sadness showing in his eyes. "We lost everyone. Every man and woman working here last night." "I'm sorry," John said. "No witnesses," Parker said, almost to himself. He was talking through his thoughts about the situation, analyzing the scene. "They probably disabled the fire sprinklers and burned all the bodies to cover their tracks. They figure we can't find out what data they came to steal. Bullet holes and cause of death will show up in the autopsies, though. Might have done it so the news will report it as arson or some freak accident instead of a terrorist attack. Fewer people on their trail." "Parker," John interrupted with a stern tone. Parker snapped back into his conscious mind. "Sorry, I get lost in my head," he said. "Well, we set up an area over there to collect any salvageable computer equipment," David said. He pointed to a section of the parking lot with folding tables and chairs. People in reflective vests and hard hats were sorting and cataloging burned chunks of plastic and metal.
"I guess I'll start over there," Parker said, pulling a small, rugged laptop from his messenger bag.
John looked around the area, spotting any security cameras that hadn't been destroyed by the fire. He saw one at the guarded check-in area, and a few around the parking lot mounted high on light poles further away from the building.
"Cameras look intact. Whoever did this probably hacked into the security feed digitally," Parker said.
"Cliff, the guard at the gate that night. He was found in the main building. There were no calls or alarms about the fire," David said quietly.
John paused for a long moment before he continued.
"I'm afraid it seems Parker is right," he said. "I know this is tough, but I need to know anything you can tell me about what they were after." "What kind of data did you have here?" John asked.
"We kept mostly consumer habits for data mining companies. Shopping, political polls, TV shows and movies, stuff like that. All anonymous, not attached to personal information," David said. "Several outside clients used our servers to store their data because of our security measures. No data in our secure servers is accessible outside of this facility. It was all kept on a local intranet, and our third-party clients' files were all encrypted. We weren't able to see what they were storing for their protection."
John nodded.
"Who were your clients? Anything like military or weapons development?"
"No, nothing like that. A couple of small financial institutions and a pretty major social media company. I don't see what they could have that's worth all this, though," David said.
"Thank you. And again, I'm sorry for your loss," John said before walking to the salvaged computer parts.
Parker had his laptop opened on a table with a long cable connected to one of the less charred computers.
"Doesn't look good,"
Parker said, anticipating the question from John.
"I'm not getting any signs of life from these drives. Maybe if I could take them back to HQ with us, or if we had more time."
"Unfortunately, neither of those options are at our disposal," John said.
"I figured."
Parker rubbed his lips with a finger.
"I'll keep checking these out and let you know if I find anything."
John nodded.
"All right. I'll look around the building. Maybe I'll get lucky."
A nondescript black van drove down the highway, carrying the first of 3 parts of the Guardian device and 5 Spetsnaz operatives. Inside the vehicle, Boris keyed Ratcliffe's direct number into a secure cell phone. The man on the other end answered with little delay.
"Hello?"
Oren said.
"We have the first piece of the Guardian," Boris said, not bothering to tell him who was speaking.
"Excellent. Meet at the rendezvous, and I'll have a plane waiting. Can you be there in an hour?"
"Da. We're en route now," Boris replied, and ended the call.
"What do you think it does?"
Kesar Gorokin, the man driving the van, asked Boris.
"What?"
"The Guardian. What do you think it does?"
the man repeated.
"I don't know. I don't care."
"Some kind of weapon, maybe? I wonder why Ratcliffe wants it,"
Kesar thought out loud.
"It's always power. To gain power for yourself, or to take it away from someone else,"
Maxim Myshkin said. He was a heavy weapons man, so was naturally obsessed with power.
"Our employer. He seems like the man that wants power for himself,"
Maria said.
"What if he's a terrorist?"
Kesar said in a soft tone like he was telling a ghost story around a campfire.
"What if this is a weapon of mass destruction, and he wants to destroy the world?"
He stretched the last word out for dramatic emphasis.
"Pust mir gorit," Boris said quietly, staring out the window. "Let the world burn."
Chapter 11.
"Hey, John, I think I found something," Parker called.
John hurled a large chunk of building debris to the side, which would have taken 3 men to clear away, and made his way to the computer programmer.
"What have you got?" he asked.
"I found some hard drives that the fire didn't entirely damage. Unfortunately, I don't have access to all of the files, but I did manage to find some directories of data stored on them. I tried a couple of old-school tricks," Parker said, before starting on a 30-second mini-lecture of all the cool data recovery techniques he employed to find out more about the drive. After explaining why his trick worked, Parker looked up at John and saw the frustration and impatience in his facial expression. "Sorry, I'll cut to the chase. I was able to open a text file that showed a series of file names, contact numbers, and addresses. 3 addresses. One in Portland, Oregon. Another just outside Asheville, a small city in North Carolina. The third is in New Mexico, near Las Cruces. The file is named Project Guardian.
and each location has a rather hefty data package assigned to it named Guardian 01, 02, and 03.
Are you sure this is what they're after? John asked.
Well, I'm not 100%, but there's something about this Project Guardian, Parker said. I found some files, but they are just wrecked. No way of salvaging them. There's more in this text file, but it's really technical. It's basically a set of instructions on how to combine the three parts.
Do you know what Project Guardian is? John asked.
That's the bizarre part. There's nothing here about what it actually does. It could be lost in one of the damaged drives or just deleted. I'll dig around some more to see if I can find out, but maybe it could be, top secret, Parker answered.
3 different locations. We need to find out where the Russian mercs might go next, or if they've already hit any of the others, John said.
I found the company information about each of the 3 sites and sent the info to MVP. He's contacting them now. We'll hear back if they find any...
Speak of the devil, Parker said as his phone buzzed. He put the mobile on the table and set it to speaker.
This is Lewis. You're on with Stone as well, he said.
The director started the call with his usual brevity. We called the 3 locations. 2 haven't reported anything out of the ordinary, but location 1 in Portland was troubleshooting a glitch in their system software. They have it under control, but said a few files might have been deleted or corrupted. Sounds suspicious, but there were no fatalities.
Maybe it's just some network hiccup, Parker said.
They went in quietly, John said. Harrison Data Management is in Portland, which has a high population density. Spetsnaz also trains in covert intelligence ops.
Why does that worry me more than them going in guns blazing? Parker said.
We have to assume the first location is already compromised. If we chase that lead, we'll find ourselves one step behind the Russians, John said.
So what's the plan? Parker asked.
Bravo team isn't far from North Carolina. I'll have them geared up and wheels off the ground in 15 minutes, Van Pierce said.
Any chance you can get me on a plane to New Mexico? John asked the director.
Might take some time to fly there. How can we be sure they're not already on the way? Parker asked.
We can't be sure. That's why we have to get there as soon as we can. If I can grab that part of the Guardian before Ratcliffe does, we can delay his plans, John said.
Director Van Pierce spoke up. I can get you a plane and some gear, John. But it'll be just you against a group of maybe the meanest special operators in the world.
If I'm lucky, I won't need to fight. I just need to be fast enough to cut them off and get ahead of them, John said.
I should probably go with you, Parker said. You'll need to be able to get into the computers quickly.
No deal, John said. You can provide electronic support from a safe location.
Look, I'm not eager to jump into a possible combat zone to hack for data, but if speed is that important, I need to be on site accessing their computer system directly, Parker countered.
John thought for a moment before relenting.
Okay, but you do everything I say when I say it. You understand?
Trust me, I got it. I'm not trying to be a hero.
All right, Van Pierce said. You're not far from Nellis Air Force Base. I can make some calls and have a plane assigned to take you. They can outfit the 2 of you with some basic weapons and gear as well. Give me 3 hours.
Director, I don't think we can wait that long, John said.
I might know a guy who can get us there sooner. Rather, I know a gal who knows a guy, Parker said.
Who is it? Can we trust either of them? Van Pierce asked.
Well, she trusts him, and I trust her, so...
John gave him a suspicious look.
You said we need to get in and out fast, right? This guy is a shadow courier. That's what he does. I'll give her a call and get in touch with him, Parker said.
What's his name? John asked.
I don't know his actual name. My friend says he calls himself Ty Octane.
Are you kidding? He sounds like a cartoon character, John said.
Chapter 12. A modified UH-60 Blackhawk crossed into North Carolina airspace, heading for Asheville. Bravo Team, a 9-man unit, sat in the back of the aircraft, geared up and getting their game faces on. Each soldier in the craft wanted revenge after what happened to Alpha Team.
Listen up, Lieutenant Clark said, his voice carried through their headsets. These Russian Spetsnaz guys are some absolutely mean sumbitches. Do not underestimate them. We're all looking for payback for Alpha Team, but keep your anger in check. Don't let it control you.
The Black Hawk sped past Asheville toward a region of the Appalachian Mountains. The location they learned about from Parker Lewis was a remote facility, 30 kilometers from a mountain known as the Devil's Courthouse.
5 kilometers from the LZ, the pilot's instrument panel lit up. Red lights and a rapid beeping warned the pilot of a laser target lock. "We've got an enemy lock on. Hold tight," the pilot said, in a surprisingly casual tone. He took the chopper into an evasive maneuver to break contact. A moment later, the missile approach warning indicator went ballistic. The pilot deployed defensive countermeasures and engaged in a more dynamic evasive action, rocking the soldiers inside. The missile, a small shoulder-launched weapon, all but ignored the countermeasure flares. It streaked through the air, straight at the helo, disregarding the heat signatures, instead tracking the laser designator that another soldier used. The missile closed the distance in seconds, striking the body of the craft, taking out the engine with the blast. The explosion rocked the Black Hawk, causing it to lose some altitude before recovering. The world inside the crew compartment tilted sideways, and everyone felt a moment of gut-wrenching freefall. The pilot leveled the craft off, but it was rapidly losing altitude. "We have to land here, sir," the pilot told Lieutenant Clark, his glass-half-full way of saying the helicopter was going down. "Bravo team, brace for impact," Curtis said through gritted teeth. They assumed their crash positions without question, making sure their weapons would not swing loosely in the cabin. The helicopter tilted and dropped as the pilot fought to maintain control, gliding it to the improvised LZ. The co-pilot radioed HRD command about their current situation and status. "We're gonna hit! Brace! The pilot's words were cut off by the impact. The Black Hawk struck the ground in the bottom of the aircraft, mostly toward the front. The pilot's expert control brought them into a glide, allowing them to partially slide along the ground, instead of hitting it directly. The helicopter struck a few trees during the slide and began to rotate. It pitched sideways and rolled, the rotors snapping off. The Black Hawk finally came to rest on one side. Vadim Lovzansky dropped the empty launch tube. The insect design performed as admirably as promised. The laser designator on Ruslin's rifle guided the rocket directly to its target. The spotter's aim never wavered, no matter the maneuvers the enemy pilot took. Vadim radioed Nikita to warn him. "Nikita, the Americans are coming," he said. The first objective was a covert operation, so Boris brought only 4 other operatives with him. Nikita had the other 6 to take objective 2. "Okay, I'll send more out to set a perimeter," Nikita answered, from inside the building. He prepared the second part of the Guardian device, fastening the last of the bolts and securing the hooks and cables to the objective. The prize sat on a pallet, ready for hauling out into the open. With the device ready for transport, Nikita sent 2 more men to reinforce the 3 already outside. The team sniper, Vasil, his spotter, Ruslin, and Vadim set up fighting positions moments after the Spetsnaz operatives secured the facility. The building was designed for long-term storage and, as such, wasn't a particularly active location. The staff presence was minimal, mainly security personnel, and they were ill-equipped to deal with an assault by highly trained Special Forces operatives. The remote location and building structure were the primary means of protecting what was inside. Nikita sent a message out to a waiting extraction team, provided by Warren Ratcliffe. "We will be ready to move in 5 minutes," he said. "Keep the chopper back until we can make sure the approach is safe." "Roger that, 5 minutes. Hilo will maintain the perimeter, but ground transport is on approach now." Nikita looked back at the giant machine in the room. It resembled a large rack of servers, with cables zigzagging and connected to the different sections, seemingly at random. Dmitri catalogued the parts and prepared them all for extraction. Nikita switched the radio to the team channel. "Do whatever it takes to keep the Americans back. Push out and defend the area until we move the Guardian." He pulled the charging handle on his AK-74, chambering the first round in the magazine. Chapter 13. Lieutenant Clark shook his head, trying to clear the fog. He rolled to his hands and knees, looking around inside the cabin. There was equipment scattered everywhere, covered in the broken glass from the chopper's windows. Smoke seeped in through the cracks in the craft's hull, filling the cabin and lowering the overall visibility. "Everyone okay?" he asked over the ringing in his ears. "Status." Some groans and affirmative responses came through the literal and mental haze. They had to get out of the wreck. The people that shot them down could be moving in to finish the job. Curtis opened the side door, which to him was now the ceiling, and climbed up and out of the downed chopper. He straddled the edge,
bracing a foot against one of the bent and battered landing gears, and helped pull the others up, taking note of the casualties of his team. The pilot and co-pilot suffered the worst of the crash, having been at the point of the initial impact. The co-pilot had severe injuries to his legs and back, but the pilot was unconscious, with blood covering half of his face. There was no telling how bad he really was. 2 men from Bravo team were wounded as well. One had a piece of shrapnel from the explosion and ensuing wreck stuck in his abdomen, and the team's designated marksman Jimenez suffered a sprained ankle and possible fractured tibia. Curtis talked to his corpsman about the possibility of moving the injured from the wreck.
"It's not a good idea, sir," the corpsman said. "The risk of worsening their injuries or creating extra complications is too great, especially for the pilot."
Curtis furrowed his brow and sucked a breath in through his teeth.
"All right. Stay in there with them and get him stable. I'll have Jimenez find a spot to hunker down and provide you some early warning."
He pulled a GPS device from his pocket and checked their position. Curtis was surprised to see they were less than 2 kilometers from their target. The pilot, even after the missile strike and crash landing, still managed to get them as close as he could. Taking the brunt of the crash near the front also reduced the risk of severe injuries to the Bravo team men in the back of the chopper. He and his co-pilot were willing to sacrifice themselves so that the mission could continue. The Bravo team leader ordered Jimenez into position to act as long-range recon for the team's advance up the rest of the mountain. One of the uninjured soldiers helped the marksman to reach the nearest elevated position. Next, Curtis radioed the mission status to the HRD command.
"Bravo 1 to Bravo base. Bird is down. 4 wounded, including pilot and co-pilot. Request sending medical evac. Corpsman is staying with the wounded, and the remaining 6 will continue to the site on foot. Do you copy?"
"Copy, Bravo 1. Medevac on the way." The Bravo leader rallied his team.
"Let's move with purpose, people. I think we have sufficient confirmation that the Russians are already at the site. We have our orders. It's on us to stop them before they get away with a piece of that Guardian tech."
The remaining team members pushed forward over the rough terrain, scanning ahead over their rifles all the way to the facility. They covered a few hundred meters when a flash in the distance popped up, followed a split second later by a whipped crack. The bullet tore a gouge into the hard-packed earth close to Lieutenant Clark's right boot.
"Take cover!"
he shouted, an instant before the next bullet connected with his helmet. Luckily, the composite materials were designed to deflect most shots, as long as they didn't hit the helmet directly. The heavy .308 caliber round snapped Lieutenant Clark's head to one side and his world spun. He suddenly found himself on his back, face up, not remembering the fall.
"Sniper!"
someone shouted, though it sounded like they were underwater to Clark's ears. The men of Bravo team took cover, hunkering down behind any hills or trees they could find, lying as flat as they could. Curtis felt a rough jolt at his shoulders as someone grabbed the carry strap on the back of his vest and pulled him behind a large rock.
"Thanks,"
he barely heard himself say. He keyed the mic on his radio.
"Jimenez, we're taking sniper fire. Think you can give us a hand?"
"1 sec," Curtis heard over the radio. Jimenez was the designated marksman for Bravo team, but at the moment he was on a small hilltop, lying prone and scanning the distance for the enemy. His injuries weren't life-threatening, but a fractured shin bone sidelined him with the other wounded. That didn't mean he was out of the fight. He crawled to find an opening in the bushes and brought his loopholed scope up. He swept the area but saw no sign of a sniper. He keyed his radio with his left hand.
"Can't see him, sir. I'll keep scanning and let you know," Jimenez said. "Okay, keep your rifle up and get ready," Lieutenant Clark said.
Jimenez kept both of his eyes open out of habit, so that he could scan the battlefield as well as look through his scope. His left eye caught a glimpse of someone on Bravo team a few hundred meters forward of his position, break cover and run toward the objective. Crazy fool, Jimenez thought, as he let his left eyelid fall, putting his full attention through the scope. At first there was nothing. Then the faintest movement caught his eye as someone rustled in the brush. A heartbeat later, there was a muzzle flash with a puff of dust betraying the shooter's position. "Found him," Jimenez said into his radio. His rifle sat stable on a mounted bipod, and his fingers made slight adjustments on the knobs of the scope as he calculated quick visual estimates of the range to his target. Jimenez took 2 slow breaths to calm his nerves. "Covering fire in 3, 2, 1. He let out half a breath and held the rest, steadying his aim. His finger pressed the custom trigger smoothly, applying 3.5 pounds of pressure. His rifle thundered, echoing through the valley and sending the .300 caliber Win Mag round spiraling toward his target. Curtis was running forward, zigzagging to present a more difficult target and spoil the shooter's aim. No shot came, however, and he thought maybe the sniper was gone. Perhaps they were already moving out from the objective, and Bravo team had arrived too late. Then the angry hiss passed over his shoulder, followed a second later by the loud crack of a rifle. Curtis was crossing a large flat clearing, unobstructed by nearby trees. The sniper was waiting for him to run out in the open. Lieutenant Clark cursed and dove straight into a small pit near an even smaller rock. There wasn't enough exposed stone to protect his whole body, so he did what he could to get his vital areas protected, curling up as tight as possible, pressing his back against the barrier. "Found him," Jimenez said. He breathed out but scanned the immediate area for more cover, preparing to get back to his feet. The seconds passed excruciatingly slow. He expected the next shot to come at any moment and blow one of his legs off. Then, a countdown came over the radio, and Curtis tensed his body, ready to move. When the rifle boomed from behind his position, he bolted up and forward again. This time, he managed to find a large tree to put between himself and the enemy marksman, so that he could bring his rifle up and into the fight. Curtis saw puffs of dirt where the enemy sniper was located, through his 4x-power ACOG scope every time Jimenez's rifle cracked and split the air. Clark wouldn't be scoring any hits with his M4 at this extreme range, but it would provide sufficient covering fire to keep the enemy sniper pinned. "Bravo team, move up," he said over the radio. Pulling the weapon in tight against his shoulder, he began methodically pressing the trigger, putting rounds around his target. Vasil Chezakov, the Spetsnaz team sniper, lay flat with his body pressed out among an outcropping of rocks, 20 meters away from the target building. Most of the American team had survived the helicopter crash and now made their way to the facility. Vasil's first hit almost took their leader out of the fight. His target's helmet was able to deflect the shot, an impressive feat considering the size and speed of the .308 caliber round from his Orsis T-5000 rifle. The Spetsnaz marksman wasn't a particularly brutal man. His orders were simply to delay the advance of the Americans long enough for him and his teammates to exfiltrate with the Guardian prize. Attempting to take the leader down was a purely tactical decision, knowing it would leave the survivors in disarray, confused and demoralized. He failed to kill his target, but still forced the rest to take cover, buying more time for his team. Vasil fell back on his training and did not let his emotions control his actions. He scanned the group through his scope, looking for targets of opportunity. This was war, and he was prepared to kill the enemy if they continued to move forward and try to kill he and his brothers in arms. "On your left," his spotter Ruslan said into Vasil's earpiece. A figure burst from behind the rocky cover and pressed forward at a sprint, obscured by the trees. It was the enemy's team leader. "Stay calm, track his movement, wait for him to get into the open." Vasil followed the runner carefully with his point of aim. The man was 800 meters away, running a zigzag pattern. A difficult but not impossible shot for the Russian sniper. He led his target, accounting for his running speed and travel time of the bullet at this range. His smooth, even trigger press rewarded him with its crisp, precise break. The rifle boomed and sent a .308 caliber Winchester round spiraling through the air toward the American. The bullet barely missed the mark, zipping just over his target's left shoulder. Through his scope, he saw the man dive to the side behind a rock. "Not enough cover," Vasil said, working the bolt of his rifle and chambering the next round. The rock on the ground was only enough to block half the man's body. The American pulled his legs in as tightly as he could, but he couldn't get completely behind cover and out of the line of fire. The Spetsnaz soldier sighted his target and calculated a much easier shot this time. He held his breath and placed his finger gently on the trigger. The pinging impact of a bullet right next to him caught Vasil off guard, peppering him with bits of dirt. Before he flinched away from his scope, he saw his target bolt upright and run forward, just as the popping report of the enemy shot echoed. The delay of the sound reaching Vasil's ears and the direction it came from provided plenty of information about the shooter's location. It had to be one of the helicopter survivors, taking a position near the crash site. A marksman with a long rifle. They were coordinating with each other, the sniper providing covering fire to allow the other Americans to advance. Vasil rolled to his right to put himself in a different firing position from where the shot landed. He needed to spot the team again and force them to slow their advance. 2 more shots impacted near his previous shooting position, followed by the same time-delayed sound of the distant rifle's crack. "Find that shooter," Vasil said to Ruslan. "Near the crash site, 30 meters west. He's in the bushes." The response came immediately, his spotter performing his task to perfection. The SEAL made the adjustments for windage and elevation on his scope after quick mental calculations and rolled smoothly into his prone firing position, spreading his legs wide enough to provide a stable base. He found the shooter's position quickly, a thick section of brush not far from the helo crash site. Before he could even begin to control his breath, more rounds were landing around him. The reports were slightly higher in pitch and came with less delay. The American team leader was firing on him now. One of the bullets clipped the front of a SEAL scope, cracking the glass, rendering it useless. "Chut poberi!" the Spetsnaz sniper cursed. He allowed these two Americans to outsmart him. The shot that hit his scope was blind luck, the sniper knew, but it was no less effective at taking his long rifle out of the fight. Nikita's radio chirped. "Sir, this is Vasil. The Americans are advancing quickly. My weapon is damaged, but I will keep pressure on them."
"Our transports will be here in 2 minutes. Be prepared to move when I call you," Nikita said.
"I will be ready. Vasil out." Boris and Nikita knew the Americans would be smart enough to figure out their plans. He expected resistance to come at any moment, but he and his fellow Spetsnaz wolves were trained killers. They were ready for this moment. Nikita was sure a few members of the team were even hoping for this to happen. "The prize is ready to go, sir," Dmitri said. Nikita nodded to him.
"Excellent. Radio the pilot and tell him he is clear to pick up the package," Nikita said,
recalling the status update from Ruslan earlier, letting him know the Americans had no anti-aircraft weapons with them. Dmitri nodded, and Nikita stepped out of the data storage area of the building, unslinging a menacing multi-shot grenade launcher. "We move now. Set your defensive positions, and prepare to hold until we evacuate," he barked over his radio. Chapter 14. Las Vegas, Nevada, in a convenience store parking lot half a mile from Nellis Air Force Base. John and Parker leaned against the wall outside the store, avoiding the still harsh glare of the late fall sun. They secured a ride from the ArbNet location to meet with a contact that Parker knew only through a friend. John scanned the area with his thick arms folded across his chest. "He's late," John said, annoyed.
"It's only been a couple of minutes. He's probably close," Parker replied. "Actually, I got here 5 minutes ago," a voice said from behind them. The two spun around to see a young Asian man leaving the convenience store, walking toward them. He wore a pair of dark blue $200 jeans, designed to look like they cost a lot less. His thin T-shirt had a faded image of Speed Racer on the chest and draped over his slim frame. Jewelry glinted off of his neck, wrists, and fingers in the sunlight as he reached them. "You Parker? Eve said you had a job for me," he said to them, taking his sunglasses off and hanging them from his collar.
"We don't have time for this," John snapped.
"Hey, relax, Terminator. Had to make sure I wasn't walking into a trap," the man said before casually stuffing an Oreo cookie into his mouth.
Parker held out his hand.
"So you're a Ty Octane, I presume?"
Ty wiped his hand against his pant leg, then shook Parker's.
"Pleased to meet you, my good man," he said in an exaggerated gentlemanly voice. "You must be Eve's friend, Parker. And don't tell me, let me guess. Copstash must be your dad."
John shook his head. "This isn't going to work. We need some real skill, not some cocky kid."
"Real skill?"
Ty said, his head tilted to one side.
"Tell that caterpillar on your lip to chill. Unless you need someone to escape the Earth's atmosphere to get the job done, I'm your best bet."
"Trusting him is too much of a risk," John said to Parker. "He's going to get us all killed."
"What exactly are we talking about here?"
"It's very dangerous."
"Obviously, I can't tell you the specifics yet, but basically, we have to get into and out of a location very fast. And someone will probably be shooting at us while we do it," Parker said.
"Bro, you just described a week I had not too long ago," Ty said, putting his sunglasses back on.
"You call that dangerous? I call that Thursday."
"Trust me, the guys we're going up against aren't like anything you've ever seen before," John said. Ty held his hands up.
"Hey man, I'm not some Sly Stallone one-man army. But if you need someone to get you in and out of any place, I'm your guy. Eve told you I was a shadow courier, right? If it's got wheels, I can drive it."
"Yeah, what exactly is a shadow courier?" John asked, dubious. Ty smiled and said,
"We deliver packages that the post office won't touch to places where they can't reach." Man, that sounds way dirtier out loud.
Parker stifled a laugh. John thought for a long moment. He finally turned to Parker and gave him a slight nod.
"All right, you're in," Parker said, before asking, do you mind driving us?"
Ty smiled and pressed a button on his keyring. A loud chirp came from a blue Mitsubishi Lancer Evolution with a carbon fiber hood. He stepped to the passenger side, opened the rear door, and gestured to the cramped back seat as he looked at them. "Where to, Miss Daisy?" Chapter 15. The remaining members of Bravo Team were back up and on the move. Jimenez and Lieutenant Clark had suppressed the sniper further ahead. Curtis knew, at the extreme ranges they were engaging the threat, they most likely didn't score a hit, although deep down he hoped they did. Rushing toward a still active shooter lowered the odds of mission success. Now the 6 warriors pressed forward, using all available cover and maintaining combat spacing as they rushed toward the target building. They closed to almost 300 meters when the metallic, booming chatter of an AK-74 forced them to stop, crouching low or dropping to prone positions. The enemy sprayed rounds in a wide arc, spreading his field of fire across the whole team. "We aren't about to be pinned down by one lousy rifle," Clark said, raising his M4 and moving the fire selector switch to the fully automatic setting. He sighted the target through his ACOG scope and put pressure on the trigger. The man with the AK saw Curtis step out with his weapon up. He swung his own weapon around. Both men fired simultaneously. Clark had the advantage, by acting rather than reacting, and utilizing the 4x magnification on his scope while shooting from a stable position. Bullets zinged against the ground just in front of him, ricocheting dangerously close. One grazed the outside of his calf, but the adrenaline was coursing through his body, blunting the pain. The first of his own rounds impacted the enemy center of mass. Another round caught the man in the arm, and the rest sailed past. The enemy fell from Clark's line of sight. Good hit, Jimenez said over the radio. He was providing overwatch from his position near the crash site. Jimenez was still ready to deliver covering fire if needed, even though he was over a kilometer out. "We're clear, move up," Lieutenant Clark shouted as he charged up the hill. The rest of the team rushed behind him with rifles up and ready. They were within 200 meters of the facility when more Spetsnaz soldiers were getting into position, hastily opening fire on Curtis and his men. Bravo Team set up their fighting positions and returned fire. The sharp cracks from their M4s a direct contrast to the heavy clacking of the enemy AK-74s. The Spetsnaz fighters were continuously moving while shooting. They zigzagged laterally, slowly pressing forward. The Bravo Team fought from fixed positions using cover where they could. The last of the Russian soldiers emerged from the building, shouldering a multi-shot grenade launcher. One of Bravo Team's riflemen yelled a warning as he pivoted to sight the enemy. "Grenade!" he shouted, snap-firing his rifle at the Spetsnaz grenadier. The Russian fired a 40mm explosive round as the soldier's shots missed their mark. The high-explosive round arced in and detonated beside him, the violent blast tearing into his body and hurling him from his position. The young soldier was dead before he hit the ground. The grenadier swept the barrel of his weapon across the Bravo Team positions, triggering the high-explosive rounds at regular intervals, not aiming at any specific targets. The Bravo members were forced down by the sheer aggression of the Russian counterattack. They tried to pop up and fire their M4s, many of them targeting the grenadier. Multiple 5.56 caliber millimeter rounds found their mark on the hulking Russian, but most struck his heavy chest plate. The Spetsnaz assaulter ran his grenade launcher dry and took cover, but the damage had been done. Momentum was entirely in the Russians' favor. They pressed forward more aggressively now, their rifles finding Bravo Team members in the open or recovering from the grenade attacks. Curtis snatched a grenade from his vest, pulled the pin, and threw it forward in a high arc. The other Bravo members followed suit, using their grenades as the Russians drew closer. They succeeded in slowing the forward movement for a while, but when they finally dug in to press the attack against the Russians, Jimenez came in over the radio. "2 vehicles, coming in from the east, with heavy weapons mounted in the rear. I hear a chopper incoming too." Clark turned his gaze toward the incoming vehicles and cursed. He radioed the open team channel. "Fall back," he ordered, grabbing the carry strap on the vest of a downed teammate. He pulled the man backward while triggering his rifle to provide covering fire. Jimenez watched the scene unfold through his loophole scope. He took shots whenever he could, mostly to suppress the threat, but he did score a hit wounding one of the enemy soldiers. The speed of the fight, the proximity of the combatants, and the extreme range limited his effectiveness in the battle. The tide of the encounter decidedly favored the Russians. He caught the dust clouds of the incoming vehicles and radioed Lieutenant Clark. After warning the Bravo Team leader, he radioed HRD Command, calling for an immediate evacuation under hostile conditions. The 2 vehicles skidded to a stop, kicking up a wall of dust between the Russian soldiers and the Bravo Team members. The mounted machine guns opened up, the sounds reaching Jimenez as dull pops on a long delay. The gunners in the back of each vehicle wore different uniforms than the Spetsnaz fighters. The newcomers swept their muzzles across the Bravo team positions to provide cover for the Russians boarding to exfiltrate. Jimenez saw another of his teammates hit by the suppressing fire, but the rest were able to fall back, firing their M4s to cover their brothers in arms. Under the support of the heavy machine gun, a helicopter crested the tree line and moved into position, hovering over the storage building. Heavy ropes and straps dropped down to meet a man pulling a large steel container with a pallet jack out of the opened warehouse doors. Jimenez considered firing at the helicopter, trying to bring it down and possibly foil the Russian plans to get the Guardian. His brothers were in serious trouble, though, and if he didn't intervene, the heavy machine guns would grind them up. The Bravo marksman targeted one of the machine gunners, making a quick mental adjustment for windage and elevation, and fired. The 300 caliber Win Mag round arced across the long distance and flattened into the metal plate in front of the gunner, there to protect him from return fire. The man flinched and paused for a moment from the heavy thud, but a heartbeat later he was back on the trigger. The point of impact from his first shot gave Jimenez a visual reference to make an adjustment and follow for a second chance. This time the bullet found its mark, snapping the head of the gunner back, a burst of red mist exploding from the exit wound. The second gunner whipped his gaze around and looked right at Jimenez's position, seemingly meeting his gaze across the extreme distance. The enemy soldier swung the machine gun toward him, raised the barrel, and fired. Massive 50 caliber slugs raced over 1,000 meters toward him, the higher elevation of the heavy gun giving his weapon a more effective range.
"Bring it on, you bastard," the Bravo-designated marksman thought. With the first gunner down and the second targeting him, Jimenez had accomplished his objective of taking the punishing buzzsaw off of his teammates. The rounds punched the ground around his position, but the extreme range opened the spread over a large area. Jimenez sighted the second man and returned fire. The vehicle lurched into motion, turning around as his shot went off, causing him to miss. Watching the enemy pull away, Jimenez saw that the Spetsnaz soldiers were not helping their wounded. They expected everyone, injured or not, to get themselves onto the vehicles. The wounded dragged themselves, walking when possible, with no complaint. They seemed to understand that if they did not get themselves into the car, they would be left behind. The last machine gunner was leaning into the weapon, firing a long burst to cover the helicopter as it climbed up and left the scene, the steel container hanging under the fuselage. When the two vehicles finally pulled away, Jimenez saw no bodies in the area. He panned his scope left and right, looking for the Spetsnaz soldier that Lieutenant Clark took down. Nothing. He saw no sign of the man, and he knew the Russians weren't carrying off their wounded or dead. Did he survive? His thoughts snapped back into the present when the squad channel lit up with reports of Bravo team members wounded or killed during the battle. Chapter 16. The white dashes in the road merged into a single gray blur as Ty pushed the Lancer to double the speed limit. "You guys are going to need a plane if you want to get to Las Cruces that fast," he said to Parker over his shoulder, but still keeping his eyes on the road. "Provided that the Russians didn't split their team to tackle two objectives," John said. "If that's the case, we either get there slow and run into their welcoming party, or get there fast and possibly fight our way out with the goods. Screwed either way, but the fast version has a slightly better chance of having 100% fewer Russians," Ty said. John agreed. "The plane was our first option, but it would have taken hours to prep and get off the ground. I know someone that owes me a favor and can get us on one, but we gotta get to the North Las Vegas airport," Ty said. Parker looked at Ty and John quizzically. The plane would get us there and fast, but wouldn't it have to land at an airport? The nearest one is about 30 miles from the facility." John looked at Ty but seemed to know what he was thinking. Parker continued, oblivious. "I checked the map for the third location earlier, and I don't recall seeing any roads long or wide enough even for a small plane to touch down." Ty looked at John and said, "You're a Ranger. You still airborne qualified?" "Of course," John smiled. "Wait, what?" No, Parker protested, the realization hitting him. "Second objective complete," Boris said, and then added, "The Americans reached the facility just as my men were finishing up. They now know what we are after."
"That was always a possibility,"
Warren said. He put his hands on his hips, pacing around his living room, getting the latest mission status from his Russian mercenaries.
"Head to the airstrip. I'll have extra weapons and equipment made available for your team when you prepare for the third site, he said to the Russian. We have to expect heavy resistance for the last piece. I'll also have some men waiting for you to assist.
Yet, Boris interrupted. My men are more than enough to handle anything the Americans will have there. He spoke without a hint of bravado. It was merely a statement of fact, like he was telling Ratcliffe the sky was blue. Warren was momentarily taken aback. He hired Boris and his men after the incident that happened less than 2 weeks ago. One man had single-handedly attacked and eliminated a small private army, and almost killed Warren himself. He was put in contact with this group of Spetsnaz operatives, no longer serving their country. Their services now for sale to the highest bidder. The ridiculously high price for these fighters, possessing the highest level of skill, put him at ease initially. In the past, his payments always brought a level of respect from the mercenaries that worked for him, but these men seemed unfazed by the amount of money deposited to their accounts. They followed orders without question, and he had no reason to believe they would betray him. These men, however, carried themselves with an attitude that they were the alphas in any room. Even with all the power and influence he possessed, Warren always felt at unease in the company of these wolves, as they referred to themselves.
The man that attacked your men in the safe house, did you see him in there too? Warren asked.
They saw no one fitting his description. Perhaps he went down in their helicopter when my men shot it down, Boris replied.
I wish that were true, the rich man thought. We shouldn't count on that in any case. You've all performed very well thus far, but keep your guard up. We're too close to the end to fail now.
Understood, was all Boris said before ending the call.
Warren could not shake the unease of not knowing whereabouts of the bull hunting him. Chapter 17. Ty pulled his Lancer Evo into the parking area of the North Las Vegas airfield, a short walk from one of the small hangars. John looked at Parker before they followed Ty inside, where a small crew had prepared a private plane. I'm not sure who Ty's connection is, but he's got some pull, Parker said to John.
She, Ty said. And yeah, major pull.
An older car, a 1972 Plymouth Barracuda, was parked just inside the hangar, a man sitting in the driver's seat reading a newspaper. When the trio approached, the man casually folded the paper and stepped out of the vehicle. He had the same short, spiky hair as Ty, except his were thicker clusters of blonde hair. He wore a black tank top and just as much jewelry as the courier that brought them here.
Garrick, Ty spoke up when they were still quite a ways apart. Look at this hipster, reading his news in analog format.
Garrick shook his head with a smile and walked toward Ty.
Hey, nothing's more relaxing than reading a real newspaper or a book. You should try it sometime.
He clasped hands with Ty and wrapped his free arm around him in a hug.
Whatever, man. I'll just wait for the movie to come out. These are the guys I told you about, Ty said.
Garrick introduced himself as he shook their hands.
I'm John Stone.
Parker Lewis, the programmer said. Garrick paused, grinning.
Like the TV show? I know, right?
Ty added with a smile. Parker sighed the sigh of someone that heard a joke one too many times.
My parents swear they've never heard of the show, he said.
John interrupted, mostly to get back on the mission, but a little to save Parker from the embarrassment from the two strangers.
Gentlemen, we don't have any time to waste.
Garrick nodded and made his way to the trunk of his car, popping it open with a chirp from his keyring. He removed 2 large duffel bags, setting them on the ground, and bringing a long, flat, hard case around to place on the hood of his car.
I gotta tell you, frankly, it's a miracle that I was even able to get this stuff in here.
Garrick opened the case to reveal an M4 with an underbarrel shotgun mounted to it. It had a 4x fixed magnification scope locked onto the top rail to provide accuracy at longer range. Offset iron sights, mounted at a 45-degree angle, sat to the right side of the scope. They would allow the shooter to rotate the rifle counterclockwise slightly and switch from sighting down the optics to using iron sights for working up close. The M4 was set up to be useful in short, medium, and long range. John let out a low whistle of approval as he quickly field-stripped it to examine the internals. One of the duffel bags contained a few different handguns and a Chris Vector submachine gun, chambered in .45 caliber. John inspected the Vector and placed it on the car hood for one of the others to choose. He laid the handguns out next, checking the function of each, satisfied with the condition they were in. All of the guns were used, but they were clean and well-maintained. The last duffel bag had magazines and ammunition for the variety of firearms, as well as 3 tactical vests. Most of the handguns were modern striker-fired designs, but John gravitated toward the Colt 1911. He didn't doubt the quality or reliability of the contemporary designs, but he never felt at home using the polymer frame, striker-fired pistols. John preferred the reassuring feel of a metal frame and hammer-fired weapon. John pulled one of the vests and strapped it tight. He took the M4 magazines out of the bag and began loading them into the mag pouches on his chest. Next, he strapped a drop-leg holster to his right thigh and slipped the 1911 snugly into it. He was reaching for the pistol magazines when he saw the other 2 men pawing at the other weapons with confused looks on their faces.
"Maybe you guys should hang back. This is going to be dangerous," John said.
Parker held the Glock 19 near the barrel, pinched between his fingers. He placed it gently on the table and said,
I'm not really a fighter, but you're going to need me on site to locate and access the data we're going after.
Ty held the Vector, gripping it uncomfortably.
I'm here to get you guys in and out fast. Guns are not exactly my forte.
John nodded and said,
"Okay. We'll all focus on our primary tasks. You may not be there to fight, but you should at least know how to handle the weapons. Let's load everything up, and I'll give you a crash course on the plane."
Please don't say crash course on the plane, Parker said.
Ty and Parker pressed the magazine release buttons on their pistols. The empty mags dropped to the floor as they reached into their pockets for a reload. Both men slapped the new magazines in with little effort and wrapped their hand over the back of the slide, pinching it between the base of their palms and their fingers. They mimicked the power stroke to slingshot the slide back into firing position and had the pistols back up and ready to fire.
"That was good. You're picking it up really well," John said.
After the hour of instruction during the flight, the pair seemed more comfortable around firearms. Parker especially, since he was barely able to hold any of the guns without a near panic attack before.
"All right, now let's get him ready for the fight."
I still hope I won't need this,
Parker said, ejecting the other empty magazine from his Glock 19. He and Ty began loading live ammo into the empty mags when Parker's messenger bag chimed. He reached in to pull out the computer, which was connected to a charred hard drive. Parker's eyes widened as he read the screen, and he let out a low whistle.
"You find something?" John asked.
"Yeah, I sure did," Parker answered.
His eyes darted side to side as he quickly read the screen.
I was able to dig out the information about the Guardian. About what it is, I mean. So, you guys still haven't told me, Ty started. What is it exactly that we're going after?
Parker was fixated on his screen for a few more seconds before he finally responded.
Well, long story short, Guardian was a project created under joint development with a few of the most powerful and influential technology and social media companies in the world. They were originally contracted by our government to create a system to help the war on terror. Parker said the last part with a flourish. What does it do? Shoot terrorists from space? Ty asked. It's nothing like that, Parker answered. Guardian was designed to stop the bad guys before they could, do something bad. It can dig through a suspect's digital persona and pull out all kinds of information. Social security numbers, passwords, search history, and other online activity.
He scrolled through another page of text before continuing.
The data is run through some powerful algorithms to analyze behavior patterns and create detailed personality profiles. We, the government, can use those profiles to predict a person's tendencies and their possible future behaviors. I don't know, man. That sounds Big Brotherish to me, Ty said,
putting down a loaded mag and grabbing an empty one.
Definitely some civil liberties being violated there, John added.
Well, yeah, that's exactly why it's in storage. The concern about violating personal freedoms and the fact that this would circumvent the legal system sort of has some people higher up in the government very nervous about allowing Guardian to go live. And they split it into 3 parts for security, I assume, Ty said.
Parker nodded, his attention still on his computer.
Do the bad guys need all 3 parts to make this work? I mean, what if they had 2 out of 3? Is there a chance they can use that to cause some trouble? Ty asked.
Parker shook his head.
The 3 parts don't work separate from each other. The software was also split and stored separately, and it needs to be 100% complete or it won't function at all. Imagine you have the Lord of the Rings trilogy. Except instead of 3 sequential books, the words from all 3 volumes are scrambled together and split into 3 parts. You can't read the story without having all 3 books together and unscrambled. The data they stole a few days ago also contained a master key,
that unscrambles the books and returns them to the original Trilogy order, so to speak. Ty stared at Parker with eyes glazed and finally said, "Gotcha. Never read those books, though. I'm not into that nerd elf stuff." The plane began to bank, and the pilot's voice came over the headset radios. "We're making our final approach now. 10 minutes from the designated drop zone."
"All right. Keep it at 12,000 feet," John replied. John and Ty stood to prepare their parachutes, John with calm practice movements and Ty with adrenaline-chasing enthusiasm. Parker's face went ghost white. In his excitement at talking about the Guardian project, he forgot why they were on the plane for a moment. He tried to disappear into his seat, regretting his decision not to stay behind. Chapter 18. Boris and his team, reunited after their success in obtaining the first 2 parts of the Guardian, prepared to take the third objective. The Russian operatives split into 3 groups of 4, each making their way to separate helicopters in a large, flat, paved area. Each chopper had an insect pilot running pre-flight checks. The plan was simple: take the objective with overwhelming aggression. The teams would surround the target, move in fast, and secure the last piece of the device, as well as the final data files. They brought explosives to bring the building down if they needed to destroy any possibility of data recovery. That would be a last resort only, however. The absolute priority of this mission was to obtain the Guardian. Boris felt a sense of satisfaction watching the team boarding the helicopters. They were all members of the Spetsnaz GRU, highly trained Special Forces soldiers in the Russian military. Each of them served under Boris Leshev at some point in their careers. They followed orders without question and served Russia with pride. Boris wasn't proud of everything he did in service of his nation, but he never once doubted that his actions were for the greater good. Everything changed, however, when Russia announced the intention of its military reforms nearly a decade ago. The military reduced its strength and reassigned personnel to different units. His Spetsnaz unit was dissolved, and Boris, along with the rest of his team, were simply let go. They were no longer soldiers serving in Russia's armed forces, and as a result, they were without jobs or income. Some of them also had no place to live. Now, with no loyalties to any nation or government, they served under Boris as mercenaries, selling their skills to the highest bidder. The last of the team boarded the choppers, and Boris tapped his meaty fist on the pilot's shoulder twice, signaling him to take off. Chapter 19. 30 seconds out, the pilot said, his voice coming in clear through the headphones. Parker was secured to John in a tandem jump harness, wondering if John could feel his heart pounding through the straps. He had no experience skydiving, personally sticking to the cliched motto, "Why would I jump out of a perfectly good plane?" Ty opened the door, and the whoosh of the air outside chilled Parker's blood. He fought a momentary wave of dizziness. "You okay?" John asked, feeling the young programmer drooping in the harness.
No,"
was all he could say.
"Relax, bro. The jump isn't that scary," Ty said as he stepped to the door, turning back to face Parker. "The scariest part is pulling the cord and wondering if your chute will open."
3, 2, 1. Clear to jump, the pilot said. Ty smiled and winked, then dropped backward out of the door. Parker's face turned from pale white to a sickly green, and his knees wobbled under his weight. The only thing keeping him off the floor at that moment was the tandem harness. He was surprised to hear John chuckling at that moment. "He's just hazing you. Don't let it get to you," John said as he walked them to the door.
"Is he right about that? The scariest part?"
John paused for a moment.
"Yes."
Parker's breathing sped up, and he began subconsciously reaching around for something he could grab. "Parker, we don't have to jump if you don't want to." John placed his hands on Parker's shoulders.
"Really? I mean, maybe—"
"No, not really," John said with a bellowing laugh. He pinned Parker's arms to prevent him from grabbing anything on the way out, then leaped through the doorway, falling into everlasting emptiness. The headsets of the 3 men buzzed with constant chatter. Ty was alternating between excited woo sounds and calling out tricks he was performing. Parker huffed and panted, trying to catch his breath, then trying to keep his mind occupied by reciting formulas and calculations. Unfortunately, the only thing running through his head was calculating freefall acceleration to find out their terminal velocity. John found himself laughing. He couldn't keep the smile off his face. At that moment, he was 20 years younger, all the pain and stiffness from the past month melting away.
They were parachuting into a secure facility, with a strong possibility of facing off with the most skilled fighters Russia had ever produced. John never felt more alive. Parker's stomach lurched up into his throat as the ground rushed toward them. He and John had been in free fall far longer than he was comfortable with.
"I see the landing area,"
Ty said, angling his body to control his trajectory, already much closer to the building below than the tandem duo.
"We should pull the cord now, right? We're really close,"
Parker said, his words almost all mashing together. "A few more seconds," John said, feeling the programmer tense. "We just want to get a little closer before deploying."
"Okay, here I go."
Ty pulled his cord and the chute streamed out of his pack. Parker watched the material stream up. Then the canopy flared open with a sudden pop. From Parker's point of view, Ty rushed up toward the two tandem jumpers. "Get ready, kid," John said, pulling their cord a second later. Parker felt a tugging sensation through his body as the chute unraveled from the pack. They slowed from the full length of the material whipping vertically above them. Moments slowed to minutes while he waited for the canopy to pop like he watched when Ty deployed.
"The parachute didn't open. It didn't open. Oh no, we're going—"
Parker slammed into the harness, feeling the sensation of being yanked upward. He felt lightheaded and weak. He was holding his breath without realizing it. Parker exhaled and filled his lungs with air again to let out a scream of exhilaration. "Nice work," John said, giving the computer whiz credit for the successful jump.
"Guys, the courtyard in front of the building is all clear,"
Ty said over the radio.
"I'm heading there now."
"We're right behind you." Ty's chute traced a slow spiral path down, lining up on the final approach, and landing flawlessly in the center of the courtyard.
"Bullseye,"
the brash courier announced. John and Parker were on the same line down, but the young programmer and first-time jumper tensed and jerked before the landing. John flared the chute and brought them safely to the ground, just off-center of their landing zone. The pair stopped moving before Parker realized his knees were bent and John was carrying his entire weight through the harness. "It's safe to put your feet down," John said, patting him on the arm. Parker sheepishly complied. They shed the harnesses and headed toward the facility. A square two-story building stood unassuming, in the valley of two mountains, west of Las Cruces, New Mexico. The vast rocky terrain jutted up just a few miles from the facility on two sides, but the area immediately around them was naturally and unusually flat. The building itself was an uninteresting tan and concrete-colored utilitarian structure with very few windows. Over the front entrance, in dark brown block letters, it read, "The Holder Group."
"Huh, I thought it would be bigger,"
Ty said, what the other two were also thinking. "Let's not waste time. The Russians might already be on their way." John led the group to the front entrance. A man in a light blue button-up shirt and beige slacks jogged out of the building toward them.
"I'm David Ryder. Are you with the Hostile Response Division?"
he asked, already holding a hand out. John nodded and shook his hand. "I'm John Stone. This is Parker Lewis and Ty... just Ty." Ty shook David's hand and grinned. John gestured to Parker as he spoke to David. "I need you to show him where you store the Project Guardian segment and the data files for it. He'll be in charge of securing that for transport."
"Right away. Follow me,"
David said. "Ty, I'll secure this area in case we have to defend the building. I need you to find us a quick route out of here once Parker has the Guardian. Get us transport, too. Use this to get any clearance you need from the people here." John handed Ty a small plastic device. It looked like a business card with contact information for various departments in the HRD organization, slightly thicker than a standard card. It also contained a small slide-out tab with a USB connection on one end.
"This looks like a promotional gimmick you hand to someone at a trade show,"
Ty said as he pocketed the card. John followed the group into the building and spoke to a man in a security uniform in the lobby. "How many security personnel do you have here?" John asked, skipping the formal introductions.
"Just 2 on duty right now, including me."
John furrowed his brow, thinking about the defense plans. "We're outmanned and outgunned," he thought. "It's dangerous to be here right now. Is there a way to safely evacuate the employees quickly?" John asked.
"We're miles from any other safe location," the guard said. "But we have a basement-level research wing that's pretty secure."
"How secure?"
"It can be locked up tight, like a bunker. It's not a long-term option, though. Maybe a day, tops. Then breathable air becomes a problem."
"That'll work. I want you to get your other security personnel and start gathering the employees to the basement area. It's going to get dicey here real soon, but I'll have people on the way ASAP to evacuate you all to a safer location."
The guard nodded and let out a breath.
"What's your name?"
John asked.
"Harold. My name is Harold." "Nice to meet you, Harold. I'm John."
They shook hands, and John looked him in the eye.
"We're going to make it through this."
Harold nodded and headed down the hall, grabbing his radio. Ty wound through the halls of the facility, making his way to the shipping and receiving area and the employee parking garage.
"Turn left there and head down the hallway to the stairs," David told him before disappearing with Parker.
"Maybe this place isn't so small," he mumbled. Ty approached a security checkpoint at the end of the hallway near a doorway that led presumably to the underground parking area. He reached into his pocket to fish out the card John had given him, ready to pull rank on the lone guard on station. The man at the checkpoint was hanging up a phone handset and stood to face the young courier.
"Follow me, sir. I'll show you the way," the guard said.
Ty sheepishly stuffed the card back into his pocket, his cop fantasy ruined, and he followed the man through the door. The doorway opened to a short staircase descending and turning to face back in the direction Ty had come from. The underground parking area wasn't too large, but it covered nearly the same area the facility above it took up above ground. From where Ty stood, he saw a ramp wide enough for 2 cars, leading up to the rolling metal door that led outside. If he remembered his orientation after walking around inside correctly, the exit would be at the rear of the building.
"How secure is that door?"
Ty asked.
"Not very. This place is designed to deter people without clearance from entering. Not so much for an armed assault."
The employee parking area was small, but there were 10 cars parked inside and a few empty spaces. The guard let him pass the employees' vehicles to another area where the company vehicles were parked. A separate garage opening was provided for this area, with a large door to accommodate semi-trucks. Ty scanned the company vehicles, his face showing his disappointment with the limited, unexciting options. 3 white panel trucks were parked side by side. Each had the innocuous Holder Group name with a generic logo on the panels. There was a small pickup truck parked nearby with the same company name information on the doors. None of these vehicles would get them very far very fast if they had to get out under pressure.
"What are you doing?"
the guard asked as Ty moved past him, back to the employee parking area. He didn't answer, pacing around looking at the other cars parked underground. His eyes lit up at the sight of an Audi S8. Ty walked around the car once, giving a quick inspection, and one corner of his mouth turned up with a smile.
V8, 600 horses. "This is the one," he said to the guard. I can't let you take that car, sir. It doesn't belong to—"
A small plastic business card flashed into the man's face. The security guard's eyes widened in surprise.
"It's a matter of national security,"
Ty said with smug satisfaction.
"This is the one."
The guard stood, confused. After a tense few seconds, he nodded.
"This is Mr. Ryder's car. I'll get you the keys,"
then turned and headed back into the main building. Ty moved back to the company trucks, planning to use them to block the garage entrance. It wouldn't stop any determined assault, but he needed to slow them for as long as possible. A small office with walls made mostly from glass occupied a corner of the company vehicle area. There was a gray metal box mounted on the wall inside, the same kind car rental offices and valet services used to store keys. The room was used to handle shipping and receiving operations, but the displays in the room caught Ty's attention. The screens in the office showed a variety of angles from security cameras mounted around the outside of the facility. 2 monitors stood next to one another, each display divided into 4 segments, showing a total of 8 different angles. Ty glanced at the screens for a few moments, spotting something small moving on one of the displays. He stared intently at a small black dot in the sky. The dot then split into 3, and they all grew larger. Ty cursed and grabbed his radio. Helicopters were approaching. Chapter 20.
"They're here,"
Ty radioed to John and Parker. John heard the distant thrum of the rotors moments before he received the call on his radio. He was already moving to put his plan into motion. The Ranger mentally mapped out the facility as best he could on short notice. He threw furniture together to create strategic fighting positions to take advantage of the choke points created by the building entrances. Using metal filing cabinets and desks, he did his best to construct barriers that would protect him from incoming rounds. Harold evacuated all of the other employees into the secured lower research area,
while the other security guard delivered David's car keys to Ty. Now they stood with John, receiving their next orders. "Don't fight them head-on," John said with a serious tone. "Do your best to force them into cover. Stay out of sight, and slow them down as long as you can. Then you both lock yourselves into the lower bunker with the rest, do you understand?" The two nodded, summoning what courage they could from John's presence. They split off to cover the side and rear entrances, leaving John to hold the main entrance. "Parker, what's your status?" John asked over the radio.
"I'm in. Downloading the package now," the programmer replied. "I'll have it secured and ready to go in 10 minutes.
"This'll be all over in 10 minutes. You have 2. Then you find Ty and get the package out of here," John said.
Parker began to say. "Okay, 2 minutes," he repeated.
John checked the chamber of his M4, making sure it was loaded and ready. He stepped into the first defensive position and felt the adrenaline coursing through his limbs. 10 seconds, a pilot in an insect flight suit yelled in English to the Spetsnaz soldiers in the back. They already had their headphones off and were crouching with weapons ready. They looked ready to leap from the moving helicopter, nearly 100 feet in the air, and hit the ground running. The pilot wasn't even sure if the mercenaries understood what he said. The entire flight over, they only spoke to each other in Russian and ignored him. 3 helicopters made their approach toward the facility, 2 splitting off on courses that would take them to the side and rear entrances. The pilot brought the small chopper within 100 meters of the main entrance. Hovering 10 meters off the ground, he signaled the soldiers, and they dropped a heavy rope that was mounted to the outside of the helo. One by one, and nearly on top of each other, the Spetsnaz soldiers descended the rope, relying only on their grip to keep them safe. They moved at just under free-fall speed, hitting the ground with surprising softness. In just a few seconds, the 4 men inside the chopper were on the ground and moving, weapons up, toward the building's front entrance. The co-pilot was in the rear gathering up the rope, and the pilot pulled away, moving to a holding pattern circling the building. As he climbed, the other 2 helicopters were already doing the same. "We're in position. Moving up," Boris radioed to the other teams. Dmitri, Vadim, and Peter followed behind him. He led the main 4-man assault team to the front entrance, scanning the area constantly for threats. "I see no resistance. We may be here before the Americans," he said into his mic. The Spetsnaz leader received the radio calls from the other 2 teams. They were also moving to secure their entry points and reported no visible signs of possible resistance. The primary assault team covered the last few yards, on an offset path from the front double-glass doors, careful not to silhouette themselves and provide a clear target for anyone inside the building. They pressed themselves against the wall and inched toward the exits. Boris glanced through the glass at the most direct angle he could. All the lights were off inside, and the sunlight gleaming off the tinted glass made it difficult to see inside. The lack of lighting set off an alarm inside Boris's head. He looked to the members of his team and signaled non-verbally to them to prepare for resistance. A subtle shift in their postures made these trained killers appear even more aggressive, letting him know they received the message. The 4-man team stacked against the wall a meter from the door. Vadim stepped around to the front of the line and slapped 2 small explosive devices on the edge of the door, lining them up approximately where the top and middle door hinges were located. He moved to the back of the line holding a remote detonator, as the other men shouldered their rifles at a low ready position. Boris produced a length of steel that was strapped to his back. His rifle hung close to him on a sling. It was an evil-looking hybrid design of an axe, a crowbar, and a sledgehammer, resembling a forcible entry tool utilized by firefighters. Yet somehow, it looked like the nightmare version of it. Vadim gave the detonator switch 3 rapid slaps, and chaos erupted. The deafening blast turned the glass into thousands of shards, whipping out in every direction. The door shredded free from the top 2 hinges, barely held up by the third. Boris hefted the entry tool with ease, belying the real weight of the solid steel construction. He hooked a wicked curved spike protruding from one side of the axe head into the door and yanked it free from the frame. The other 3 poured past him, filing through the doorway into the darkness. John crouched behind his temporary firing position, hidden from view. The blast was deafening and sent a wave of broken glass through the lobby area. Metal crashed against metal, and the door ripped free from its frame. He sat up just enough to reveal his rifle and part of his face, targeting the men moving through the doorway. He set up his firing position at the far end of the open lobby area. John moved any obstruction between his cover and the front entrance out of his line of fire, so anyone advancing on him would have to do so in the open. Vadim stepped through the doorway the moment Boris had torn the remains of the door off. He crossed the threshold, his rifle up, sweeping across the lobby when he got tangled in a trap set for the assault team. One of John's defensive measures was to split the cord from his parachute open to get to the smaller strands inside and string them just inside the doorway. With the lights off, his web would be all but invisible to anyone looking in from outside. The trap was not designed to stop anyone, but the poor sap coming through the front door would find himself bunched up in the fatal funnel of the entryway. John sighted his M4 on the man and pressed the trigger the moment he saw him stumble in the paracord. His rifle barked a 3-round burst, 2 rounds striking his intended target just below his neck. The third shot just missed Dmitri, who stepped in a moment after Vadim. The first soldier fell to the floor, still tangled and partially held up by the trap. Dmitri pressed forward until he made contact with the cordage. Seeing Vadim tangled in the web, he triggered a long burst in the direction of John's muzzle flash and stepped back out of the doorway. John heard a few quick words barked in Russian and readied his rifle to take down the first silhouette that stepped back through the door. The Russians' second wave caught John off guard. Peter peeked into the doorway at ground level, lying prone, firing his rifle into the lobby, while Dmitri stood high, leaning in from the other side, his AK-74 firing full auto as well. The barrage of lead forced John back behind his cover. John peeked through a space between the pieces of furniture providing cover and saw a man stepping into the doorway wielding what appeared to be a mutated fireman's entry tool. With a roar, the man hefted the axe portion of his instrument, swinging it down and cutting through John's web trap. In one smooth motion, the Russian dropped his entry tool with a clang and shouldered his AK, firing at John's position. The ranger crouched under his cover, and the Spetsnaz soldiers spread across the open area, advancing on his position, firing as they moved. John cursed under his breath. He glanced back at his second position and readied himself to move. His cover stopped most of the incoming rounds, but a few punched through, one nearly hitting him in the shoulder. Waiting for the sounds of automatic fire to diminish, John seized the first chance he got. He pivoted his M4 and triggered successive 3-round bursts, causing his opponents to hesitate, and used the pause to move to his second firing position, staying low and running as fast as he could. His opponents understood what he was doing, already concentrating their fire on his new position. The 3 men were halfway across the lobby and moving closer every second. They spread out, effectively widening the area John had to cover with his weapon. The coordinated pattern of firing and reloading kept constant pressure on his position. He could barely pop up to fire any clean shots, instead mostly shooting blind to keep the enemy occupied. John was seconds from being overtaken, and his next fallback position was down the hallway. There were 5 meters of open space he would have to cover, and the angle of the attackers gave them a deadly crossfire setup. John popped up aggressively, moving and shooting, sweeping his barrel while triggering rounds at the 3 men. He continued his turn and bolted toward the hallway. The soldiers pressed forward, undeterred by the incoming fire. They advanced using sheer violence of action, forcing him to retreat much sooner than anticipated. A hailstorm of bullets peppered every section of the hall. 2 heavy slugs slammed into the back plate of John's vest, forcing the wind from his lungs. He staggered and dove behind the third firing position, his mind taking in the scene in slow motion. Strangely, the thought occurred to him that it was a miracle he was only hit twice. The encounter, from the moment they breached the door to the moment John reached his third firing position, lasted less than 1 minute. At this rate, John would be unable to hold them off long enough for Parker and Ty to escape with the Guardian data. He had to hold the Russians here. The hallway would force his attackers to group together as they moved, allowing John's counteroffensive to be more productive. He set his cover up at the corner where he could retreat more efficiently this time, but that option had to be delayed for as long as possible. John took a deep breath and a quick inventory of his remaining ammo. He had to engage aggressively, as his opponent's best chance was to cover the distance as fast as possible. He brought his rifle up, pressing his trigger at the same moment a bullet punched into his shoulder. His own shots missed their target, tearing chunks of wall free. The Russians fired with uncanny precision, all 3 of them putting rounds on his cover, somehow able to stay out of each other's line of fire. John pressed a thick hand to his shoulder, finding blood but relieved to see that it was just a grazing wound. He wouldn't be able to hold them off. These men had his position zeroed and understood his tactics well. John switched his grip to the shotgun mounted under his M4 and blind-fired the 12-gauge 3 times, hoping the double-aught buckshot would spread enough to find a target. Pressing his back against the wall, he radioed Parker for a status update.
"Parker, where are you?"
John nearly screamed over the sound of the gunfire.
"I've got the case. I'm making my way to Ty now.
Something or someone startled Parker, and his voice was replaced by yelling and gunfire over the radio channel.
Parker! Parker!
No response.
They're coming in through the side, John,
Ty's voice said over the radio. The Guardian was in trouble. John had to make a decision. Continue to hold off the main assault, or break away to find Parker and the data. Peter, taking the point position, advanced down the hallway, triggering bursts from his AK-74. The American aimed his rifle around the corner and blind-fired the underbarrel shotgun repeatedly, working the pump action, working with robotic efficiency. Steel nerves resisted the reflex to dodge out of the way. To do so would compromise the lines of fire of Boris and Dmitri behind him. A few pellets from the first shot punched into his vest, and the intense pain nearly doubled him over. The following blasts missed high and wide. Peter recovered fast, and the three-man assault team continued to level a punishing assault of fire, keeping this man pinned behind the wall. Their quick and deliberate steps brought them to the corner, where Dmitri pulled a grenade from his vest. He yanked the pin and tossed the flashbang canister, banking it off the opposite wall and around the corner. The flashbang grenade detonated with a loud blast and a pulse of blinding light. An instant later, the three men pivoted around the corner, rifles up and ready to take down their opponent. The spot was empty, and no sign was left of their target other than spent shell casings and an empty magazine on the floor. Boris kept his frustration in check and motioned the others to continue moving down the corridor. Chapter 21. A bead of sweat traced down Parker's temple and angled into the outer corner of his eye. He blinked it away as his fingers clacked in rapid staccato across the keyboard. A progress bar on the monitor to his left crept across the screen, a percentage indicator underneath showing a number status, 78% complete. He wiped a dry tongue across his lips and struggled to swallow. He sat down at another workstation, typing away, preparing a little going-away present for the mercenaries.
How about the physical device? Parker asked.
It's being secured to transport right now, David Ryder said to him. Parker nodded without looking and pressed enter on the keyboard. Lines of code scrolled up rapidly on the monitor. The subroutine Parker entered would corrupt and delete the data on the hard drives. As an added measure, he pulled a small device from his messenger bag, about the size of a hockey puck but half the height, and stuck it to the side of the computer using a strong magnet on the bottom of the device. It was a countermeasure using HRD technology, and given to him by Director Van Pierce. They were designed to deliver a massive electrical charge to fry the electronics, followed by a small detonation to ensure nothing would be salvageable. Parker pulled out two more, placing them on the other computers in the room. Glancing over to check the other monitor, he saw the full bar with the status 100% complete. He disconnected the cable from the computer attached to a solid-state drive inside his bag. Parker scanned the room, looking around at the computers and monitors.
Okay, I think that's it. Time to go, I hope, he said. Do you have the...
A low boom sounded in the front of the building, reverberating through the structure. Parker shrugged his shoulders and closed his eyes as the distant explosion startled the programmer and the man assigned to help him. The muffled, rapid pops of gunfire started seconds after the blast, and the two glanced at each other, unsure of what they should be doing next.
We have to go right now. We'll pick the case up on the way out, David said.
Parker nodded, and they both ran from the room. He stopped just outside the doorway, thumbing the button on a small remote in his hand. He held the button for 3 seconds. The fountains of sparks exploded from the computers, electricity arcing across the cases. 3 loud bangs followed immediately after, and the programmer was on his way out. They darted through the hallways, fearfully checking around every corner and doorway, expecting to be cut down by heavy gunfire at any moment. Parker keyed Ty's channel into his radio.
Ty, I got the data. I'm on my way as soon as I pick up the case. Double time it, dude! It looks like Red Dawn out there!
Ty shouted back. Parker fought a wave of panic as they found the room they were looking for. David shouldered the door open the same moment he grabbed the handle.
Get that case ready to move now,
he said to the technicians inside. The outburst startled them, but the 2 men were already sealing the locks on the case. One of the men picked it up and brought it over to Parker. He nodded as he gripped the handle and looked at the guy.
You should get to safety now, he said.
After a moment of hesitation, David waved the technicians out of the room as Parker turned down the hall.
Everyone downstairs into the basement research lab, Parker heard,
as he made his way toward Ty in the parking area. Parker turned the corner, navigating his way through the maze of hallways. He saw one of the security personnel, Jackson, posted in a position guarding a side entrance. The man gestured his head in the direction Parker should move, never taking his pistol away from the doorway. Parker nodded and moved past him. Over the muted pops of the gunfire at the front entrance, they didn't hear the quiet click in the direction of the side entry. John's voice sounded over Parker's radio.
"Parker, where are you?" "I've got the case. I'm making my way to Ty now," Parker said, noticing the side entry door swing open.
"Get out of here," Jackson said as he fired 3 times down the hallway toward the open door. 2 Russian soldiers used the distraction of the battle at the main entrance to sneak in through the side. The guards' gunfire barely deterred them, their rifles already up and returning fire before they were even inside. Parker staggered and nearly fell to the floor as he stepped away, his earpiece falling out. One of the rounds of the incoming barrage struck Jackson in his forearm and forced the security guard back immediately. He gave Parker one last look, his eyes spurring programmer into motion. His brain and legs finally synced, and Parker sprinted away toward the garage. He heard the sounds of gunfire, but dared not look back. Ty finished moving the trucks into position, and had the Audi running and ready to escape. He stole a glance at the security monitors, and his heart sank. Ty saw 2 soldiers coming in from the side entrance on an outside camera feed. He keyed his mic to warn the others, and heard the gunfire immediately.
"They're coming in through the side, John,"
Ty yelled on the open channel. He scanned the monitors looking for more soldiers outside. Ty found 2 more pressed against the warehouse entry door, preparing to come in through the parking garage. He lifted the radio to call Parker, when the programmer body-checked the door of the parking garage open, nearly stumbling. He still had his messenger bag over his shoulder and struggled to carry a steel security case, nodding to Ty.
"We gotta go, Ty," he said,
his voice scratchy between ragged breaths. The courier waved Parker over to the Audi passenger door. Parker hesitated for a moment, seeing Ty run over to one of the box trucks sitting in front of the Audi.
"What?"
the programmer began.
"Just get in the car," Ty said.
Parker slipped into the passenger seat of the sedan and clutched the case to his chest. Ty started the truck and wedged a length of steel bar onto the accelerator. The engine rumbled and increased in pitch, asking to be let loose. Ty shifted the vehicle into drive and hopped out, moving towards the Audi. The beastly vehicle growled in protest and rolled slowly up the employee exit ramp, picking up speed and momentum. Ty hopped into the sedan and pulled the door shut at the same instant the full weight of the truck sheared the rolling metal door from its tracks.
"Buckle up, man,"
Ty said as his own belt clicked into place. He slammed his foot on the gas, and the Audi's tires spun for a moment, finally finding purchase. Momentum pushed Parker back into his seat, his hands alternating between grasping the case, the seatbelt, and any other available handhold. Gunfire erupted from behind large rocks and trees as the unmanned box truck sped into the open area, away from the building. The 2 Russian soldiers waiting at the rear entrance turned to track the truck's movement, their rifles also firing. All 4 Spetsnaz mercs were shooting low, aiming at the tires or into the engine block, following strict orders to not damage the Guardian. The Audi screamed and roared past the 2 surprised soldiers, turning away sharply once the car cleared the exit. The truck had successfully distracted the soldiers long enough for Ty and Parker to gain some distance. When the Russians finally turned their attention to the sedan, the speed and distance made them too difficult a target to hit. Parker did his best to become part of his seat in the thunder of the gunfire, as the occasional bullet struck the car.
"I think we made it,"
Ty said, accelerating toward the main road, attempting to get as far away as possible. The Audi sped along, still miles away from the intersection, when 2 vehicles, heavily armored dune buggies, jumped over the nearby hills on his flank. They moved to box Ty in, huge rooster tails of dirt and dust spinning behind the tires. Parker spotted the insect markings on one of the vehicles as it swerved to his side.
"I think I spoke too soon,"
Ty said. Parker pulled the Glock from his messenger bag and leaned out the window, and fired several rounds at the pursuing car on the side, the pistol bucking in his grip. The speed and movement made aiming difficult, but the vehicle was so close he managed to score hits with his 9mm. Ty gripped the steering wheel with his left hand and braced the Chris Vector in the crook of his elbow, triggering bursts at the car on the driver's side. Bullets sparked and bounced off the vehicles, neither weapon inflicting any significant damage. Parker's gun popped once more as the slide locked back. He tried to radio John, then realized his earpiece had fallen out somewhere back in the building. The unmistakable thrum and downward wash of rotors buffeted the Audi, kicking up dust and debris to obscure Ty's vision. The pursuing helicopter was right on top of them.
"John, we made it outside," But it looks like we brought Putin's parade with us, Ty said into his radio. What are we going to do now? Parker asked. If you have any genius ideas, feel free to share them with the class, Ty said, glancing around. Parker frantically shuffled through his messenger bag, pulling out another small explosive device. I have one more of these. It sends an electrical surge and a small explosion. And Ty yanked the wheel sharply to one side, barely avoiding a sideswipe attempt from the dune buggy. The Audi swerved off the road and slid into the sand, losing speed. He slammed the accelerator and jerked the wheel, bringing the car back onto the asphalt ahead of his pursuers once again. He reached out to Parker. Trade with me, Ty said, holding out his Vector. Parker took the gun and firmly slapped the device into his hand, eyes wide. Ty stopped accelerating slightly, letting the pursuing vehicles think they were gaining. He swerved left, and when the dune buggy followed his movement, slammed on the brakes, moving his car quickly back to the right. The maneuver put the Audi side by side with the vehicle on his left. Ty clicked the power switch, and in one smooth motion, tossed the device onto the hood of the pursuing vehicle, and flipped off the insect soldiers with the same hand. Parker activated the detonator, sending an electrical charge arcing across the metal frame and causing the men inside to flinch. The pop of the explosion was barely audible over the roar of the engine, but the plume of silvery smoke suddenly rising from the hood was much easier to see. The dune buggy faded back, losing speed, and Parker whooped in excitement. That's one down, at least. Any more surprises in your bag of tricks? Sorry, last one. Parker's hands shook as he tried to reload the Vector submachine gun. The helicopter dropped in front of them. The pilot rotated the craft to present the left side of the aircraft while matching Ty's speed, expertly staying in front of them during the maneuver. The side door was open, and two Spetsnaz soldiers faced their quarry, one holding a large rifle, and the other pressing the stock of a heavy machine gun to his shoulder. The muzzle of the rifle flashed, and even over the helicopter rotors in the Audi's engine, the boom of the .50 caliber rifle was unmistakable. The 750-grain round shredded through the engine, and the force of the bullet seemed to slow the car for an instant. Ty felt and heard the grinding, clunking sound of metal on metal, but the Audi kept moving. He frantically swerved the car, but the sniper tracked them with ease. He triggered another round, and the Audi lost all power, rolling to a stop. The engine sputtered and died, a plume of steam and smoke belching out from the grille and perforated hood. What are we going to do now? Parker asked. What can we do, man? We're not soldiers, Ty said. The helicopter in front maintained the hover, the sniper pointing the .50 caliber rifle menacingly. The remaining dune buggy blocked the Audi from behind, and a soldier stepped out of the passenger side with a submachine gun pointed at them. Out of the car now, the man yelled, approaching the vehicle. Roland picked the lock on the building's side door. He gave Maxim a quick nod, who answered by bringing his AK-74 to his shoulder, keeping it at a low-ready position. Roland engaged the handle and slowly swung the door open, careful not to let it slam into the wall. Maxim brought his rifle up and slid into the room like a ghost. The sound of shouting inside was followed immediately by gunfire. Maxim continued moving, making sure not to get trapped in the doorway, allowing Roland to follow. His short pistol pops rattled through the hall, and he snap-fired a response from his rifle to answer the incoming rounds. The effect of his shots had the desired result of scaring his opponent into cover. Roland was inside now, and the two men pressed forward, guns up, triggering a steady rhythm of single rounds to cover their advance. A hand holding a pistol peeked around the corner, firing blindly. One of the 5.45mm rounds tore into the flesh of the defender's forearm, and the handgun fell to the ground. Screaming and cursing replaced gunfire, and the two Russians nodded to each other. It's just one man. They reached the corner and slowly circled around, revealing small slices at a time with each sideways step. A trail of blood on the floor traced a path along the hall and drew their gaze to a man trying to escape through one of the doors in the corridor. Maxim put the guard in his sights. His finger took the slack out of the trigger, and a burst of fire caught the soldier from behind, one of the rounds tearing through the back of his neck. His body went slack as his central nervous system shut off. Operating on instinct, suppressing fear and panic, Roland turned to engage the new threat. His movements typical of those of his brothers in arms trained in the Russian military, honed over the course of years, decades. He spotted a large man stepping toward him, an M4 with an underbarrel shotgun leveled at him. Roland's rifle came up and attached itself to his shoulder as if it were an extension of his own body. His cheek welded to the stock with mechanical efficiency. The iron sights of his rifle came up into view over his intended target, the way he did thousands of times before. Roland pressed the trigger,
The entire sequence took only a fraction of a second, but it was too slow. It was too late. John's burst killed the second of the two soldiers going after the security guard. A trail of blood on the floor was a clear sign the security guard they pursued was severely injured. The sounds of gunfire startled the guard, who had his back pressed against the door. He slumped in relief when he saw John moving toward him.
"How bad is it?"
John asked.
"I'll be okay,"
Jackson replied, pressing his other hand to the wound on his forearm. John inspected the injury while he kept the guard moving.
"Keep pressure on it and get downstairs to the basement."
"Where's Parker?"
"He went to the garage to meet Ty. He has the data in the case," the guard said.
John nodded and checked behind them, walking backward a few steps as they moved. Satisfied the hallway was clear, he turned forward and they picked up the pace. A loud boom shook the building, different from an explosion. Muffled pops of gunfire followed the sound. Then John's radio crackled to life.
"John, we made it outside, but it looks like we brought Putin's parade with us," Ty said.
"Find the other guard and lock yourselves in the basement now," John said to Jackson.
The security guard nodded, pulling his radio to contact his partner.
"I'll delay them as long as I can," John said.
He took up a position near the stairway leading to the basement. The stairs and the nearby elevator were the only way to get to the secure research facility below. John took a quick inventory of his remaining ammunition and focused his attention down the hallway, ready for any incoming assault. Jackson spoke into his handheld radio, then to John.
"There's a problem. Harold says 2 more Russians came in through the rear entrance after your guys drove away. They're between him and us, and he can't make it to the lab," Jackson said. "Is he okay?" John asked. "They didn't see him, and he was able to hide."
John gave a resigned nod and patted the man's back, ushering him down the stairs toward the lab. He understood the guard not wanting to engage the soldiers. This was not his fight. John moved to the back entrance, toward Harold. He memorized only the basic layout of the facility before the assault, but John remembered a nearby door that would cut across the building so he could make his way to Harold as fast as possible. As he got closer, he slowed his movements and crept ahead. He scanned over his M4, sweeping the muzzle to match his line of sight, spotting the doorway of another office cracked open slightly. Harold peered outside but ducked back in before seeing that it was John and not one of the invaders. John checked the area to make sure it was clear and waved the guard over.
"Follow me. I'll get us to the lab."
Harold hesitated at first, but nodded and opened the door. They headed back to where the rest of the employees were hidden, Harold continually checking behind them and over John's shoulder nervously. John traced the same route back. When he cut back across the same room, he paused at the door leading back into the hallway, listening for any sound that would alert him to the enemy. Nothing.
"Home stretch. Once we step out, I'll make sure the hall is clear. Then you run to those stairs and get down to the lab as fast as you can," John said.
The ranger readied himself, swung the door open, and scanned the area with lightning speed. He stepped out, covering the length of the hallway leading to the stairway before turning back around, rifle up and walking backward. He gestured with his head toward the stairs, and Harold bolted into the corridor toward the lab. A figure suddenly pivoted into the hallway, firing an AK-74. The two soldiers from the back of the building found them. John was already facing the shooter, and his finger tightened on the trigger the moment he recognized the silhouette of a Russian soldier. In the heat of the battle, John missed, but the thud of a body hitting the floor let him know the Russian may have found his target. He triggered burst after burst at the enemy to force him back while moving toward Harold. He reached the downed guard and hoisted him up by the belt. John didn't have time to check the man's vitals before gunfire erupted behind him again. He scooped the man up while zigzagging away, tracing a path toward the elevator before banking at the last second and heading for the stairs. John stumbled as he reached the steps, disappearing from Russian's line of fire. Putting a firm hand on the guardrail, preventing his fall, he ran the rest of the way down with Harold over one shoulder and his rifle hanging from its sling. Jackson, the first security guard, was waiting at the bottom. The stairway opened to a foyer-style room with a steel door that read Basement Lab.
"Get him inside and lock the door behind you," John said sternly.
He turned and raced back up the stairs, preparing his rifle to fight off the mercenaries before they could reach the lab. He made it to the corner and heard the footsteps approaching. Judging from the sound of the echoes, he estimated they were near the halfway point in the hall. He stood tall, leaned the rifle and his head around the corner, and pressed the trigger without fully sighting any targets. He ducked back behind the wall and crouched as low as he could.
Shots rang out striking high near where his head was when he stood. Using his first peek to gauge the enemy positions, John stayed low, pivoted out once again, using their own tactic against them, and snap-fired 2 bursts, one at each soldier. He scored grazing hits on both of them. They screamed curses in Russian and paused before continuing to press forward. "We're in the lab. Everyone else is here too," the guard said over the radio channel. Ty and Parker made it out with the objective, and all of the employees were safe, for now. John yanked a high-explosive grenade from his vest, pulled the pin, and whipped it down the hallway. Shouts and retreating footsteps echoed through the hall. John kept both hands on his rifle and shrugged his shoulders to cover his ears as best he could. The deafening roar of the grenade sent shrapnel flying everywhere as the concussive blast pounded John's head and chest. Ears ringing and eyes watering from the smoke, he leaned out once again, firing at the 2 Russians as they fell back out of view. That was the only explosive grenade he had, but the Russians didn't know that. Now he just needed to defend this position, delaying the soldiers as long as possible and allowing Ty and Parker the chance to get as far as possible. With helicopters in the area, they had more than enough to worry about, so John would do his best to keep these Russians preoccupied. Boris and his 2 men followed the sounds of gunfire and the explosion, making their way toward their prey. The Russian leader saw Maxim and Roland lying dead on the floor near the side entrance.
"This is the work of the boogeyman that Ratcliffe fears."
As they arrived, a grenade detonated around the corner. Jaromir and Kessler stepped back out of a hallway and toward Boris. Both men were injured, bleeding and breathing hard.
"What happened?" Boris asked.
"He's holding the hallway," Kessler said. "He pushed us back," Jaromir added. "What do we do now, sir?" Peter asked. Boris grabbed the front of the man's vest with a large, meaty hand and pulled him close. His gaze burned into the subordinate.
"It's just one man," Boris screamed. "Go down there and kill him."
The soldiers complied and prepared to follow his order without question, stacking along the wall ready for an assault in the hallway. With all of their weapons reloaded and ready, Peter took the point position and raised a hand to signal the attack. The instant before his hand came down, Boris's radio chirped. "Sir, we have the Guardian. Repeat, Guardian is now in our possession," the voice on the radio said.
"Hold," Boris said to his men.
They had Guardian now. This one man, this lone soldier who killed 3 of his men and wounded 2 more, was merely attempting to delay them. Boris wanted blood, but his head remained firmly on mission. Engaging this threat now was unnecessary, but he would not allow this man's actions to go unpunished. He looked at his team and said,
"Bring it down. Bury them all."
The Spetsnaz mercenaries nodded and pulled large blocks of explosives from packs strapped to their backs. They had a general idea of where to place their bombs to level the structure, at least in the immediate area around their foe. 4 soldiers split off into different directions, leaving Boris to make sure their prey did not escape. He gritted his teeth, and with a guttural scream stepped bodily into the hallway, firing his AKM fully automatic from his hip. The unusual maneuver caught his opponent off guard, and the return fire from the American went wide, punching long holes into the wall. Lead slugs chewed up the corner at the other end of the hallway.
"I am right here. Step out and meet your maker," Boris screamed in heavily accented English.
He raked the empty magazine from his rifle with a fresh one and slapped it in, not bothering to take cover. Reaching underneath the weapon, he shouldered the AK and yanked the charging handle with his thumb to reload his weapon, continuing his assault while shouting taunts in English and Russian. "All set. Ready to move on your order," Dmitri said on the radio. Boris unleashed one last burst of 7.62 millimeter and strode off. He headed to the side entrance, stopping to check the pulse of the 2 Russian soldiers that lay nearby. Finding no signs of life, he bid his brothers farewell and exited the building to the side door.
"Blow it and move out,"
Boris commanded. He radioed for a pickup and walked away from the building. The explosives detonated in sequence, decimating the entire central section of the building. Dense reinforced walls and concrete ceiling collapsed, creating huge clouds of smoke and dust. A blast of heat washed over Boris, and chunks of debris pelted his back as he walked away. The 4 outer corners of the structure remained, but most of the building crumbled inward to the ground. A rumbling engine approached, and one of the dune buggies came skidding to a halt in front of Boris. He sat in the passenger seat as a chopper thumped and whirred overhead, coming down for a landing.
"Team secured, lifting off," the pilot said.
Boris nodded to the driver and pointed down the road away from the facility.
The dune buggy wheels spun in the dirt as they sped away. "I am right here. Step out and meet your maker." The words echoed down the hallway, followed by the metallic clatter of an empty magazine and the sound of the rifle's bolt cycling shut. John gripped his M4, peering around the corner quickly to return fire. The exchange of fire continued for nearly a minute, with more rounds being fired by his enemy as John had to conserve ammunition in his attempt to delay the attackers. Another taunt, this one in Russian, was followed by a long burst and then silence. John heard the faint sounds of boot heels walking away. Cautious and expecting a trap, John quickly peered out with his rifle. Empty. No sign of anyone else. He didn't like this, but took the opportunity to top off his M4 and assess the situation. He radioed Parker and Ty for an update. No answer. He hoped it meant they were out of radio range. But the Russians were pulling back now. They were captured. Ratcliffe's mercs had the Guardian now. John pressed forward to pursue them. He took a quick breath and moved down the hall, keeping his rifle up to his shoulder, scanning for targets, and moving at a near run. John didn't make it far before the earth shook and took him off his feet. The world exploded around him. His hearing was overloaded, and a concussive force squeezed the air from his body. The building rumbled, concrete, plaster, and other debris raining down around him. The Spetsnaz had planted explosives around the building, pinning him in the stairwell while they did it. He scrambled in a fast crawl down the smoke-filled hallway back toward the basement lab. Even on all fours, he struggled to maintain balance in the constant shaking and rumbling. Reaching the stairs, John dove and rolled down, ignoring the pain from tumbling down concrete steps as he rushed toward the lab entrance. It was too late. The primary structural supports of the building were compromised, and everything was collapsing down on them. A last desperate surge put him up against the thick steel doors of the laboratory. Heavy concrete supports overhung the entranceway, and John did his best to squeeze his body under it. The cacophony overwhelmed his hearing, the power was out, and the entire area was filled with dust and smoke. His only connection to the world was the smell and taste of the acrid smoke, and the constant rumble of the world coming down around him. He covered his head with his heavily muscled arms and tucked his knees in close to protect his vital organs. Time stretched over an eternity of chaos. Then, nothing. Chapter 22. Ty and Parker sat in the cramped seating of the helicopter, plastic ties binding their wrists and digging into flesh. A thin stream of blood ran down Ty's temple, payment for a smart comment that earned him a rifle butt to the head. Two Spetsnaz soldiers sat across from them, a man and a woman. Their facial features were similar to each other, like they may be siblings, but neither Parker or Ty was willing to ask at this moment. The chopper's engines whined as the pilot pushed the craft hard, banking sharply at times and threatening to toss the two captives out the door. The guards were almost unnecessary, since the threat of falling to their deaths kept Parker and Ty planted in their seats. Miles of desolate, flat, dry desert stretched out before them. The mountains surrounding the area made the valley look isolated from the entire world. After 30 minutes of flight, the two captives saw a thin line tracing through the desert. As they got closer, the line became an old two-lane road. The faded asphalt surface was cracked from age and neglect, a seemingly forgotten path which led to an out-of-place structure in the middle of nowhere. A large warehouse made from corrugated steel sat dotted by a few smaller office-type portable structures. The whole facility appeared hastily constructed, but aged as if it sat there for years. There were military vehicles parked all around, and a flurry of activity on the ground, as the ants below moved large power generators into position and set up checkpoints at the two entrances of the surrounding fence. The pilot spoke into his radio, but Ty and Parker couldn't make out anything he said over the wind and the roar of the rotors. Another sharp bank, this time followed by a quick descent, brought their stomachs into their throats. They planted their feet on any part of the cabin stable enough to support their weight and tried desperately not to fall out. The helicopter touched down in a makeshift landing area, close to one of the small portable buildings. Moments after landing, ominous-looking military personnel with covered faces swarmed them, yanking the two captives out of their seats and dragging them into the nearby office. John struggled to breathe. Heavy rubble pressed down on him. The crushing weight was constricting and oppressive, too much for him to bear. He braced himself, grunted, and heaved. The concrete gave and rose slightly, but it was just too much. Darkness surrounded him, and all of the strength left his body and limbs. He wanted to give up. He failed his mission, failed to protect Parker and Ty, and failed to prevent the mercenaries from taking the Guardian. The remains of the building would crush him. He wouldn't be able to escape, leaving the employees in the lab trapped inside. They likely wouldn't survive long enough for rescuers to reach them. The employees. You still have to save the employees. John braced himself once again, his steel cable muscles tightening. His limbs were pistons as they drove upward. He lifted and screamed, giving every last bit of his strength. The concrete, steel, and stone were not enough to keep him down this time. He pushed up and found an opening. A beam of light shot through, showing the way out. He let out another roar, his throat raw from the dust, and John pushed his way into daylight. Crawling, covered in blood caked with dirt, he continued until he was free. Then just lay on top of the rubble, motionless. He had nothing left, all of his energy gone. Used up. You're not done yet, Ranger. John needed time to recover. He needed to catch his breath and rest his muscles, but there was no time. The Russians were gone. They captured Parker and Ty, and now they had the complete Guardian device. The employees at this facility were trapped with no one else who could help them. John rolled to his knees, took a deep breath, and grasped an enormous chunk of rubble with his thick hands. He tensed his back and pulled the slab of concrete away. He dug through dirt, tossing away rocks and wood and steel. His hands bled. His energy waned, but he kept digging. John was in a haze, operating on a subconscious level. He wasn't aware of how much time had passed when he finally found the concrete archway of the laboratory entrance. It was mostly intact and was the sole reason John survived the building's collapse. He dug away more rubble until he had nearly full access. Pounding his huge fists on the steel door, John tried to call out, but his voice was too hoarse. All he could do was hammer away and wait. Minutes passed, and he pounded again. After a time, sounds reverberated from the other side of the door. Raised voices, muffled by the steel and concrete. Then, the click of a mechanical lock disengaging, followed by the door swinging outward. There was still dirt and debris blocking the path of the door, but John had enough room to slip his fingers through. He grasped the steel slab and pulled it open from his side. One by one, the employees filed out of the laboratory, dirty and bloodied. Despite his size and menacing appearance, John was a calm and reassuring presence to the survivors. He guided them all safely up and out of the demolished building. All of the employees had been accounted for, and the 2 security personnel exited last, Jackson helping Harold out. Someone inside bandaged Harold's wound, and he was able to walk, although only with assistance. Somehow, through it all, everyone survived. John breathed a sigh of relief, celebrating what seemed like a small miracle. He had to contact HRD Command and update them on the situation. Then he could focus on the primary mission. "Does anyone have a cell phone?" John asked the crowd. The question was silly. Everyone had a phone. Most of the people in the crowd produced smartphones, several already making calls. Deep in the densely reinforced structure of the lab, they didn't have the necessary reception to reach anyone. John took the one offered nearest to him and dialed the contact number. "This is HRD Command." John gave his credentials and security clearance before asking to be put through directly to Marvin Van Pierce. After another few seconds, the line clicked and Van Pierce spoke. "John, what's the situation?" "The Russians showed up. The Guardian is gone, and they have Parker and the courier Ty," John said. "Damn it. We have units en route now. What's the situation with the civilians?" the director asked. 2 men wounded, 1 seriously. A few of the lab employees have minor injuries, but everyone is alive for now," John said. A few seconds of silence. Director Van Pierce was shocked to hear no innocents died. "What about the Russians? Any casualties on their side?" the director asked. "I took 3 down. I don't know if Parker and Ty got any," John replied. "How are you doing, John? Are you okay?" "I'll be fine. I'm going after them now." "Negative, Stone. You're injured. Stay with the civilians and keep them safe until we arrive." John closed his eyes and took in a long, slow breath to suppress his anger. His response was calm but decisive. He wouldn't take no for an answer. "Rangers lead the way," he said, and hung up the phone. John looked at the man that loaned him the phone and asked, Sir, may I keep your phone?
Yeah. He nodded, just feeling lucky to be alive.
It's the least I can do to thank you.
John found Jackson.
I need to find my friends. Are there any vehicles I can use?
The security guard took his hat off and wiped a hand across his forehead, looking across the wrecked remains of the building. His eyes widened a bit when he saw an uncollapsed portion, and he nodded.
A part of the parking garage looks like it's still intact, he said to John. You might be able to access it through one of the exterior entrance doors.
John nodded and jogged toward the partially standing structure. He was lightheaded, his legs wobbled, and his lungs burned, but he pushed through. A bullet-riddled truck sat outside the building, tires flat and engine smoking. John made his way to the rolling steel doors and found what remained of the entrance the box truck tore through. He descended the ramp into the employee parking area, cautiously looking for any signs of weakened structural support. It was smoky and dust-filled, and some of the pillars had large cracks in them. John searched the cars nearest the exit, finding the ones capable of handling any possible rough terrain he might encounter. He turned and found that Jackson followed him down.
"Do you have the keys to the Xterra?" John asked the guard.
"I'll check,"
Jackson said, and he ran back to the group. He returned a couple of minutes later with a set of keys.
"Here you go,"
Jackson said.
"The owner was not willing to let these go easily."
John thanked him and took the keys. He stepped into the Xterra and pressed the starter, relieved to hear the engine rumble to life. Throwing the car into gear, he shot out of the ramp, jerking the wheel and turning the car toward the main road. The engine growled as John pressed his foot on the accelerator, demanding more from the truck. He dialed Director Van Pierce again and put the phone on speaker. When the director answered, John spoke first.
"I'm heading east. I have a rough idea where the Russians might be headed, but I need you to pinpoint their location for me," John said to the director.
Marvin took a deep breath, easing his frustration. He knew he wouldn't have been able to stop the Ranger from finding the Russians himself, or get John to wait for backup. He spoke to someone away from the phone. "Get me satellite images on that location. I want the entire area under surveillance, 50-mile radius. And find out where the Russians are headed," the director said to one of his technicians. Chapter 23. A pair of Russian mercenaries dragged Parker and Ty toward the small office. Their feet had trouble maintaining the fast pace of their taller and more athletic captors. Whenever either one fell behind, rough machine-like hands would yank them back up. The soldier in front opened the office door and led them into a dingy, dimly lit room. Dust motes floated through the air in the beams of light slicing through the darkness. There were a couple of desks set up against the walls, leaving an unobstructed space in the middle. More men walked inside and shoved the desks into the corners, dragging 2 rolling office chairs to the center of the room. The 2 soldiers that brought them inside pushed Ty and Parker down into the chairs, securing their feet to the center posts of the chairs with zip ties. Their arms and torsos were fastened to the backs of the chairs with rope. Once secured, a huge, mountainous soldier stepped into the room. He stared intently at the 2 captives, and without taking his eyes off them, issued orders to his men in a heavy Russian accent.
"I want to know who that man was back there. I want to know who these 2 work for. I want to know everything they know."
With nods of acknowledgement, the soldiers buzzed around him, setting the room up for interrogation. Parker's eyes were down, and he couldn't bear to return the gaze of the Russian giant standing before him. Ty's brave ruse lasted only a couple of seconds longer, and he soon found the floor more interesting to look at. Without another word, the big man in charge turned and stepped out, heading for the main warehouse building. After everything had been set up, the men in the INSEC uniforms stepped out, leaving only 2 Russian soldiers. Ty looked at the desk in the corner, ready to see an assortment of nightmarish stainless steel tools with jagged edges and sharp points. Besides the syringes on the table, he was surprised to see a more ordinary set of tools, some ropes and surgical tubing, sets of gloves, some towels and rags, and buckets of water. He wasn't any less comforted by the sight, however.
"Well, at least we're not in one of those shady Eastern European hostels," Ty said, feigning bravery.
If the 2 men in the room heard him, they made no acknowledgement. Parker was struggling to control his breathing, his chest heaving as he gulped in deep breaths of air rapidly. One of the soldiers grabbed the syringe, rolled Ty's sleeve up, and pierced his skin with the needle, injecting its contents. The soldier dosed Parker next, discarding the used syringes in a nearby wastebasket, and the two captors slipped on the gloves. Before we get started, you can answer all of our questions truthfully right now. If you do so, my partner and I will be disappointed, of course, but we will honor that and halt the interrogation before the physical portion," one of the men said. Ty and Parker looked at each other, then looked straight ahead without saying a word. Warren Ratcliffe stood in the middle of the warehouse, surrounded by a hive of activity. Insect soldiers scrambled to assemble the Guardian device, attaching cables to provide power. Technicians set up nearby computer systems to monitor activity. A round object with lights and panels sat on a table in the middle of the warehouse. It resembled an egg shape with one end sliced off cleanly. Wires were running off of it toward the large section of the machine resembling a server rack. All of the monitors connected to it showed screens and screens full of undecipherable text scrolling by faster than most could even process visually. Boris, the commander of the Spetsnaz soldiers Ratcliffe hired, stepped into the warehouse carrying a bulky case. He shouldered past one of the insect men that offered to help him with the case and strode toward Ratcliffe. "I told you my men would handle the mission," Boris said, annoyed by the appearance of the dune buggies at the final objective. "I don't appreciate you sending your flunkies to interfere with my operation."
Don't be offended. A lot was riding on this device. I was merely reducing the risks, ensuring the success of the mission.
Boris scowled, then held the case out at arm's length. Warren nearly dropped it when he took it. The weight of the case surprised him after seeing how easily Boris held it. Ratcliffe signaled to one of the techs, who hurried over. He handed the case over, and Boris produced a small portable storage device. The tech held his hand out, but the Russian acted as if he wasn't there, handing this device to Warren as well. His job was to deliver the Guardian device only to his employer, and the mercenary performed his task to the letter. Warren handed the drive over to the tech, who headed toward the table with the round device on it. A few more men showed up to the open case, pulling out the missing slice of the egg-like device. The busy bees once again swarmed around the technology, ensuring all of the cables had been secured to each part of the device.
"Thank you, Boris. You and your men have proven to be invaluable," Warren said.
"The man you were worried about, your Baba Yaga, is dead," Boris said coldly. "We've captured the two men that were with him. We will find out what they know and for whom they work."
Warren's eyes widened in surprise. He felt a sense of relief at the news and a sense of excitement at the prospect of getting new information. He nodded to Boris and pulled out his phone. Letting out a deep, jovial belly laugh, Price Wyndham humored his guests, making their jokes seem much funnier. He was interested in investing in the startup that these two young European men had recently launched. Price didn't care for their new technology, nor the promised rate of growth. It was only one of many small businesses he and his people used to clean their money. A woman walked briskly toward him and waved to get his attention.
"Mr. Wyndham, a call for you," she said. "I'll have it routed to your office."
Price nodded, politely excused himself from the two men, shaking hands and directing them to another department to provide more information about their business. After more handshakes and kind sentiments, Price excused himself and headed for his office. He sat in a luxurious, high-backed leather chair and pressed the button to activate the call. Wyndham remained silent until the voice on the other end finally spoke. He often did this to put the other person at a disadvantage, because they usually filled the void of silence by talking, out of insecurity.
"Mr. Wyndham," Ratcliffe said. "What is your progress?"
Price finally asked. The tone of voice on the other end perked up as if delivering that next bit of news would please Wyndham.
"We have Project Guardian. We are assembling it now, and once it's ready, we can begin the next phase," Warren said.
Wyndham turned to his keyboard, punched in a set of commands, and his monitor switched to a video display feed. There were cameras in the forward operating base where Ratcliffe and Insect were located. The image on his screen showed the inside of the warehouse, alive with activity. A crew of technicians was working on the Guardian, assembling the complete device.
"This is good news. Keep me informed on the progress," the influential man said, before he terminated the call.
"Thank you, sir,"
Ratcliffe said to an empty line. Price Wyndham watched the feed on the monitor for a minute longer before calling his secretary to make plans for the next phase. Chapter 24. John approached his destination in the borrowed SUV, driving as close as he could before deciding to cover the rest of the distance on foot. While on the way, HRD Command sent the exact GPS location of an old warehouse, forgotten and abandoned by a manufacturer that had long gone under. The satellite imagery showed recent activity. There were people there now. John's suspicions had been confirmed. Now he needed to get Parker and Ty out of there. He parked the Xterra 3 kilometers out, pulling it behind the last of a rock outcrop before the rest of the land flattened out. The location was in the middle of a dry lake bed. The ground was flat for kilometers around, making it nearly impossible to approach without being spotted. John made his way on foot, running in a low crouch until he was a kilometer out. He switched to a crawl for the last stretch to the base. It was agonizingly slow, but he had to trade speed for stealth. He scouted the facility with his unaided eye, having no binoculars or rifle scopes with him. The battle with the Russian soldiers and the subsequent demolition of the building had unfortunately disarmed him. The falling debris and crushing concrete damaged his M4 carbine, and he lost his 1911 pistol somewhere in the rubble as he climbed out. All that remained were his tactical vest and an M9 bayonet. John adjusted his path so that the buildings and the vehicles parked around the perimeter would obscure his approach. The people inside were relaxed and complacent due to the isolated location. They were far less alert to anyone trying to infiltrate. He crawled fast when possible, and at one point managed a low crouching run when no one was visible, and finally reached a section of the perimeter. The 2.5-meter-high chain-link fence was topped with razor wire coil all the way around. It was a hastily constructed barrier, but it would serve to keep out all but the most dedicated people trying to get in. John unsheathed his M9 and unfastened his belt to remove the sheath. The M9 bayonet had a unique feature that allowed him to attach the blade to a steel pin on the outside of the scabbard, through a hole near the tip of the knife so the two would work together as a heavy wire cutter. He attached his makeshift tool to the bottom tension wire of the chain-link fence. Cutting this would allow him to crawl under the barrier. Engines running and the regular activity around the base would muffle the sound, reducing the risk of someone inside from hearing it. John waited until a group walked by, then cut the wire, opting to cut a few more of the links near the bottom, so he could crawl without getting caught on the fence. Voices and heavier footsteps reached him over the rumble of a distant generator. His hands held the tool firmly, but he stopped working as they approached, two men talking to each other as they casually strolled by. John remained still, though his instincts told him to run, screamed that he needed to rush them and engage. Anything but laying there like a log. If they spotted him now, it would be over. He kept quiet and frozen, relying on the concealment of the vehicles inside the base to keep the two men from noticing him. The voices and footsteps eventually faded as they walked past, and John continued his work getting past the fence, then slipped the knife back into its sheath before hooking it on his belt. He crawled slowly and quietly, taking care not to rattle the fence or make too much noise. Several times the clipped steel wires snagged his gear as he spent 2 agonizing minutes moving slowly underneath. Finally, his boots cleared and he was in. John crawled toward one of the vehicles, a Hummer-inspired design with generous ground clearance, and rolled under it. He surveyed the area, mapping it all out mentally. There were more Hummers, some personnel transport trucks, and trucks that provided a mobile power supply to the 4 buildings in the base. One, a warehouse large enough to house several aircraft. 3 smaller buildings that looked like offices surrounded it. John counted nearly 24 men so far, all with armor and weapons that differed from the Russian soldiers he encountered earlier. None of the Spetsnaz mercenaries were outside as far as he could see. John made a note of the positions and patterns of the soldiers in the area. Then he crawled out from under his concealment, making his way toward the main structure. Outnumbered and armed with only a knife, stealth was his only option. Halfway to the warehouse, John spotted 3 men in coveralls, a large insect logo printed on their backs, standing in a group, talking. They were from the defense contractor connected to Ratcliffe. This is definitely the right place. He ducked behind a line of equipment crates, weighing the possibility of taking them all on if they saw him. These men weren't soldiers, so they posed no real danger to him, but the risk of alerting the base was too significant. He would have to wait for these 3 to move on so he could continue.
Time dragged on as the trio engaged in small talk. John grew frustrated and impatient. He looked for an alternate route to get to the warehouse, but the insect men inadvertently positioned themselves to block every other course he could take. Finally, one of the men glanced at his watch, mumbled something, and they all headed back inside. John was on the move before the men were out of visual range. He ran in a low crouch to one of the small offices and knelt against the back side of it, pressing his body against the wall. His position gave him the proper angle to see the main entrance of the warehouse, a large rolling steel door, which was currently opened all the way. A transport truck rumbled with the rear facing into it. Inside the warehouse there were more soldiers and technical personnel wearing insect uniforms and coveralls, working around a few of the Russian mercenaries inside. In the center of the room, the 3 parts of the Guardian device were in the final assembly phase. Technicians secured wires, testing power supplies, while someone worked at a computer terminal. The device hummed and glowed in various places. John couldn't see the monitors from this distance, but whatever was on the screen seemed to please everyone in the room. John formulated a plan to intercept or destroy the Guardian, when he saw a man that snapped him out of the moment, making him see red. Warren Ratcliffe, the man who kidnapped his goddaughter Emily, the one responsible for the murder of his brother-in-arms, Frank Colt. Ratcliffe was the man in charge, giving the orders in the warehouse. His dark, tailored suit stood out in stark contrast to the uniformed men and women inside. He held a phone to his ear, pressing a finger to his other ear to listen. John's blood boiled with rage. Finally, his chance at justice for the kidnapping of his goddaughter was here. He thought of charging straight in. Sure, he could reach Ratcliffe and steal the life from him with his bare hands. It would be a suicide mission, however, and the Guardian would still be in the wrong hands. John let a breath out through flared nostrils, releasing the white-knuckle grip on his knife. Warren ended the phone call and turned to the man supervising the computer setup.
"Run this list of names. When you have the data, pull it off the Guardian drives and upload it to my secure cloud. Wipe all records of the search and call me when it's done," he told the supervisor, handing him a post-it note.
"Yes, sir."
"Have the pest device secured and ready for transport when I leave," Ratcliffe said, as he headed across the warehouse toward a back exit door. "I want it with me."
John saw no sign of Parker or Ty in the warehouse, but HRD had the location of the base, and backup was on the way. He had to trust they would be able to save the two while he accomplished the primary mission. He planned out a route toward the front of the warehouse, ready to move. A flimsy door slammed and booted feet clanged down steel steps nearby. John paused and hid as someone came out of one of the small buildings nearby. The man wore an insect soldier uniform and carried a rifle, oblivious to the world around him, as he bit into a sandwich. He walked along a well-worn path in the dirt around the main warehouse toward the front. John contemplated stepping behind, taking him out quietly, and getting his weapons. He let the man pass before he started to make his move. It was then that John heard voices from the smaller building, stopping him short. Screams. It was Parker and Ty. John was at a crossroads. He needed to secure or destroy the Guardian before it and Warren Ratcliffe slipped through his grasp. Leaving Parker and Ty behind didn't sit well with him in the least, but he knew Director Van Pierce had reinforcements en route. The HRD teams would be able to rescue them. Parker sagged in his chair, one eye swollen and blood pouring from his nose. Ty looked the same, beaten, bloodied, and exhausted. But he was still talking. The motor-mouthed courier wasn't giving them any of the information they were looking for, however. He kept making wisecracks and smart-ass comments, stalling as long as possible, and keeping the pressure off of Parker. "Who do you work for?" the man asked again in a thick Russian accent. "I'm self-employed, sir. I don't work for anyone," the courier said. "I got an S-Corp and everything." "You will tell us what we want to know, or—" "I know," Ty interrupted. "Or you must break me," he said, an impression of Ivan Drago from Rocky IV. A flash of anger filled the interrogator's eyes, a small victory for Ty. The Russian composed himself quickly and spoke to his partner in their native language. The second man reached for the bucket of water on the table. "Your stubborn pride is just wasting time. You will break." The man suppressed the instant rage building when Ty smiled at his last line, and then continued, his voice a harsh whisper. "And you will tell us everything."
Parker picked his head up, trying to look defiant through his non-swollen eye.
"You won't get away," he slurred. "Stop! Stop, you—"
The interrogator chuckled softly. "You think that man, your big American hero, is going to save you?" He stared at the two men tied in their chairs and smiled. "He's dead," the second man said. "He will not come in saving the day like the cowboy in one of your Western movies. We dropped the building on him before we left."
The door crashed open, sending ripples vibrating through the walls. A plume of dust washed in, and a flood of sunlight filled the office. Then, for a moment, John's massive silhouette brought darkness back as he stepped through the door. He closed the distance too fast for them to register who just barged in. A huge hand shot out, grasping one of the men around the neck. Keeping his arm locked out, John shoved one man bodily into the other, keeping them both off balance. In his right hand, he wielded his M9 bayonet, whipping the 7-inch blade up toward the second man's neck. The Russian barely got his arm up in time to protect the vital area, but John's attack was a feint. Lifting his arm exposed his armpit, and the ranger's blade plunged in under the mercenary's arm. Intense pain shot through the second man's body, and he tensed, dropping his arm reflexively. This time, the knife slid out and plunged into the side of the soldier's neck. His scream lasted less than a second before his body collapsed to the deck, bleeding out from severe arterial trauma. The first man secured a two-hand grip on John's left wrist. He twisted, trying to lock John's arm out straight. John lost his grip on the blood-soaked knife, still buried in the second Russian's neck. His arm straightened out, forcing his body to double over. He stepped forward, giving himself enough slack to bend his arm and pull the smaller man with him, then slashed the point of his elbow across the Spetsnaz soldier's face. The blow was enough to allow John to free his arm. The Russian didn't hesitate and pressed forward to keep John on the defensive. He lashed out with forearm and elbow strikes to John's head, changing levels to deliver punishing punches to the body. John dodged and parried the blows, waiting for an opportunity to counterattack. A jab whipped towards John's face, but in his peripheral vision he saw the man's other hand drop toward the handle of a knife sheathed on his thigh. John slipped the punch and moved forward, reaching out to pin the man's hand and keep him from pulling the blade. They grappled for control, their bodies colliding with the table and spilling the tools of interrogation. John reached for anything he could grab on the table, his hand finding the bucket. The Russian managed to clear enough distance to pull his knife and immediately attacked. The blade traced deadly arcs aiming directly for vital areas, forcing John backward as he used the bucket to deflect strikes. When he saw an opening, John whipped the bucket in a tight arc, clipping the Russian soldier across the jaw. He staggered back, attempting to regain his footing, but Ty was behind the mercenary, rolling his chair into position on the balls of his feet. With a violent lurch, the office chair toppled, and the man tripped over Ty's body. John leaped over Ty and pounced on his opponent the instant he hit the ground. A swing of the bucket smacked the knife away and cleared a path for the heavy boot stomp that followed. The heel came down on the man's face, the full weight of John's body crushing his skull against the concrete. A sickening wet crunch turned Parker's stomach. His face paled and broke out into a cold sweat. "Fancy moves there. Thanks," John said to Ty. "If it has wheels," Ty said. John pulled the Russian's body off the courier and cut the two free, checking to see if they were okay. Both were battered and bloodied, but Ty wasn't too bad. Parker was worse off. He wasn't able to focus, and his movements were sluggish. "Is he going to be okay?" Ty asked, concerned for his well-being. "Well, he doesn't seem to have any serious injuries. No broken bones, but I can't be sure if he has any internal trauma." John did a quick check, using a small flashlight to test Parker's pupils. "He might have a concussion." "We should probably get out of here before their friends find us," Ty said. Not saying a word, John found a nearby case with medical supplies, no doubt to keep their subjects alive and awake if they needed an extended interrogation. He searched the box and found what he was looking for, a syringe with a large needle, sealed in a plastic pack. What is that?" Ty asked. "Epinephrine," John said. "It's adrenaline. It's going to get Parker up and on his feet." "Man, I'm all about the adrenaline rush, but I don't think I would ever want it that bad." John ripped the pack open with his teeth, pulled out the syringe, and flicked the protective cover off the needle with a thumb. He left Parker seated in the chair and lifted his shirt up to expose his sternum. With no delay or ceremony, he jabbed the needle into Parker's chest, through the sternum, and depressed the plunger. Parker's system jump-started, and he nearly leaped out of the chair. He sucked in a deep, gasping inhale, followed by a short scream. Parker's wide eyes darted around as he scanned the room and found two men he recognized.
Where am I? Where are we? Parker asked. Am I dead?
We're behind enemy lines, my dude, Ty said with a hand on his shoulder.
John pulled the needle out of Parker's chest and began stripping the weapons and equipment from the two Russian soldiers. He slung an AK-74 from one and placed the extra magazines into his own empty chest rig. He gave Ty the second rifle and one of the PL-15 9mm pistols to Parker, tucking the other one in his waistband behind his back. He set the two radios to a separate channel and handed one to Parker, but he made a note of the original frequency the Russians used so he could listen in on the enemy's communication. After a minute, he did another check of Parker's vitals.
"Okay, it's time to go," John said.
"What's the plan?" Parker asked, feeling a little better, the color returning to his face.
"Ratcliffe is moving out with the pest, but the Guardian is in the main warehouse running some kind of program. They're about to pack that up to move as well, once it's finished," John said.
"Okay, so we should stop the Guardian, right?" Ty asked.
"Ratcliffe and I have unfinished business. I'm going after him to retrieve the pest device," John said with a cold stare.
Ty started to protest, but Parker put a hand on his arm.
"No, it's okay. I think I can stop the Guardian if I can get the right tools," Parker said. "Hey, man, maybe you didn't hear me the last time I said it, but we're not soldiers," Ty said to Parker.
Parker grunted a vague confirmation, but his focus was elsewhere, searching around the room for the stuff that the mercenaries took when they were captured. He found it piled unceremoniously in a far corner. Staggering over, Parker steadied himself with a hand on the wall as he crouched. He pulled open his messenger bag to make sure his laptop was still there. It was a rugged little military computer with a secured fold-out keyboard, able to handle being tossed around a little. Satisfied, Parker pulled the bag's shoulder strap over his head and stood to face Ty.
"We're not going to fight them head-on. If I can get a signal booster and get close enough to a strong power source, I can force my way into their system remotely. I could turn that Guardian device into a pile of scrap metal and plastic."
Ty glanced back and forth between John and Parker. He shrugged his shoulders.
"I can't believe I'm the sensible one here," the Shadow Courier said.
John looked at Parker.
"Can you get your hands on a booster?" he asked.